Lord of the Mystery, Lucky by author Nan Haiyu Xing Chen. Chapter 101 to 150. Chapter 101 Chapter 63 Don't bid aggressively. After his lament, the fat apothecary, as usual, began to hawk his potions. After the fat apothecary, a few more people proposed trades, some succeeded, others fell through. Following this, the familiar lady spoke. This time, I've only brought one Beander weapon. It's 50 bullets with different effects. 20 of them are inscribed with symbols and marks from the Sun domain, forming complete talismans that can effectively purify Wraith-type monsters and harm more powerful Wraiths and Phantoms, so they are called purification bullets. Another 20 are aimed at defiled and corrupted creatures, called demon hunting bullets. The remaining 10 are more effective against evil and aberrant monsters, called exorcism bullets. All effects can be stably maintained for 18 months, or even longer. 50 bullets for 500 pounds, or the Barbarian Potion Formula, with a suitable 12-gauge custom revolver included. Wow, she really collected a firearm-type Beander weapon. Alice habitually let her thoughts wander, while Klein seized the opportunity to speak. I have the Barbarian Potion Formula. Alice suddenly felt she had recognized the wickedness of society. She closed her mouth with complicated emotions, and a tall man began to bid, 550 pounds. The heavily veiled lady's voice carried an irrepressible joy as she said, "This gentleman, I'm sorry, I prioritize the Barbarian Formula." Alice thought she had closed her mouth too soon. She looked at the lady and smiled. I also have the Barbarian Potion Formula, and I also have the corresponding Sequence 7 Potion Formula. This time, it was Klein who experienced the wickedness of society. 600 pounds, the man raised his bid. No, this isn't about money. The lady, who had an artisan behind her, couldn't control her excitement. After politely declining the man, she looked at Alice. Klein looked at Alice with complicated emotions, and before the lady could speak, he changed his approach. Miss, I am willing to give you 300 pounds to not participate in the subsequent bidding. After glancing at the tall man who had bid 600 pounds, Alice happily gave up on the bidding. The transaction eventually concluded under the witness of wise-eye old Mr., with Alice receiving 300 pounds, Klein obtaining the Beander bullets, and the mysterious lady acquiring the Barbarian Formula. Next, Klein scanned the living room, deliberately raising his voice. I need powerful purification items such as Sun Holy Water and Sun Holy Symbol. I can buy them with gold pounds, or exchange them for formulas, such as the Barbarian's subsequent Sequence 7 Briber. Of course, if there are questions in the mystical domain and the Beander world that need answering, I can also try, but I don't guarantee I can answer them. He wants to deal with wraiths and similar things. Alice raised an eyebrow, suddenly remembering Charlie King, whose whereabouts were unknown. Should she prepare to deal with Charlie King? Never mind, it seems there's nothing much to prepare. The lady who bought the Barbarian Formula offered 800 pounds, trying to purchase the Briber Potion Formula, but Klein politely declined. For now, I only accept bartering. I should still come to the next gathering. You can collect similar items in advance. Alice really wanted to interject, I'll sell it for 800 pounds, so she could settle her debt to Klein and even have some left over. But after Klein shot Alice a glance, she abandoned the idea. But in Alice's heart, she unhesitatingly crossed out 400 pounds from her 1,500-pound debt, making it 1,100 pounds. Several more transactions occurred afterward. Alice only gave an extra glance to a man who was asking for adult widow giant spider silk, as this was a main ingredient for the demoness of pleasure. It seemed strange for a man to buy this. Time came to Monday morning. In the early morning, Alice routinely took out the newspaper from her mailbox but unexpectedly found an invitation. This is. Alice opened the invitation in confusion, checking its contents. It seemed to be a mass invitation for a literary salon held on Sunday, hosted by Viscount Glaint. Viscount Glaint. Alice repeated, her brows furrowing slightly. Not very familiar with nobles, she didn't have much impression of this name. Her first reaction was to ask Miss Justice directly that afternoon. After all, it was an open secret that Miss Justice was a Loan noble. However, asking Miss Justice about this at the Tarot Club, wouldn't that be too strange? If she really went to this literary salon and then saw a dog with Beyonder abilities acting as a spectator nearby, should she expose it or not? At 3 in the afternoon, above the gray fog, Audrey's familiar greeting was the first to appear. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." As Audrey spoke, she saw a card with an intricate and ornate pattern on its back resting on the table to the right of the Fool. It lay there quietly, casually, like an ordinary object. This is that blasphemy card. Audrey instantly understood. After the Fool nodded in response, she subconsciously glanced at the others. Mr. Hanged Man, Mr. Sun, and Miss Magician all noticed the card by Mr. Fool's hand. However, their eyes and actions revealed their confusion and surprise, as well as inevitable speculation. Mr. World's reaction was a bit strange. He didn't even look there. Was he hiding it too well? Miss Destiny. What is Miss Destiny doing? Alice, who was lowering her head and trying to entangle one of her legs with a stool leg, noticed a gaze on her. She looked up, meeting Audrey's bewildered and astonished eyes, blinked twice, and hesitantly greeted, "Good afternoon, Miss Justice." "Good afternoon, Miss Destiny." Not knowing how to react, Audrey stiffly nodded and stopped observing. Alice looked at Audrey's reaction in confusion, then stood up and bowed to Klein in the gray fog. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." "Good afternoon, Miss Destiny." Klein nodded slightly in response. Glancing at Audrey again and finding that she still had no reaction, Alice silently completed her round of greetings, then sat back in her chair to continue playing with the stool leg. After Alice finished her greetings, Audrey's voice, full of complex emotions, rang out, "Respected Mr. Fool, I have something I wish to report to you privately." After the private exchange concluded, Magician Furs also spoke. "Mr. Fool, I have memorized 2 pages of Rosal's diary." Klein, who had already read the 2 pages of the diary twice, looked bewildered. Chapter 102 Chapter 64 Missing Person Commission. "Oh, why do I have to see these 2 pages of the diary again? After seeing them once at the Rosal exhibition and Miss Justice submitting them once, now Miss Magician has to submit them again." Mr. Fool, who was reading the diary, showed a pained expression. It could only be said that it was fortunate the gray fog was blocking him, preserving Mr. Fool's dignity. Alice leaned forward the moment Klein finished reading the diary, tapping the table twice to draw everyone's attention before saying, "Everyone, I have a missing person request to post." Derek immediately realized that the upcoming transaction had little to do with him. Missing person? Who is she looking for? Could it be? Alger vaguely had a guess, recalling Alice's previous jest about hunting Charlie King. Leaving aside the puppet world, Audrey, who had some guesses about Alice's identity, and Furs, who felt Alice held a special status, both showed an inclination to listen. "Mr. Fool, could you help me materialize this person's portrait?" Alice looked at Klein in the gray fog. Klein nodded slightly, and with Klein's help, Alice successfully materialized Charlie King's portrait. Then, Klein tapped the long table, and the portrait appeared before the others. Alger showed an, as expected, expression upon seeing the portrait, while Audrey, noticing that Alger recognized the person in the portrait, also grew curious. "This person's name is Charlie King, a Sequence 5 winner, currently in Backland," Alice mused as she introduced him. I mentioned him at a previous gathering. He is a subordinate of a fate angel, but given the current situation, I suspect that Angel is already too busy to care." Recalling a certain snake of fate who accidentally brought misfortune upon others after breaking his leg, Alice shook her head with a tisk tisk. Alice's demeanor and tone made no secret of her disregard, or rather disdain, for that angel, which made Alger even more confident in his guess. Audrey and Furs, who also noticed this, felt a certain sense of security about taking on this task, but the best hype man at the scene was still Mr. World. What's the reward? What are his abilities? £300. Alice looked at Mr. Fool's small account, deciding to hand over the £300 she had just received from her main account. No need to actively search. I guess you have a high probability of encountering him by chance. Just remember to pray to Mr. Fool and tell him his location after you find him. As for abilities, are you expecting me to describe my own abilities in detail to you? What about a general description? Mr. World asked. He can bestow misfortune upon others, and should also be able to make himself lucky, Alice pondered for a moment before answering. Additionally, he can directly attack a Beander's spirit. I'll take on this commission, Mr. World responded with a low chuckle. Why would we encounter him by chance? Audrey asked curiously. Alice glanced at Audrey, answering with a half smile, because I haven't found the sequence 5 potion formula and main ingredients yet. Ah. Audrey blinked twice, feeling like she didn't understand Alice's words. Alice looked at Audrey meaningfully, smiling as she asked, why do you think it's fate? The profound meaning in Alice's words successfully startled Audrey. She glanced at Klein, who was still seated at the head of the bronze long table, before smiling and saying, I will pay attention to this matter. Why are you so certain that fate, Angel is already too busy to care? Furs, who witnessed the entire conversation, asked. Audrey and Alger also listened attentively. Audrey was curious, and Alger. Alger could also be considered curious, right? I saved that fate, Angel once, Alice replied, propping her chin. At that time, he was almost hit by a carriage. However, not long after that, he broke his leg and accidentally brought misfortune upon others. The three who had some understanding of angels all showed expressions of incomprehension, but Alice had no interest in explaining further. She raised an eyebrow, looked at Alger, and asked, what about you, Mr. Hanged Man? Alger calmly made a promise, I am currently at sea. If I have the opportunity, I will help you search. Although, in reality, Alger suspected that Charlie King would not last until then and would just turn into a Beander characteristic. After Alice's commission ended, Furs eagerly looked at Mr. World at the very bottom and said, Mr. World, I will collect mystical items or powerful Beander weapons in the Sun domain for you as soon as possible. You too, what kind of private transaction did you reach? Audrey, who felt very familiar with Furs but was completely unaware of this matter, couldn't help but ask. This saved Alice the trouble of asking. Alice looked at Furs, who sighed and said, Mr. World helped me find the Trickmaster formula. What did he divine this time? Alice almost instinctively made this guess. Aside from Alice, who was waiting for the formula to be delivered, everyone else paid more attention to Mr. World because of his ability to find formulas. Mr. World chuckled hoarsely twice and said, Miss Magician, before you purchase, it's best to chant Mr. Fool's honorific name and ask him to relay the corresponding message to me. I have already asked Mr. Fool, and he has agreed to help us. If the item you fancy is not to my satisfaction, perhaps I will consider changing my request. What exactly is he trying to deal with? Alice frowned. Although she was very curious, Klein had no intention of discussing it with her. Moreover, given the current situation, Alice suspected she might encounter Charlie King at any moment, so she had to suppress her curiosity. After Furs stated, no later than tomorrow, Alger asked as if he had already prepared his thoughts. I recently took on an investigation task, and I wonder if any of you have any relevant clues. In the past 2 or 3 years, in the southern continent, many aboriginal tribes have been plundered, everyone taken away. In various plantations, and on the islands at sea, some slaves have also strangely fled. After the northern continent nations abolished the slave trade, such things haven't happened for a long time. Have you heard any relevant rumors? Black slave trade. Alice was slightly startled, quickly finding the corresponding history in her memory. She couldn't help but frown. Even if a period of Earth civilization truly existed in this world, the current civilization had too many overlaps with Earth civilization. A vague unease surfaced in Alice's heart. After everyone shook their heads in denial, Alice raised her hand, materialized the image of chopsticks, and asked, have any of you seen or heard of this type of eating utensil? Chapter 103 Chapter 65 If the Gods Were Children. I've never seen anything like this, Furs shook her head. There are such utensils. Miss Fate, do you know how they are used? Audrey asked curiously. After Derek also shook his head, Alice placed her last hope on Alger. Alger, however, did not answer the question immediately. It wasn't that he didn't recognize the image of the chopsticks Alice showed, precisely because he did recognize them, he felt puzzled. He had already determined that Alice was a revived ancient deity, who had lost her power and most of her memories, but what connection did an elf have with fate? Perhaps she just saw the chopsticks and coincidentally remembered something. After all, if she was a revived ancient deity, it was indeed possible for her to be familiar with elves. Alger suppressed his numerous doubts and, after a moment of thought, said, "If I'm not mistaken, these should be chopsticks." Chopsticks, Alice repeated the word, equating it with the chopsticks in her memory. "Mr. Hanged Man, do you know where these utensils called chopsticks come from?" "They come from the West Continent and are used by elves," Alger replied. "West Continent. Elves," Alice confirmed. Alger nodded. This made Alice frown. After all, the saying of the ancient Eastern country was deeply ingrained. Alice murmured to herself, "West Continent, West. But it shouldn't be East. Wait, it seems it really should be in the West." With great difficulty, she pulled out a world map and the map of the northern continent from the depths of her memory. The northern continent gradually overlapped with the American continent in her memory. If that were the case, it indeed seemed to be in the West. Unlike the others who didn't understand what was happening, Klein quickly grasped Alice's meaning. If the world's map hadn't changed, that familiar homeland of theirs should indeed be in the West. Alice quickly realized that the Tarot Club was not a good place to ponder these questions. She looked at Audrey and, with a light laugh, changed the subject, the usage of chopsticks. "Miss Justice, do you want to hear a more theoretical explanation, or a more practical one?" "What do you mean by theoretical?" Audrey was indeed intrigued. Alice blinked twice and recited fluently, "Chopsticks utilize the principle of leverage, specifically the principle of a disadvantageous lever. The fulcrum is at the tiger's mouth, and the point of effort is where the index finger and thumb grip the chopsticks." Audrey's mouth opened wider and wider, her eyes gradually becoming blank. Seeing that Alice intended to continue, Klein, controlling the world, coughed twice. Warned, Alice pouted and gave up the idea of reciting the physics knowledge that gave her a headache to the other members of the Tarot Club. Audrey breathed a sigh of relief and asked tremulously, "What about the practical one?" "You just pick things up," Alice blinked. "Huh." Audrey felt like she hadn't quite understood. "It's just, you just pick up food like this." Alice tried to demonstrate with her hands to Audrey. Audrey nodded, half understanding. Alger, unable to watch any longer, said, "Everyone, you can try to collect the Wind Blessed's potion formula. I will give you absolutely satisfactory compensation." After Alger finished assigning the task, Derek also raised his hand and spoke with some trepidation. "I have been assigned a mission to explore the half-destroyed temple I mentioned before, the one belonging to the fallen creator, in the near future. The leader in charge of this operation is Elder Shepherd Levia. Do you have any suggestions?" "Hiss," Alice gasped, her expression solemn as she gave Derek a heartfelt warning, "Run." Mr. Fool, who was still maintaining his image, couldn't help but feel envious of Alice. After a brief silence, Alger looked at Derek and said in a low, calm voice, "The information you've provided is too little. It's difficult for us to offer useful advice. We don't know what else exists within that half-destroyed temple besides the peculiar statue of the true creator, also known as the fallen creator, so naturally, we cannot analyze the relevant situation." While answering Derek's question, Alger also couldn't help but ponder internally. Alice's demeanor was like that of a true child, reckless and expressing her emotions freely. If this childlike innocence occurred in a truly well-protected young girl, it wouldn't be strange, but if it was a revived deity. Was this deity a child before becoming a god? This was a hypothesis that made Alger break out in a cold sweat just thinking about it. What would happen if a deity was an unborn child? Would she be displeased if a believer stepped into the church with their left foot first, causing the believer to trip on the threshold and fall to their death? No, she might even choose a death method she liked for the believer. At least, Mr. Fool is not like Miss Fate. Recalling the fact that the world and Alice knew each other, as well as the world's 2 warnings to Alice, Alger suddenly suspected that the world had been sent by Mr. Fool to babysit. No, one shouldn't speculate about deities like that. As Alger worried about his future, Derek began to describe the situation inside the temple. Besides the statue, there are also many incomplete murals there, and terrifying evil spirits lingered, but these have already been eliminated by the exploration team led by 2 elders of the Council of 6. I haven't seen those murals with my own eyes. They are said to record prophecies of the coming of the apocalypse and the fallen creator saving his believers, as well as corresponding bloody sacrificial rituals. In the corner of one of the murals, there are peculiar characters evolved from the giant language. After a rough deciphering, Several elders believe their meaning is Rose Redemption. This might have been the alias of the mural's creator, or perhaps the name of the organization that built that temple and the city-state it belonged to. According to the chief's judgment, these murals are at least 1,000 years old. I mean 1,000 years in your understanding. But I can't be entirely sure. In the City of Silver, we define daytime as the phase with frequent lightning, and nighttime is when it's sparse and gentle. One cycle is a day, and seasons only exist in books, so we can't grasp the exact number of days. Only the chief can confirm. The terrifying monsters in the city-state ruins and that half-destroyed temple have been initially cleared. Our mission this time is to explore the underground part of the temple. Do you have any suggestions? Based on your understanding of the fallen creator, what should I pay attention to? Chapter 104 Chapter 66 Experienced Alger. After listening to Derek's description, Alice solemnly suggested, "Why don't you run away quickly? The true creator is an extremely dangerous evil god. Even though his temple has been destroyed, it probably still harbors dangers that are hard to detect. Moreover, the most dangerous part might not be the temple itself, but your team leader, the elder. You should know that the pinnacle of the shepherd pathway is precisely the true creator." Alger agreed, "That's right. If another elder from the Council of Six were leading the team this time, it wouldn't be impossible for you to go, though the risk would be high. But you just said that Shepherd Lovia is in charge of this matter, so you absolutely cannot go." Derek fell silent for a few seconds before saying with difficulty, "But the mission must be accepted. Perhaps you could try faking an illness." Faking an injury?" Alice asked hesitantly. Even Audrey understood how unreliable that idea was. She subtly asked, "Wouldn't that be discovered? Then just get really injured." Alger chuckled, "Before this mission, will you still be participating in patrols? Find an opportunity to deliberately let a monster injure you. For the specific extent, you can refer to past cases in the City of Silver." Derek showed an expression that said, "That works too." Alice suddenly understood and asked Alger a very untimely question, "Mr. Hanged Man, do you do this often? You sound so experienced in such matters." Alger opened his mouth twice but couldn't say a word. Fortunately, at this moment, Derek, who was both confused and surprised, helped Alger out. "But I don't have any patrol missions recently." "Mr. Hanged Man," Alger scoffed. "You can pretend to be close to losing control. No, to be precise, you can put yourself in a state close to losing control. In such a situation, I think the higher-ups of the City of Silver definitely wouldn't bring a dangerous item that could explode at any moment on an exploration, right? There's a trick to it. If you continuously keep your spirituality in a relatively dry state for 2 days, you'll start to have auditory hallucinations and show signs of losing control. If you don't continue to overexert yourself afterward, the situation will improve within a week, and you won't truly lose control. Of course, your City of Silver definitely has methods and measures to treat those showing signs of losing control, so recovery should be even faster. Therefore, you need to estimate the time well, preferably starting 2 or 3 days before departure." Alice stared at Alger, dumbfounded, feeling that she had underestimated Mr. Hanged Man too much before. Audrey was also dumbfounded after hearing it, feeling that she had learned something extraordinary again. Derek was also stunned, and it was a long while before he murmured, "Yes, people who show signs of losing control will be restrained, isolated in the underground of the Round Tower, and receive treatment with medicine, rituals, and mystical items. If the situation is minor, they only need to take potions." Observing that Derek was still somewhat hesitant, Alice asked suspiciously, "What makes you willing to risk certain death to participate in this exploration?" "I don't want to deceive the elders of the City of Silver," Derek replied. Alice tilted her head in confusion, then asked, "But you'll die if you go, right? What's there to hesitate about?" "But if I don't go, someone else will," Derek replied. "So, you plan to sacrifice yourself?" Alice asked thoughtfully. Alice remembered the teacher in her memory who pushed her away, and Captain Dunn of Tingen City, and suddenly realized that she never understood why someone would be willing to do that. Even when she wanted to become a Nighthawk, all she wanted was to be recognized and no longer treated like a child. Even when she didn't want others to be the price, she just hated the feeling of not having control over her destiny. Why would someone be willing to sacrifice themselves to protect others? Even strangers they don't know. Before Derek could answer again, Alger asked, do the other elders of the Council of Six know that the fallen creator controls the shepherd pathway? No, Derek shook his head honestly. Alger asked again, do you think Elder Shepherd Luvia might pose a danger to the City of Silver? Just answer yes or no, don't explain. Yes, Derek ultimately could not deceive himself. The flow of this dialogue was remarkably familiar, and Alice quickly realized that Alger was providing psychological counseling to Derek. After all, Derek was the only one who knew about this, and he temporarily had no way to warn others. Sure enough, Alger then used this as a reason to successfully persuade the still hesitant Derek, who, completely deceived, gritted his teeth and nodded solemnly. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Hanged Man. Alice looked at Alger with admiration, thinking he was truly eloquent. Audrey and Furs, meanwhile, forcibly resisted the urge to cover their faces. Next, the world said, I have a question I'd like to ask Mr. Sun. This might involve a transaction, and I request a private conversation. Then, Mr. Fool in the gray fog nodded, you may. Alice watched this scene and suddenly remembered the test of drawing a circle with one hand and a square with the other, and began to wonder if Mr. Fool could do different things with his main account and his alt accounts simultaneously. Hey, if he were like that, he could have one account go out to work and another stay at home to play, though there doesn't seem to be anything fun to do here anyway. No, if he had several alt accounts, he could play, fight the landlord, with them. No, fight evil. After the world finished communicating with Derek, no one else proposed a transaction, and the Tarot Club entered the free chat session. Alice tilted her head, remembering the invitation she had received that morning, and looked at Audrey, asking, Miss Justice, do you know Viscount Glaint? Furs and Audrey both showed surprise simultaneously. Do you know him too, Miss Magician? Alice, completely unconcerned with the atmosphere, pressed on. Furs didn't know what to say. She didn't even have the inclination to speculate about Audrey's identity. Audrey, who had some understanding of Alice and was a Beander of the spectator pathway, quickly adjusted her emotions and smiled demurely, is there something you need, Miss Destiny? Alice blinked twice and replied, I was just a little curious. As expected, Audrey continued to smile and asked, did someone mention his name to you? Alice stared at Audrey for 2 seconds, then turned her head and said, no, I'm not curious anymore. Audrey, whose attempt to extract information was discovered, deeply reflected on her error. Are some of you hoarding chapters, wriggling darkly? Chapter 105 Chapter 67 The Mercury Snake seems to have reincarnated. At 7:30 p.m., in Empress Borough, inside a house that seemingly belonged to a noble. Furs, in disguise, appeared at Mr. A's gathering. She didn't rush to write her request on a slip of paper for the attendant, choosing instead to observe for a while. After a short while, the attendant distributed slips of paper with the same content to everyone. Furs's pupils contracted when she saw the note, seeking followers of the Fool, and a church or organization that worships the Fool. As a member of the organization being sought, Furs, after a brief moment of panic, hastily concealed her emotions to avoid being discovered. Next, Furs nonchalantly proceeded with her planned purchase of a Beander item from the Sun Pathway. After confirming there were no other responses, she got up and went to the washroom. After confirming no one was around, she closed the toilet door, sat on the commode, and recited the honorific name of Mr. Fool, reporting the news that someone was looking for followers of the Fool in the Fool Church. She also asked Mr. Fool to relay the news about the Beander item from the Sun Pathway to World. Meanwhile, upon hearing the prayer, Klein swiftly entered above the gray fog, touched the crimson star representing Furs, and heard the content from within. Someone in Backland is looking for followers of the Fool in an organization that worships the Fool. Klein sat in his chair, pondering, and quickly understood the reason for it. It's Bernadette. This was a result they had long foreseen, and the shock it brought Klein was far less than the news about the Beander item from the Sun Pathway, £9,000. Hiss, no, that won't do. The negative side effects of this Beander item are too severe. I don't want to become a follower of the Sun. Yes, that's it. After successfully convincing himself, Klein first touched Furs's crimson star, transmitting his voice and image, no need to worry. After a while, he then materialized the dummy, World, using the reason of not wanting to become a follower of the Sun to change the transaction to a cash deal. After reporting the news, Furs waited nervously in the washroom. Suddenly, gray-white mist appeared before her. She saw the lofty Mr. Fool above the gray fog tell her, "No need to worry." Furs immediately felt relieved. After waiting a while longer, upon receiving World's reply, she left without hesitation. Alice, who was hesitating whether to go out and try to, accidentally, meet Charlie King, suddenly saw a gray-white mist appear before her. Bernadette has already started looking for the Fool Church in Backland. Alice muttered to herself, a hint of mischievous amusement curving her lips. If she knew such an organization doesn't exist, I wonder what she would think. Meeting someone by chance in Backland wasn't an easy task. For the next 2 days, Alice received no news about Charlie King. Of course, this didn't mean she gained nothing. "Miss, do you still want your ice cream?" The vendor's reminder brought Alice back to her senses. She hastily took the ice cream and paid, and just as she was about to leave, the lady who had caught her attention changed her mind and walked towards her. "I'll have an ice cream too, I want." The lady frowned as she chose, seemingly unfamiliar with ice cream flavors. After hesitating for a moment, she didn't ask the vendor but turned to Alice instead. "Miss, do you have any recommendations?" Alice, who was about to leave, was called out. She didn't meet the lady's gaze but looked at her lower abdomen. A few seconds later, she suddenly smiled and said, "You could try it with crushed nuts." "All right, then I'll." The lady responded with a smile, but suddenly gasped, clutching her lower abdomen with a pained expression. "Are you all right, madam?" Alice immediately supported her considerately. "I'm fine, I just." The stranger lady shook her head. "Watch out." Alice suddenly exclaimed in terror, releasing her grip in fright and stepping back a few paces. "Watch out." This was a warning from the vendor. The lady subconsciously turned her head, only to see the shelf full of ice cream falling directly towards her. Her pupils suddenly constricted, and she stumbled backward a few steps. In her panic, her hand grabbed a nearby pole, barely steadying herself. Several tubs of ice cream breached the line and spilled onto her clothes. Alice looked at the gravel that was just a step away from the lady's heel, a dark glint flashing in her eyes. Then, she subtly showed a concerned expression, approached the other party again, and asked caringly, "Are you all right, madam? Are you hurt at all? Do you need to go to the hospital for a checkup? Perhaps you need to go back and change your clothes." As she spoke, Alice's gaze silently swept over the lady's hand clutching her upper abdomen, and her lower abdomen soaked with ice cream. What a pity. She lowered her eyes, sighing silently in her heart. Watching the lady board the carriage, Alice glanced at the innocent horse and coachman, a slight curve on her lips. She slowly licked her ice cream as she walked, lagging far behind the carriage, until the carriage turned into the next street at a corner not far ahead. Hiss. When the horse's neigh came from ahead, the curve of Alice's lips widened. She quickened her pace, approached the alley entrance ahead, and frowned at the overturned carriage by the roadside. The carriage was almost shattered as she wished, and the lady naturally fell out, but the unlucky coachman became the cushion beneath her. How fortunate. In the chaotic and noisy crowd, Alice, leaning against the alley entrance and murmuring to herself, did not attract anyone's attention. "So, who exactly pushed you to this point?" This question, of course, received no answer. Alice gazed deeply at the crowd that was gradually closing in, took a fierce bite of her ice cream, and then successfully turned pale from the cold. Phew. Taking advantage of no one paying attention, Alice, with a twisted expression, spat the ice cream out of her mouth. After her mouth temperature returned to normal, she continued to eat the ice cream in small bites and left the scene. Upon returning home, Alice tapped the table, beginning to ponder the events of the day. Running into an angel of the same pathway on the street was truly absurd, but if one considered the law of Beander characteristic convergence, coupled with her unclear connection to the uniqueness, it no longer seemed so strange. Setting aside the coincidence of the encounter, Alice seriously analyzed today's situation. It seems to be being hunted by some unknown existence, and is thus running ragged. Meeting the snake of fate by chance was much easier than meeting Charlie King, she mused. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Chapter 106 Chapter 68 The owner of the wealth accessories. Alice seriously considered the possibility of investigating that unknown existence and then selling the location of the Snake of Fate. This thought was fleeting, and Alice quickly realized it wasn't advisable. No. To be able to chase an archangel until he's exhausted, he must be at least an archangel, and he definitely wants to become a god. Which means, he just hasn't discovered me yet, otherwise, I'd actually be his Beander ingredient too. Alice suddenly felt a bit of sympathy for Charlie King. After all, everyone is a Beander ingredient, and he also wouldn't, stop thinking about it. Alice quickly pulled her wandering attention back to the main topic. Reincarnation, no, transmigration or something, maybe it's a high sequence ability. That would explain why he was a 10-year-old boy before. Judging from his reaction, even if his mother, for now, even if that lady miscarried, and he still had the ability to reincarnate. To transmigrate again, it would probably be very troublesome. Unfortunately, I don't know his mother's identity. However, following him is too dangerous. He is sequence 1 after all, even if he is just a fetus now, he definitely has the ability to retaliate when dying, and I neither understand high sequence abilities nor do I have a way to deal with them. I just feel a bit sorry for the stall owner and the coachman. Having finished her analysis, Alice delivered her conclusion without apology. After all, if she were truly to feel sorry, the first person should be the child's mother. If Alice had any worries in this matter, Goddess bless, I hope the stall owner's business wasn't too affected, and his ice cream can continue to sell. I really like their ice cream. Alice drew the scarlet moon symbol on her chest, praying devoutly. At 8 p.m. on Wednesday, Alice appeared promptly in the living room where old Mr. Wise-Eye held his gathering. She didn't actually have anything to buy. If anything, she was just a bit curious if the wealth accessory had been sold. To Alice's surprise, she mentally listened through the entire event but never saw the seller she always paid attention to at every gathering. Had he sold the wealth accessory? Alice left Braveheart's bar in a daze, feeling like she had lost her source of happiness at Braveheart's bar. After a moment of thought, Alice pulled a coin from her pocket, silently recited, "The owner of the wealth accessory successfully sold the wealth accessory," and tossed the coin. Looking at the coin showing heads, Alice fell into contemplation again. This thing wasn't sold. But, if that's the case, why didn't he come? Was it a coincidence, just that he happened to have something on this occasion, or, even if it was sold, it was already useless? Thinking of this, Alice raised an eyebrow and quickened her pace home. Entering the warm, fireplace-equipped study, Alice closed the door, wrote, "The reason the owner of the wealth accessory did not attend the Bravehearts bar gathering," on a piece of paper, and silently entered a dream. In her dream, a scene from a past gathering appeared. In the dim living room, the flickering candlelight in the center cast wavering shadows of the people. In this eerie atmosphere, the voice of the wealth accessory owner sounded. "You must resell it within 3 months, otherwise, you will lose all your wealth within the subsequent half month, and it will be useless even if you resell it later." After exiting the dream, Alice blinked in a daze, realizing that the other party probably gave up selling because the 3-month deadline had passed. But why do I feel uneasy? Alice placed her hand over her heart, feeling her heartbeat, and asked in confusion. The doubt lingered in the air, creating no ripples. Alice pondered for a moment, and after considering the success rate of directly divining the location of the wealth accessory owner, Alice wrote, "The reason I feel uneasy," on a piece of paper and silently entered a dream. But the revelation from the dream did not change. It was still the dim living room, the flickering candlelight, and that familiar voice to Alice sounded. "You must resell it within 3 months, otherwise, you will lose all your wealth within the subsequent half month, and it will be useless even if you resell it later." Alice's brows furrowed, she tapped the table twice and began to consider the possibilities behind the revelation. Assuming the wealth accessory has a very serious negative effect, maybe there's no need to assume. The negative effect of the wealth accessory after it expires would definitely be unbearable, and most likely, the person would be almost gone by then. Even if we assume the wealth accessory only just expired today, when it first appeared at the Bravehearts bar gathering, there wasn't much time left. It's certain that its owner was desperate, selling this item at various gatherings. Braveheart's bar shouldn't be an exception. Considering that the price of the wealth accessory has always been fixed at £2,000, even if the other party was very anxious, they never considered lowering the price or giving it away for free. The price of this thing might be limited. Is the reason I feel uneasy related to the negative effect of the wealth accessory. But the wealth accessory isn't in my hands, so even if there's a negative effect, it shouldn't involve me, unless I know the owner of the wealth accessory. No, that's not right either. Is it possible that the owner of the wealth accessory, being desperate because time has run out, will harm me or those around me? After careful consideration, Alice wrote down the name, Evelyn Greenland, on a blank piece of paper. After all, among the people Alice cared about, she was the most likely to encounter problems. But Alice's unease showed no signs of easing. Alice realized that this matter probably had little to do with Evelyn. That means, there's a very high chance I really do know the owner of the wealth accessory. Alice pondered for a moment, then wrote, the location where I first met the owner of the wealth accessory, on a piece of paper, and entered the dream again. In the dream, it was a busy dock. She disembarked from the ship with a sense of bewilderment and apprehension. Several other ships were also docking at the same time, including passenger ships and, of course, cargo ships. The workers on the dock swarmed nearby, some moving cargo, and certainly no shortage of helping passengers with their luggage. Alice carefully avoided the crowded people, left the busiest area of the dock, and stood in a slightly quieter spot, gazing blankly at the bustling port and then at the chaotic crowd. At this moment, a boy's voice sounded, "Hey, miss, first time in Backland. Need a guide?" Chapter 107, Charlie King's Plan. Pritz Harbor. Alice jumped up in shock, hitting her knee on the desk. She gasped in pain, clutching her knee as she sat back down. Hiss, that hurts so much, Alice grimaced, rubbing her poor knee, her train of thought momentarily broken. Only after the pain gradually subsided did Alice consider the dream's meaning. First, the child could be ruled out. That child wasn't a Beander, and the owner of the wealth accessory in Braveheart's bar was a mid-sequence Beander, If the dream's revelation was about someone she had met in Pritz Harbor, Alice was still clueless. But if she only needed to consider people she had actually spoken to, Charlie King's image quietly appeared before Alice. Recalling how the wealth accessory boosted financial luck, and the fact that Charlie King became a Sequence 5 not long after meeting her, Alice gradually formed a theory. He acquired the main ingredient for a Sequence 5 potion through the wealth accessory. Before that, he might have already found a buyer for the wealth accessory, but for some reason, the buyer was no longer willing to purchase it. Unable to sell the wealth accessory, he eventually reached the 3-month deadline, triggering its side effect, lose all wealth. Alice's face slowly turned pale. She suddenly realized there was a hidden problem in this deduction. The person acquired the main ingredient for a potion through the wealth accessory, made it into a potion, and drank it. So, does a potion that has already become a Beander characteristic count as wealth? If Beander characteristics count as wealth, then does luck count as wealth? Does memory count as wealth? Does knowledge count as wealth? And most importantly, does life count as wealth? What exactly did wealth refer to in lose all wealth? Assuming the owner of the wealth accessory was indeed Charlie King, Alice could answer yes, without hesitation. Charlie King had almost died in front of her even when he was a Sequence 6, and after she decided to kill him, wasn't it perfectly normal for him to encounter such a thing? And that subtle sense of unease found a very reasonable explanation after confirming that Charlie King was the owner of the wealth accessory. After all, it was perfectly normal for Charlie King to think of her, who had just become a Sequence 6, after encountering a similar situation for the second time. This was illogical, but very much fate. This was a desperate counterattack by the prey before its death. The coin falling from a great height showed the king's side, confirming to Alice that Charlie King was indeed the owner of the wealth accessory. The current question was, what exactly was he going to do? Charlie King was thinking about what he should do. The wealth accessory didn't truly make all users lose their lives indiscriminately. As a Beander item from the fate pathway, it still adhered to the principle of equivalent exchange. If you didn't gain a single penny after acquiring it, it couldn't truly kill you. In the life school of thought, on the fate pathway, Charlie King was not considered one of the talented ones. He stumbled his way up to sequence 6, and this seemed to be his limit. Fate made him wait 3 years, and he still didn't get the other main ingredient. It wasn't until a little over a month ago that he received a special mission and acquired the other main ingredient after completing it. This was originally a joyous occasion, but after calming down, he quickly remembered the side effect of the wealth accessory, and he felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over him. Whatever wealth he gained through it, he had to sell it for at least that much money. After the price increase, the sale of the wealth accessory indeed ran into difficulties, and what terrified him even more was, 2 days after getting the potion ingredient, he completed the ritual and became a sequence 5. If he hadn't met that strange girl before, this wouldn't have made him so afraid. But now, he felt like a meal about to be served on a table. The subsequent warning mission to accelerate the opponent's advancement made him even more desperate. He found that fate had even found a reason for the opponent to act. He understood for the first time why his teacher had said he wasn't suited for the fate pathway. If fate had consciousness, it must be an extremely biased one. Some people struggle at the bottom no matter how hard they try, while others do nothing but wait for fate's blessings. Blessings, Charlie King clenched his fist and slammed it hard against the wall. In the intense pain, he remembered what he had said to that strange girl back then, both luck and misfortune are blessings from fate. Of course, he also remembered the girl's reply, but what if I don't want to passively accept fate's blessings, but rather control my own fate? That was a child unwilling to be pushed forward by fate. How ridiculous. Some people yearn for something they can't have, while others struggle with it. The funniest thing was, even his desire to resist came from a single sentence that girl said back then. In the silent darkness, Charlie King's self-talk echoed. It has been confirmed that the winner's ability to bestow misfortune has no effect on her, that one has temporarily stopped responding. It's impossible to find another winner, to be a scapegoat in a short time. Most importantly, even if there were another winner, she would probably rather kill me. Her previous identity was a Nighthawk of the Night Church, and she has currently been declared dead by the Night Church. Then, leak the news that she is still alive to the Night Church. At exactly 3 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, Alice appeared at the address on the invitation. A literary salon was not a formal banquet. One could enter by simply showing their face even without an invitation. Of course, this was for true nobles. Even for a literary salon, nobles didn't need to arrive on time. They could simply drop by midway. Alice was unaware of all the above. The only thing she probably knew was that Lowen's custom was to be 5 minutes late, preferring to be late rather than early. So, Alice, adapting to local customs, lingered outside for 2 minutes before presenting her invitation and entering the banquet, completely unconcerned about Charlie King's sinister plotting against her. Actually, Alice briefly considered this matter, and then, after failing to divine an answer, she naturally gave up. In any case, out of politeness, Alice decided to first meet the host of the banquet, Viscount Glaint, whom she had failed to inquire about from Miss Justice. Chapter 108 Chapter 70 The dog is well raised, Miss Justice. Alice was momentarily stunned when she saw Viscount Glaint. This person, how is he a Beander? However, it's normal for a noble child to be curious about mysticism and a little rebellious. Alice greeted him with a dazed feeling, then began to ponder what she should do. Unlike some people who came here with social ambitions, Alice was genuinely curious about what a party in this era looked like. To put it more directly, she was here to have fun. Viscount Glaint being a Beander gave Alice a reminder. She looked around, and after finding the area with snacks, drinks, desserts, and other things, she left with an ice cream and a pudding. Then, Alice found a quiet corner and began to observe the number and sequence of Beanders among the passing crowd. There's a low sequence Beander over there, there's one there too, who's looking at her? Alice's gaze searched the entire hall, passing over the authors and musicians trying to integrate into high society, finally landing on a dog. It was a very beautiful golden retriever, with smooth, shiny, soft, and fluffy fur. It was squatting in a corner of the hall, watching the drama unfolding between the hosts and participants of the banquet like a true spectator. Spectator. Alice suddenly laughed. She quickly finished the remaining pudding, then, holding her ice cream, walked through the crowd and approached the golden retriever. And Susie, watching Alice walk towards her, finally realized that her observation had been noticed. Should it stay here or leave? No, perhaps it shouldn't do anything, after all, it's just a dog. So Susie watched Alice approach her, then squat down in front of her without any pretense, staring at her for a while before curiously asking her. I remember ordinary dogs can't eat chocolate. Can you? Susie couldn't help but fall into thought. She had indeed never thought about this kind of question. Now that it was mentioned, she was actually a little curious, so Susie and Alice pondered face to face like this, until Audrey, who had some free time, felt something was off and looked at Susie. Wait, who is that person next to Susie? Audrey's eyes widened in surprise. She quickly glanced around, then approached Susie as discreetly as possible. Alice looked up, as if sensing something, and saw Audrey walking towards her. This was a blonde, blue-eyed noble young lady. From her clothing and accessories, she must be wealthy and of high status, and most importantly, she was also a Beander. Alice watched Audrey approach, and before Audrey could speak, she asked, "Is this your dog?" "Yes," Audrey answered almost instinctively. "She's very beautiful, can I pet her?" Alice tilted her head. The pronoun Alice used plunged Audrey into confusion. She asked, puzzled, She's like a dignified and elegant young lady, isn't she?" Alice blinked. Audrey realized that the young lady in front of her was clearly lying, and an ominous premonition arose in her heart, but she still replied, "Thank you for the compliment, miss, but I think Susie might not be very fond of strangers touching her." Only after speaking did she realize that she had subconsciously also used she as a pronoun, but a last-minute correction would only make it more deliberate. She tried her best to appear nonchalant. Unfortunately, Susie did not cooperate with her act. A human-like hesitation appeared on her face, and then she rubbed her head against Alice. So Alice immediately happily stroked Susie's fur, which looked very beautiful and soft to the touch, amidst Audrey's hesitant expression. After excitedly petting her twice, she looked at Alice and asked Susie a question that made her scalp tingle. "You don't seem to know if you can eat chocolate, what about other human foods? Do you have any favorites? Or have you never thought of trying human food?" Audrey felt she should say something to ease the atmosphere, but it seemed nothing she said would help. This girl clearly saw that something was off with Susie. She was already treating Susie as a person and chatting with her. Susie, of course, felt her owner's faint despair, so she gave up on answering Alice's questions, lowered her head, and rubbed Alice's hand, pretending to be just an ordinary dog, although the two people and one dog present all knew it was futile. Alice, who didn't get an answer, wasn't disappointed. After petting the dog, she happily stood up and, looking at Audrey, smiled. "You've raised a good dog, Miss Justice." Audrey's pupils dilated in shock. Only when she saw Alice's smile, filled with admiration and triumph, did she realize that Alice seemed to have just gotten the real answer from her reaction. Audrey was very annoyed. She saw obvious joy, playfulness, and curiosity from Alice, but when Alice said those words, she instinctively thought it was Alice's reaction after confirming her identity. As Alice contentedly prepared to leave, Audrey finally reacted and stopped Alice. "Wait a moment. What's wrong?" Alice obediently stopped moving. Audrey showed a standard smile and asked, "Hello, miss, I am Audrey Hall. May I know your name?" Alice tilted her head and replied with a smile, "The invitation says Beryl Rose." This answer made Audrey realize that this was probably not a real name. She recalled information about this name in her mind and finally remembered that it was the author of a recently popular comic. She had flipped through that comic, but unfortunately, judging from the content, the plot hadn't truly begun. If she was the real person, she wondered if she could ask about the protagonist's identity, so she smiled and asked, "Is this your pen name? I think we'd better find a private place to chat." Alice blinked, suggesting seriously. A moment later, Audrey led Alice into the music room she had just borrowed from Viscount Glaint, and had Susie guard outside, then eagerly asked, You are. Audrey actually felt that Alice's tone and style of speaking were very similar to Miss Fate, from the Tarot Club, but Miss Fate should clearly have brilliant golden hair. "I am Fate," Alice replied airily. "Beryl Rose is both a pen name and my current name." Chapter 109 Chapter 71 Audrey's Test. It really is Miss Fate. Is it a Beander item that changes appearance? Is it both a pen name and her current name? That is to say, Miss Fate's true name isn't this. Audrey glanced at Alice, who was doing a very poor job of hiding her emotions, and smiled reservedly. Just call me Audrey, Miss Fate. How should I address you? Alice looked at Audrey warily and replied, Beryl. After realizing Alice had no intention of revealing her true name, Audrey was a little disappointed. She decided to change the topic to something Alice wouldn't be so wary of. All right, Beryl, can you secretly tell me if the Andre in your book is really the legendary great sage? I promise not to tell anyone. Ah. Alice blinked, indeed letting down some of her guard. Although it might be a spoiler, I think most people can guess it. Andre is indeed the legendary great sage. Wow, Audrey exclaimed. Then, is that person who was sealed really the Demon King? Isn't that obvious? Alice asked, confused. Audrey shook her head and began to explain her reasons for suspicion. Because from the earlier plot, humanity's attitude towards demons is very intense. Although a few individual students raised doubts, the overall attitude is still to kill on sight, even if a half-blood is discovered. But in the final scene, the Demon King and the Great Sage seem to know each other, and their relationship looks very good. Especially that last question the Demon King asked. I remember he, she. It. Alice chose the appropriate pronoun for Audrey. I remember it seemed to cry. Audrey asked, Andre, are you here to kill me? Its words sounded like there's some emotional entanglement. Alice blinked. Just like the most common kind in romance novels. Audrey's gaze flickered. Alice understood her thoughts from Audrey's expression and righteously denied, it's not that kind of melodramatic plot you're thinking of. The war between humans and demons isn't because the Demon King and the Great Sage fell in love and then broke up. Cough, cough, Audrey coughed twice guiltily to cover up. Since that's the case, then, why did you name this comic, World Observation Log 3? Where are 1 and 2? That would be a spoiler, Alice blinked. Wait, once I finish drawing the chapter of 1,000 years, which is the plot before the slumber, I can start explaining these questions. As she spoke, Alice finished the last bite of ice cream and pushed the cup towards a bewildered Audrey. Audrey hesitated, looking at the cup, and tentatively asked, should I have someone get you another one? Thank you, Alice showed a sweet smile. When the new ice cream was brought over, Audrey looked at the happy Alice and asked uncertainly, Beryl, you didn't come here just for the ice cream, did you? Alice guiltily stopped her hand, thought seriously for a moment, and replied, well, not really. I was actually a little curious about what banquets are like in this era. This era. Audrey repeated Alice's wording. This was the second time she had heard a similar description from Alice. Alice's movements paused for a moment, and she sighed, perhaps, I come from a very distant past. Audrey stopped her movements and met the gaze of Alice, who had looked up. She had not dismissed this possibility, but Alice's behavior was full of childlike innocence and naivety. Audrey subconsciously felt that a powerful Beander, a strong person revived from the past, even if not as powerful as Mr. Fool, should be powerful and mysterious, at least not like Alice, who wore her emotions on her sleeve. Let alone in the world of Beyonders, even among her peers, she was incredibly naive. At least she herself wouldn't act that way at the Tarot Club. Hey, wait a minute. Audrey suddenly realized that if Alice truly came from a very distant past, then had she and Mr. Fool, who also didn't belong to this era, perhaps known each other. Recalling Miss Fate's behavior at the Tarot Club and Mr. Fool's intentional or unintentional indulgence, Audrey tentatively asked, then, you and Mr. Fool? Alice paused slightly. She knew that the question she couldn't escape had come again. However, Miss Justice is a spectator, now a mind reader, so she needs to be careful with her words. Alice stirred the ice cream in her cup with her spoon, her gaze falling on the tabletop, and softly replied, when I knew him. It wasn't Mr. Fool yet. Quote! Audrey was slightly excited that her guess was confirmed, but soon more doubts arose. But you, how did you? Audrey really couldn't connect Alice with a revived ancient god or a powerful Beander. Mr. Fool could be a revived ancient deity, or a wise elder, but Alice made it impossible for Audrey to make such associations. Even if the answer was right in front of her, she would still doubt it. In the few short months since becoming a Beander, Audrey had come to realize the cruelty and horror of the Beander world and had quickly matured, making it even harder for her to understand Alice's situation. Alice shook her head and said softly, "I don't know. In fact, I've lost most of my memories. I think, maybe this is the price of resurrection. Or perhaps, that part of my memory holds immense danger for me now." Resurrection. Audrey repeated the word in shock. Revival could mean waking up after a long slumber, while resurrection implies at least true death. Alice smiled but didn't explain the related questions. Instead, she asked, "Do you think I act too childish for a powerful Beander or even a deity?" Audrey didn't speak, but her expression conveyed her answer. Alice propped her chin and said thoughtfully, "Have you ever considered, assuming I really was once a powerful Beander, or even a deity, perhaps I wasn't that old at the time. But how is that possible?" Audrey's eyes widened in astonishment. "Nothing is impossible before destiny." Alice chuckled and said, "Some things seem illogical, but perhaps destiny just loves to see such absurd stories. If any true God was most likely to be a child, it would definitely be destiny." Sigh. Chapter 110 Chapter 72 Mr. World is not really a nanny. Audrey remembered Alice's words at the Tarot Club on Monday. What is fate? Alice's voice continued to resonate. "When I first woke up, a sequence 7 lucky one fell to his death in front of me, and by chance, I swallowed his Beander characteristic. Just by the name, you should know this is a sequence that makes one's luck better, yet he unluckily fell to his death. Later, it was the person carrying the true creator's offspring. She collapsed on the ground, and the bone blade her arm transformed into sliced her in half at the waist. Later, it was the demon dog. It didn't die. Perhaps it keenly sensed the hidden danger and escaped. And now." Alice didn't finish her sentence, but Audrey already thought of Charlie King, who was said to be met by chance. She hesitantly asked, "Do you think he'll also suddenly fall to his death in front of you or one of us?" "No." Alice shook her head, "although I think he'll definitely die inexplicably, but honestly, fate shouldn't be so uncreative as to keep making people fall to their deaths, right?" Looking at Alice, who was complaining about fate being uncreative, Audrey suddenly didn't know what to say. In her silence, Alice pushed the empty cup forward again, looking at her expectantly. Audrey was silent for a moment then asked, "Are you really not here specifically for ice cream?" "This time, I'm really not," Alice replied softly. "So next time you will be." Audrey caught the hidden meaning in Alice's words. Alice looked up and began to study the patterns on the ceiling. Audrey, with a headache, asked the maid to fetch a third serving of ice cream, then asked, "Actually, I'm a little curious, how old are you exactly?" "This body is probably around 15 or 16, Alice said, looking longingly towards the door. "This body." Alice's choice of words once again made Audrey wary. Alice blinked, beginning to play dumb. Accompanying the maid was Viscount Glaint. He said to Audrey, "I'm very sorry to disturb you, Audrey, but this is your third serving of ice cream." "She's eating it," Audrey pointed to Alice, who was staring expectantly at the maid. Viscount Glaint looked at Alice, wanting to speak but hesitating. Alice had no choice but to reluctantly withdraw her gaze, asking confusedly, "So I can't have a third serving?" Viscount Glaint couldn't help but have the same question as Audrey. This girl clearly came specifically for ice cream. "Let her eat it, Glaint," Audrey sighed helplessly. She's also one of those people." Viscount Glaint's pupils contracted. He had the maid put down the ice cream and leave, then looked excitedly at Audrey. Just as he was about to confirm, he heard Alice's emotionless voice. "I did not permit you to speak of my affairs, Audrey." Alice's gaze fell gently on Audrey. Although there was no pressure, Audrey felt the atmosphere in the room suddenly freeze. She subconsciously held her breath. Viscount Glaint's reaction was no better. Although he wasn't Alice's main focus, the warning from his spirituality still made his face turn pale. At this moment, Audrey finally genuinely accepted the hypothesis that Alice might be a powerful Beander or even a deity. Just as Audrey felt she was about to suffocate, Alice finally withdrew her gaze, scooped up a spoonful of ice cream, put it into her mouth, and showed a joyful smile. Audrey quietly let out a breath, adjusted her somewhat stiff sitting posture, and tentatively asked Alice. "Sorry. Since I've already told him, how should this be handled?" Alice looked up, licked her lips, and then asked, "Do you know what protagonists in novels usually say?" Audrey shook her head. Alice glanced at Glaint, who dared not speak, then at the ice cream in her hand, tilted her head, and said, "Never mind, it doesn't seem good to scare the host of the banquet like this." Glaint was silent for a moment, then opened the door and said to the maid outside, "Have someone send another serving of ice cream." Alice then sweetly said to Viscount Glaint, "Thank you." After a pause, Alice continued to ask, "Can you invite me to the next banquet too?" Viscount Glaint looked hesitantly at Audrey. Audrey was silent for a moment and said, "She probably just wants to eat ice cream." Viscount Glaint opened and closed his mouth, organizing his words several times before dryly replying, "No problem." "Yay." Alice was excited for a moment, then as if remembering something, she added, "Oh, right, don't tell anyone about my affairs." Although Alice acted as if she was just casually mentioning it, as someone who had just faced the pressure, Audrey firmly kept this matter in mind. Viscount Glaint also quickly indicated his understanding, and then, using the excuse that as the host he couldn't be away for too long, he left this room that had left him with psychological trauma. Now, only Alice and Audrey were left in the room again. It's just that, after the previous experience, Audrey could no longer chat with Alice with the same lightheartedness as before. "Hey," Alice tilted her head, deciding to give Audrey some psychological counseling, "I think I should look much more approachable than Mr. Fool, right?" Audrey looked at Alice, wanting to speak but hesitating. The innocence of a child indeed made her seem more approachable, but if one considered that she might be a revived deity, that childishness could also lead one to think of capriciousness. "Audrey," Alice narrowed her eyes at her and said softly, "I like the feeling of living as a human." When Alice finished her fourth serving of ice cream and looked at her with pitiful eyes, Audrey's mindset towards Alice finally completely shifted from awe to seeing a troublesome child. She firmly rejected Alice's request for a fifth serving of ice cream, dragged Alice out of the room, and watched her the entire time, forbidding her from continuing to eat ice cream. When Alice left in a huff, Audrey even had the urge to take her home to prevent her from buying another serving of ice cream on the way. Otherwise, she truly suspected Alice would eat herself into the hospital. So, could Mr. World really have been sent by Mr. Fool to babysit? Of course, Audrey definitely didn't ask this question. She merely exchanged addresses with Alice and repeatedly promised to invite Alice over once she could host a banquet. "It's so cold my fingers are trembling." Hands behind back. Chapter 111 Chapter 73 Amen. Monday, 3 in the afternoon, above the gray fog. Audrey was the first to smile, rising to bow to the highest seat and say, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." After receiving a slight nod in response, Audrey greeted the hanged man, magician, and others in turn. This was already a daily routine for the Tarot Club. Alice nodded happily after hearing Audrey's cheerful, "Good afternoon, Miss Destiny," then watched Audrey continue to greet the others. Even the seemingly most somber world, under Klein's manipulation, nodded and returned Audrey's greeting. In such an atmosphere, Derek's absent-mindedness became particularly noticeable. "What are you worried about?" Audrey asked Derek after completing her greetings, saving the others, who were curious about his situation, from having to ask. Son Derek did not hide anything. He immediately recounted in full how he had successfully feigned illness and been sent to the bottom of the round tower for isolated treatment, concluding by asking, "Respected Mr. Fool, will that mystical item discover that I am participating in the Tarot Club?" Audrey, unable to see Mr. Fool's expression through the gray fog, turned her gaze to Alice, and saw Alice timely purse her lips to prevent herself from laughing out loud. She felt this worry was funny, very superfluous. Audrey tried to guess Alice's thoughts, but she didn't know that Alice laughed simply because she thought Mr. Fool probably didn't know the answer to the question either. Klein, in the gray fog, secretly complained about this in his heart, then lightly tapped the edge of the bronze long table with his finger, smiling nonchalantly. "Normally, it wouldn't discover you, but some mystical items have peculiar effects." Mr. Fool's affirmative reply successfully put Derek at ease. He hummed and said, "I don't know what peculiar effects it has. This is one of the City of Silver's highest secrets." Speaking of this, he suddenly seemed to remember something and blurted out, "Have you heard of a person named Amen?" Amen. This name was like a floodgate. After Derek pulled open this floodgate, a torrent of memories poured out. Alice clutched her head, gasping for air. This made everyone, whether it was the bewildered Audrey and Furs, or Klein and Alger who had some understanding of the name, look at Alice. But Alice was not in the mood to pay attention to these things at the moment. She endured the throbbing pain and waited for the torrent of memories to subside. Afterwards, she began to try to sort through those memories. First was the scroll she remembered. The picture showed a man in a long, black trench coat, black leather shoes, black pants, a broad forehead, and a top hat. He had a thin face and wore a distinctive monocle over his right eye. He was leaning intimately with Klein. Skipping countless subsequent dual portraits, both clothed and unclothed, Alice turned to the last, and also the initial, memory that emerged. The familiar schoolgirl pulled her hand and mysteriously hid in the room. She heard her own questioning voice, "Xiao Song. Where's the thing you said you wanted to show me?" As she spoke, she glanced left and right, sweeping over the notebook spread open on the desk. First year, 7th class, Song Shu. Song Shu. Xiao Song. Alice's thoughts didn't last long before she saw Song Shu put her index finger to her lips in a shush gesture, then mysteriously locked the door, walked to the desk, and pulled out a rolled-up poster from the drawer below. Alice watched her perspective gradually zoom in, finally stopping next to Song Shu. She heard herself ask, "What is this?" Song Shu pulled her down to sit, unrolling the poster on the table, and Alice saw a giant clock. This clock was evenly divided into 12 segments by Roman numerals. A crow, or rather, a male with black wings, sat on the hands. Unknown light fell on the clock, casting the male's shadow onto the clock face. Alice concentrated on the male's appearance. He wore a long, black trench coat, black pants, and black leather shoes. A monocle was over his right eye. A monocle. Before Alice could fall into association, her gaze followed Song Shu's finger away. She saw Song Shu open a notebook, on which 3 lines of text were written. The pointer that fiddles with time. The shadow that roams through destiny. The embodiment of deceit and pranks. ... Amen. The scene in her memory shattered, but Alice had already recalled the identity of the man in the picture. She opened her eyes, looked at the little son, and whispered. Son of the Creator, blasphemer, angel of time, god of deceit and pranks. With each word she uttered, a new layer of astonishment and fear appeared on the faces of the others. By the time her voice ceased, the tarot club had fallen into a complete silence, broken only by the nervous voice of the little son asking, "Miss Destiny, are you talking about Amen?" Alice reached out and rubbed her temples before looking at Derek and replying, "If the Amen you speak of also likes to wear a monocle over his right eye." As she spoke, Song Shu's voice seemed to still echo in Alice's ears. "If you find someone around you suddenly wearing a monocle over their right eye, then you'd better be careful, just like this." She remembered that at the end of that scene, Song Shu somehow pulled out a monocle and put it on her right eye. Of course, we all know that Song Shu clearly couldn't have anything to do with Amen. In the unbroken silence, only Derek's voice continued. "I don't know. 42 years ago, an exploration team encountered a person who called himself Amen in the depths of dark. After returning to the City of Silver, they successively went mad and lost control, with only one remaining, who was imprisoned at the bottom of the round tower, right next door to me." Alice suddenly fell silent, Song Shu's image reappearing before her eyes. She heard her own curious inquiry, "Since he is so powerful, then suppose someone unfortunately encountered him, how could they survive at his hands?" Alice saw Song Shu lower her head in thought for a moment before replying. "That would probably be divided into 2 situations. If Amen has no reason to kill you, you can try to pique his interest, and that might allow you to survive." She heard herself press on. "Then, what if he does?" She saw Song Shu give a mysterious smile and tell her, "Then you can only pray that the method of death chosen for you by the Angel of Time happens to be one you also like." Let's congratulate Song Shu for finally having a name. Chapter 112 Chapter 74 Do they all like to wear monocles? Alice felt her mouth gape open, and after a long while, she hesitantly asked, "Is there no possibility of escaping at all?" "Please." Alice saw Song Shu make an exaggerated expression. "That's Amen. The uniqueness of the error pathway, the number one under the Creator. Even if one could run, it wouldn't be someone ordinary who could escape." Alice heard herself continue to ask, "Then how do I pique Amon's interest?" "Who knows? Song Shu shrugged. Besides, even if you could pique the Angel of Time's interest, the Angel of Time might not necessarily let people go. After all, he is the god of pranks, isn't he? The scene gradually dissipated, but in Alice's mind, Song Shu's final voice echoed. Besides, even if you escape, it might just be another one of Amon's deceptions. Alice, pulling her thoughts back from the memory, looked at Derek and asked with pursed lips, "Mr. Sun, are you sure it was really that exploration team that returned?" This question made everyone feel a chill down their spines. The one who finally asked the question was the well-informed Alger. If it wasn't that exploration team, what would it be? Alice thought for a moment and replied, "An exploration team wearing monocles." This time, hearing that implicitly suggestive remark, even Alger dared not speak. The one who spoke again was Mr. World. In the fourth epoch, which is 1500 years ago, or even further back, there was once a family that wielded strange powers. They belonged to the Tudor dynasty, and their surname was Aemon. Family. Alice repeated with a strange expression. "Mr. World, could you please tell me about the Aemon family?" "Mr. Hanged Man might know more detailed information," Mr. World replied. Alice then looked at Alger, quietly awaiting his answer. Alger was silent for a moment, organizing his thoughts before answering. Abraham, Antigonus, Aemon, Jacob, Tamara, these were the 5 great families that supported the establishment of the Tudor dynasty, second only to the Blood Emperor. Among them, the Aemon family was the most mysterious, leaving the least history, seemingly twisted and obscured by some power. A message once came from King of the 5 Seas Nast that the Aemon family was a blasphemer family, and they held the secret of stealing the power of gods. Also, the Aemon family claimed to be descendants of the ancient sun god. After a pause, Alger tentatively asked, "Miss Destiny, is the Angel of Time you mentioned an ancestor of the Aemon family?" Alice looked at Alger and, after a moment of hesitation, asked, "This Aemon family you speak of, do the people of their family all like to wear monocles?" Alger opened his mouth but couldn't speak. The fear that had just subsided a little surged back. And Derek, finally mustering up the courage, found the opportunity to ask the question he was very concerned about. "Miss Destiny, son of the Creator, what does that mean? And what does blasphemer mean?" "I don't know," Alice shook her head. "Or rather, I don't remember." Alice glanced at the disappointed Derek, frowned, and continued, "More than that, I'm more curious. Since Aemon was originally in our world, why did he appear around the City of Silver? And why did he want to go to the City of Silver? Is he curious about that sealed artifact beneath your City of Silver?" "That's right, since Aemon was in the world of Mr. Hanged Man and Miss Destiny, why could he appear in the area around our City of Silver? Why did he not fulfill his promise after agreeing to the request to visit? Did not fulfill his promise." Derek was startled, suddenly looking up at Alice and saying, "Miss Destiny, I remembered something." "What?" Alice asked. "That exploration captain told me that they had invited Aemon to be a guest in the City of Silver. He agreed after considering it, but when they were almost at the City of Silver, he suddenly disappeared." Alice was silent for a moment, then looked at Derek and answered seriously, "Perhaps he is already in the City of Silver. Living right next door to you." Derek hesitated to speak. Alice looked at him and sincerely wished, "Mr. Sun, I hope the next time I see you, you won't be wearing a monocle." This sincere blessing left the others in a loop of not knowing what to say and not daring to speak. Finally, the silence was broken by Mr. Fool's perpetually calm voice, "It seems you have nothing else to say." This successfully eased the atmosphere. Except for Alice, everyone realized, yes, their tarot club was an organization with a true god participating. Judging by Mr. Fool's attitude, there was nothing to fear from this Aemon. This move stabilized morale. The first to recover was Audrey. She raised her hand and said, "Mr. Fool, I request a private exchange." After the private exchange ended, Klein, having finished reading the diary, leaned back in his chair and said with a smile, "You may proceed with your free transactions." Alice, who had discussed with Klein, gently tapped the table twice first, giving a reminder. "Everyone, if you encounter anyone recently looking for Mr. Fool's believers or an organization that believes in Mr. Fool, there's no need to panic. Just remember to report it to Mr. Fool. Does this have anything to do with you, Miss Destiny?" Furs was the first to ask, and Audrey and Alger also looked at Alice with interest. Alice raised an eyebrow and chuckled, "This is Mr. Fool's test." Audrey and Alger both reined in their speculative thoughts. Only Furs was still pondering what Mr. Fool's test had to do with Miss Destiny. But who exactly was this test for? No one voiced the question. Furs took a deep breath and stated her need. "I want to purchase a spirit eater's stomach and 20 milliliters of deep-sea spearfish blood, to be paid in gold pounds." This was clearly a topic unrelated to Alice, so she leaned back in her chair, waiting for others to speak. Listening to Mr. Hanged Man cleverly showing off his qualifications, he suggested that Miss Magician consider obtaining materials from Backland. Alice felt that Miss Magician's mood right now must be very complicated. Finally, after the little son mentioned needing the Solar High Priest's potion formula, Furs had to shamelessly and exceptionally sincerely ask, "Everyone, do you have any good ways to make money?" In the silent stillness, Alice asked, "Miss Magician, have you heard a saying?" "What?" Furs suddenly had a bad premonition. Alice tilted her head and, after modifying a rather classic saying, spoke it out. "All methods of making money are written in the law books." Chapter 113 Chapter 75 Inches Interesting. Furs looked bewildered. She didn't mishear, did she? Did Miss Fate mean for her to do something illegal? Huh, didn't Emperor Rosal say that? The world asked, looking at the stunned Furs. What does this have to do with Emperor Rosal? Not only Furs was confused, but Alger and Audrey, who knew more about the inside story, also couldn't understand the world's question. After realizing that this was not a famous quote from Emperor Rosal, Alice shrank back. Without waiting for anyone else to speak, Furs realized that this problem was probably a common concern for all Beyonders, except, of course, Mr. Fool. After the world finished posting the request to find Beyonder ingredients, Alger made the final request. "Please help me look out for a person related to the previously mentioned missing colonial slave incident. He calls himself Baron, has reddish-brown skin, and obvious southern continent racial features, but someone occasionally heard him speak with a Backland accent. His third tooth on the left is missing, but it's likely been replaced. Also, his appearance is unremarkable, and his height is quite ordinary. If you can find his whereabouts, the reward is not an issue, at least 100 pounds, or equivalent items." Alice listened to Alger's description with a frown and asked doubtfully, "No photos, or personal belongings, or anything like that?" Alger shook his head. "Then even divination won't work." Alice muttered softly. Alger didn't dare to speak. Klein above the gray fog chuckled and looked around, saying, "You are free to communicate." After the tarot club ended, Derek returned to the real world, finding himself back in that narrow, dark room. Remembering Alice's words at the tarot club, Derek sat still for a few seconds, then cautiously used his light supplicant ability to scan the room, confirming the safety of his surroundings. In the silent darkness, Derek saw the dark figure sitting by the bed. The dark figure quickly became clear, revealing a head split vertically. Derek clearly saw the two gray-white halves of the brain wriggling inside the head, trying to come together but unable to. On the severed surface of the brain, viscous liquid hung down in fine threads, retracting upwards like maggots. The eyes on each side were far apart, the bridge of the nose split down the middle, and the blood was bright red. The left half of the mouth was agape, while the right half was tightly shut. This terrifying monster was naked, covered in crisscrossing dark red wounds. The countless wounds gaped hideously, revealing rows of stark white teeth, and they all spoke the same words simultaneously. "Hee, I've been discovered." Amidst immense fear, a hint of relief surfaced in Derek's heart. Fortunately, its right eye wasn't wearing a monocle, otherwise. This thought vanished, and Derek's pupils contracted violently from fear. Then, he clasped his hands together in front of his chest, placing them under his chin, in a prayer-like posture. A sacred beam of light descended from the roof, striking the monster. Then, Derek saw the beam suddenly thicken, so bright that it made him want to close his eyes. In this dazzling light, Derek saw a light man leap out and pounce on the monster, melting it. Then, a phantom separated from the monster. This phantom had black eyes, black pupils, a broad forehead, and a thin face. He wore a black classical robe, a black pointed soft hat, and a crystal monocle over his right eye. Derek's eyes suddenly widened. The image of Alice speaking flashed back into his mind, then disappeared. The light man exploded, turning his vision into a white blur. Klein gave Alice today's Rosal's diary and then sent her back to the real world. After all, he understood that even if he kept Alice, he probably wouldn't be able to get much information out of her. Alice still hasn't remembered anyone's name besides Song Shu. If Derek hadn't happened to mention Eamon this time, she probably wouldn't even have remembered Song Shu. Back in the real world, Alice didn't bother with the silently transcribed Rosal's diary. Instead, she took a pen and, on a draft paper, slowly sketched Amon's image. The image of the man sitting on the pointer gradually became clear. Alice looked at the man who seemed to be observing her through the drawing, her eyes becoming distant, but how did they end up together? Just as Alice remembered, Eamon was the Creator's son, the angel of time, the blasphemer, the god of deceit and pranks. And Klein was the fool, was. A sharp pain from deep within her spirituality stopped Alice from thinking further. Her face pale, she halted her thoughts on this topic, forcibly twisting her mind back to the original direction. Gods and love were two words Alice could never connect. Love, after all, should only be something mortals cared about. Even if Eamon was not yet a true god, he was already infinitely close to one, and Klein. Although she didn't know what that castle was, it was probably from the moment Klein sat in the chief seat, calling himself the fool, that all outcomes were already predetermined. After knowing Amon's identity, Alice really couldn't imagine these two people's love story. Surely they weren't just in a physical relationship. To dispel this terrible thought, Alice picked up the Rosal's diary beside her and forced herself to concentrate on it. In the forsaken land of the gods, a black-headed, black-eyed man wearing a monocle over his right eye leaned against a wall, his eyes closed, a smile of interest on his lips. Beside him were three other men dressed similarly, sitting around him. Each of them held a few cards in their hands, with some already played in the middle. It seemed their fighting evil game was halfway through. In the mysterious palace above the gray fog, the gentle but emotionless voice of the girl whose face was obscured by the gray fog sounded. The Creator's son, the blasphemer, the angel of time, the god of deceit and pranks. If the Eamon you speak of also likes to wear a monocle over his right eye. Mr. Sun, are you sure it was really that exploration team that returned initially? An exploration team wearing monocles. This Eamon family you mentioned. Do all the people in their family like to wear monocles? Perhaps he is already in the City of Silver. Living next door to you. Mr. Sun, I hope the next time I see you, you won't be wearing a monocle. Interesting. The man chuckled, opened his eyes, and reached up to adjust his monocle. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he raised his gaze, piercing through layers of obstacles, and fixed it in the direction of Backland. I saw something today that made me completely distraught, so I'm sharing it to make you distraught too. A fool abandoned by the times. The head of the Meteorological Bureau in charge of smog. A working dealer wearing a yellow suit and a black bow tie. Chapter 114 Chapter 76 Taboo Name. Rosal's diary still maintained an extremely low information density. Alice received no information from the first few paragraphs other than his real name, Huang Dao, but that didn't seem to be of any use. Alice continued reading with a complex expression and obtained another piece of information that could barely be considered useful. Rosal's transmigration was due to a mysterious silver plate. This seemed to be all the information. She didn't know that Klein was currently fighting an Eamon clone, and Eamon himself, having learned of Alice's existence from Sun, had destroyed the diary and decided to go buy an ice cream to calm down. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Archbishop St. Anthony, dressed in a black robe with red trim, emerged. Distracted, he ignored those who greeted him and went to the ground floor, where he leaned back in a chair and prayed quietly. After a while, he opened his eyes, exhaled, looking towards the cathedral entrance, and then returned to the basement. Alice Kingsley. In the dream, when the man in a bishop's robe across from her called out that name, Alice's pupils suddenly contracted, revealing obvious shock and fear. Sure enough, the other party continued before she could adjust her expression. Someone reported to the night church that you are still alive. Alice opened her mouth, unsure how she should react normally. Her spirituality told her that the person in front of her was a demigod. Do you know about this? The other party asked gently. Alice's mood relaxed slightly. She shook her head. The person who reported you is named Charlie King, the other party said thoughtfully. Do you know him? Alice immediately realized this was the cause of her unease. This was Charlie King's final desperate counterattack, but she hesitated, unsure whether she should tell the other party that she was hunting Charlie King. The other party waited quietly for her answer. Alice looked at his patient and gentle attitude and suddenly realized that he probably knew she could remain lucid in dreams. Why? Her ability to remain lucid in dreams should be the goddess's favor, which meant, was this the goddess's command? Alice immediately relaxed. She nodded and said, I'm hunting him. I understand. The man in front of her nodded, then relayed Charlie King's location to Alice. Alice was momentarily unsure what expression she should wear in response to this. The other party seemed to have only come to inform her and left her dream without waiting for her reaction. Waking from her dream, Alice rubbed her temples, then got out of bed barefoot, walked to the bedroom window, pulled open the curtains, and looked at the imperfect moon casting moonlight into the room, falling into thought. It wasn't until the night wind made her shiver that she realized what she was doing. She quickly ran back to put on her shoes, then draped a coat over herself, looked at the moon outside the window, clasped her hands over her chest, and began to pray quietly. Klein, woken from his dream by the sound of prayer, grumbled as he arrived above the gray fog, and skillfully pulled Alice up. Before Klein could ask her if she was ill, Alice preemptively said, I met a saint of the church, in my dream. Klein's expression immediately became serious. Hey, although the actual reason was that she couldn't sleep, he really wouldn't blame her as long as it was something serious. Alice blinked twice without any guilt and said, that saint told me that Charlie King reported my existence to the night church, and then told me Charlie King's location. Quote. Klein felt his mind was a bit slow. After thinking carefully for a while, he tentatively asked, the goddess. Alice shrugged. So, with the simple thought that he was already awake, Klein asked, so you're going to find Charlie King now? I'm not sick. Alice rolled her eyes. Quote. Klein began to feel that something was wrong. Then why did you wake me up? Alice's gaze drifted for a moment, then quickly became righteous. I couldn't sleep, so I checked if you were asleep. Quote. Klein at this moment deeply regretted that he couldn't flip the table above the gray fog. He looked at Alice, who was blinking innocently, with a headache, and repeatedly told himself in his heart not to argue with a minor, then asked, about Eamon, do you remember anything else? Alice frowned and recalled seriously. The chaotic images in her mind reappeared, and her expression couldn't help but stiffen. Noticing the change in Alice's expression, Klein quickly asked, what's wrong? Did you remember something? Why that expression? Alice opened her mouth as if to speak but hesitated, looking at Klein and starting to wonder if she would get hit if she asked him if he liked men. Even a purely physical relationship would be strange to ask about. Klein looked at her in confusion. The words turned several times on Alice's lips but didn't come out. Finally, Alice gritted her teeth and changed the subject. Chen, I used to have a friend named Song Shu. She read a book, and you and Eamon were both characters in that book. Everything about Eamon and you, she told me. A chilling sensation spread through Klein's heart. Klein had no doubt that if he wasn't above the gray fog at this moment, his clothes would be soaked with cold sweat. After a long time, he asked dryly, do you remember anything more? Like the book's title, main plot, settings, and so on. Name, plot, settings. Alice frowned, trying to recall this content, or rather, to search for memories related to Song Shu. The screaming of her spirituality stopped Alice from exploring further. Hiss, Alice gasped, reaching up to hold her forehead under Klein's worried gaze. After her spirituality quieted down a bit, she explained, don't worry, it's a spirituality warning. Klein suddenly felt that perhaps having too high spirituality wasn't a good thing. Alice frowned and fell into thought. She had been warned once that day when recalling Klein's identity, and again that night when recalling the book's title, plot, and settings. Just how dangerous was this book? So, which part was dangerous? The plot, the settings? It couldn't possibly be. Hiss. Alice, tempting fate, received another warning. After rubbing her temples, she raised her head with a strange expression and said to Klein, the title of that book seems to represent some kind of forbidden knowledge. Chapter 115 Chapter 77 Who is the protagonist? The book contains extremely dangerous forbidden knowledge. Klein subconsciously paid attention to this information, then felt it seemed normal. After all, the content of that book didn't sound very safe. They were silent for a while, then Klein suddenly remembered Leonard's statement about the protagonist and curiously asked, "So, do you still remember who the protagonist of that book is?" Alice suddenly choked up. She looked at the ceiling, then at Klein, then at the table, then at the floor. Klein watched Alice's actions and finally couldn't help but ask, "Is there something you can't say about this?" Alice opened her mouth, hesitated repeatedly, but still swallowed words like, "This book tells the love story of you and Eamon," and said with a sincere expression, "You." "What?" Klein subconsciously asked. Alice looked at Klein with a sincere expression and replied, "The protagonist of this book is you." Klein looked at Alice's expression and recalled her previous actions, feeling that things were not that simple. He pressed further, "Then why did you have that expression just now?" Alice suddenly wanted to find some tape to shut Klein's mouth. This was a rather difficult idea to execute, so Alice quickly gave up and provided an answer that was true but not entirely true, "Because I always feel that being the protagonist in this kind of book doesn't sound like a good thing." Klein nodded in agreement, then he curiously asked, "What about you? What is your identity in the book?" Alice's smile suddenly vanished. She could be certain that there was absolutely no transmigrator named Shen Yinghuan in that book, otherwise, Songshu's judgment of her back then wouldn't have been a natural monster. Or rather, the beginning of that sentence might have been missing an if. That's right. Songshu clearly mentioned the book's title to her. It was called Mysteries, Mysteries, Hiss. Alice's face turned pale, and she quickly stopped herself from reminiscing. When she held her head and looked at Klein's worried eyes, Alice said numbly, "Actually, you don't need to worry so much. After all, if I could die like this, it might be a good thing, right?" Klein, familiar with Alice's personality, chose not to respond to that statement. Alice sighed in disappointment and skillfully reined in her runaway thoughts. She recalled what the goddess told her before her resurrection. An unknown existence had erased the original owner of this body from fate and inserted her own fate. Perhaps, she truly didn't belong in this book, and perhaps that unknown existence was related to the truth of her transmigration. Or rather, her blank past. So, the next question is, did that book truly exist in that vanished civilization? Or was the existence of a vanished Earth civilization actually a setting in that book, and she truly came from another world? Moreover, the idea of living in a book always brought back some unpleasant memories. She couldn't forget the inkless quill 008, and of course, she couldn't forget Ins Zangwil. If this book existed in the vanished Earth civilization, could its creator have been a powerful Beander? And the story he wrote eventually came true in the world. Speaking of which, the history of this world is more than a little similar to Earth civilization. Could this also have been written by someone? This was a dangerous line of thought. Alice quickly pulled her thoughts back and switched to another question. What was the purpose of that unknown existence throwing her into this book? Alice had many questions, but unfortunately, she couldn't find answers to any of them. She could only look at Klein and reply, "Perhaps I shouldn't have existed in this book at all, but was merely inserted by another existence. Besides, why couldn't I have transmigrated into a novel with you as the protagonist?" Klein felt convinced. He analyzed seriously, "You have a point. That means it's no longer the original book, we are actually in another book, and you are the protagonist of this book." Alice felt that she really should find some tape to shut Klein's mouth. Alice glared fiercely at Klein, and after he shut up, she thought to herself, I wonder what Mr. Fool would think if he saw those paintings at the Tarot Club." This was quite a dangerous thought, and Alice also felt a touch of curiosity about this question after hearing it. She had initially thought about showing those paintings to Klein himself, but at the time, not knowing the identity of the other protagonist in the paintings, she hesitated and abandoned the idea. But now, this idea was simply too tempting, and Alice spent a long time suppressing it. She decided to postpone this until she understood the specific relationship between these two people. Surely, they weren't just in a physical relationship, were they? Alice shook her head, throwing those dangerous thoughts out of her mind, then, maintaining her composure, asked, "In that case, will this book have a romantic storyline? Will there be a male lead or something?" Klein fell into deep thought. Their exploration of that past, still heavily shrouded in mist, ended here. Next, Klein kindly asked, "How do you plan to deal with Charlie King? Do you need help?" Alice, recalling Charlie King's failed attempt to report her, thoughtfully countered, "Why do you think his attempt was to report me to the night church, rather than to run away or kill me?" Because he felt he couldn't escape, nor could he win. This answer was obvious, but neither of them dared to speak it aloud. A mid-sequence meander of the fate pathway being forced into helplessness by fate itself sounded truly terrifying. Especially for Alice. Unlike Klein, she was truly pushed onto this path by fate. Every step she had taken to reach today was filled with the traces of fate. And what worried Alice was the giant white snake coiling at the top of the tower that she dreamed of when she first arrived in Backland. If the nameless, lucky one, from back then and the current Charlie King were both brought before her by fate, how similar were her experiences in her dream to theirs. She absolutely didn't want to die in front of the other party in some inexplicable way one day. Rejecting Klein's suggestion, Alice returned to the real world amidst the silently spreading gloom. The moon still hung in the sky. Alice, having lost her sleepiness, opened her pocket watch and found that it was only 3 in the morning, still a considerable distance until dawn. Accidentally fell asleep. The second chapter will probably be a bit late. Hands behind back. Chapter 116. Chapter 78. Fate is like a rushing party. Would it be strange to go out at this hour? At 4 in the morning, after failing to fall back asleep, Alice checked the time and began to seriously ponder this question. Of course, there was no need to ponder it, anyone would give an affirmative answer. So Alice gave up thinking. She changed her clothes and went out, starting to look for a night shift taxi, no, a carriage, in Empress Borough, Backland, inside a very ordinary-looking house. Charlie King shot up from his bed, gasping for air, his body trembling uncontrollably. After a long while, he finally calmed down. He put on his clothes, lit the lamp, and went to the bedroom mirror to look at himself. The mirror reflected his face, pale with fear. His eyes still held an unquelled terror, and he knew why. He was having nightmares again. Ever since he sent the tip-off letter to the night church, he had been having the same nightmare. In the dream, he repeatedly encountered the same things, running, being caught, and then dying. In these short 2 or 3 days, he had already experienced dozens of ways to die, from inexplicably absurd falls to being crushed or buried alive by suddenly collapsing walls, and then to various calamities falling from the sky. He remembered the desperate terror of his full-throttle escape, the genuine fear before death arrived, the incredibly real pain of dying, and even more, the despair of falling out of one dream into another. He also couldn't forget the sound that echoed before each of his deaths. Rumble. The only thing he couldn't figure out was, if this was a revelation of fate, what was fate's purpose in doing this? Charlie King felt he couldn't decipher any more information from this revelation, or rather, he had deciphered it, but he didn't quite dare to believe it. Those dreams were like laying out one death after another before him, letting him choose his favorite one. It even seemed to imply a sense of urgency. Charlie King didn't know if he should believe his interpretation, because believing it would mean he should perhaps seriously choose his method of death. Even a mosquito caught in a spiderweb struggles until the last moment, let alone a living person. Click. Just as he was deep in thought, a subtle yet remarkably clear sound echoed in the quiet of the deep night. Charlie King stood up, walked into the living room, his calm gaze falling on the source of the sound, the doorknob that was turning. Alice quickly found a night shift coachman through divination. It seems that no matter the era, there are always poor souls working night shifts for a living. Alice sighed with emotion as she told the coachman the address. In this era, which lacked nightlife and a culture of overtime, the streets at night were desolate and quiet. Sitting inside the carriage, Alice could only hear the rolling of the wheels and the hooves of the horse. When the rhythmic sound suddenly stopped, Alice was still a bit slow to react. It wasn't until the coachman's call that she realized, oh, she had arrived at her destination. After paying, Alice stepped out of the carriage. After finding her target house, she fell into thought as she looked at the door lock. The doorknob in front of him turned twice and then stopped. His spirituality gave no revelation. Charlie King stared at the stopped doorknob for a while, ultimately not divining, and walked forward to open the door. The golden head squatting at the doorway heard the movement, looked up, and blinked twice at him. Charlie King took a deep breath, looking at those eyes, as pure and innocent as the last time he saw them, and suddenly felt a profound sense of powerlessness from within. Fate, it seemed, really intended for him to choose his preferred way to die. With the thought of, since I'm already here, Alice looked at the door lock in front of her and began to consider the feasibility of picking it. She gripped the doorknob and tried to turn it a few times, then started searching nearby for tools that could be used for picking locks, though she didn't actually possess this skill. But how to put it, since she was already here, Alice searched around but found no suitable tools. Finally, she picked up a strand of her hair and seriously considered the possibility of picking the lock with her hair. That's what they wrote in books. Faced with the option of pulling out her hair, Alice hesitated for a moment before finally giving up. She tried twisting the doorknob twice more, then squatted where she was, hugged her knees, buried her head between them, and began to ponder life. So what was so wrong with her that she had to run over in the middle of the night? It wasn't until the sound of the door opening that Alice dazedly looked up, seeing Charlie King, who had opened the door, and began to think about what she should do now. Complex and varied emotions were reflected in Charlie King's eyes. If Alice had to describe it, it was the kind of enlightened look a person gets right before death. Alice looked at Charlie King's eyes, blinked dazedly twice, and began to ponder what the other party had experienced during this time. She saw his gaze gradually shift from complex to relieved, finally letting out a bitter laugh and saying to her, "Come in and sit for a while." Then, he let go of the doorknob, turned his back, and walked into the living room without looking back, leaving the open door in his back completely to her. Charlie King looked at the bewildered Alice, recalling his recent lament. Some people yearn for something they can't have, while others struggle bitterly. He craved the favoritism and pity of fate, while the girl before him seemed to wish that fate would avert its gaze from her and look at someone else for a while longer. In truth, before fate, they were both equally powerless. So, why did fate favor the other party more? The answer was already in his heart. He had lost the desire to struggle, caught in fate's embrace, while the girl before him had developed a longing to hold fate in her own hands. Then, he wished her success. He smiled at the girl with a sense of relief. "Come in and sit for a while." Then, without waiting for Alice's reaction, he walked straight back into the living room. He then turned around, looked at Alice, who was hesitantly entering and didn't forget to close the door, and asked, "Would you like something to drink? Coffee or black tea?" Alice looked at Charlie King, who had invited her in to sit down, and then turned away without looking back, and felt a touch of bewilderment. This person, why is he like this? Her spirituality was as still as stagnant water, without the slightest desire for warning. Alice hesitated for a moment, looking at Charlie King's back, and finally decided to trust her spirituality and go in and sit for a while. She cautiously entered the door, closed it behind her, and then heard Charlie King's inquiry, "Would you like something to drink? Coffee or black tea?" Alice hesitated, then looked at Charlie King and asked, "Do you have ice cream here?" Chapter 117 Chapter 79 The Death of Charlie King. Chapter 117 Chapter 79 The Death of Charlie King. Charlie King paused suspiciously. For a moment, he felt as if he hadn't opened the door to find an enemy crouching outside, but had merely picked up a little girl who had nowhere to go in the middle of the night. But, why does this hobby seem a bit familiar? Do people suitable for the fate pathway all like to eat ice cream? How could people be chosen this way? That would be too childish, wouldn't it? Charlie King couldn't help but laugh at his own thought. He shook his head and said to Alice, "Sorry, I don't have anything like that here." Alice's features scrunched up. As she walked to the sofa, she hesitantly made her choice. "Then, coffee it is." Charlie King felt a bit bewildered watching Alice, who was genuinely placing an order. He brewed the coffee, watched Alice add sugar cubes, and then very naturally prepared to take a sip. He finally couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you worried I might poison it?" Alice looked at Charlie King, who let out a laugh as if remembering something funny, then said to her, "Sorry, I don't have anything like that here." Alice felt a little disappointed, as neither coffee nor black tea was to her liking. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to be picky and chose coffee. After Charlie King placed the brewed coffee, with sugar and milk, in front of her, she added 2 more sugar cubes before picking it up to try. She heard Charlie King ask in confusion, "Aren't you worried I might poison it?" Alice seriously considered this grave question. She hadn't suspected anything when Charlie King gave her the Calamity Priest potion formula, because she truly hadn't thought of it. She hadn't suspected anything when Charlie King invited her in, because her spirituality hadn't given any warning. Was she, perhaps, relying too much on divination and the warnings from her spirituality? This seemed to be a habit she had developed over many years, but trusting the prompts and warnings given by an existence she had no control over seemed to inherently mean danger. Especially when at the end of this pathway, there was also a snake of fate lurking, waiting for an opportunity. Alice ultimately did not take a sip of the coffee. She merely held the cup in her hands, feeling the warmth, and asked amidst the rising steam, "What do you want to do?" Charlie King looked at Alice, who had become wary due to his words. She was still holding the cup of coffee, but she ultimately didn't drink it. He saw Alice look up at him after a moment of thought and ask, "What do you want to do?" What did he want to do? What could he do? Charlie King finally sighed and looked at Alice, asking, "Can I choose a less painful way to die?" Alice froze in place. She carefully observed Charlie King's expression. His demeanor was calm and serene. When he said these words, he was even smiling. Alice remembered Charlie King's expression when she first saw him, from a myriad of shifting thoughts to a final, peaceful sense of relief. Alice finally understood his attitude from the beginning until now. Complex emotions welled up in her heart. Alice felt as if she had many things she wanted to say, but when the emotions reached her throat, she couldn't even form a complete sentence. Finally, Alice put down the teacup in her hand and asked him, "Why don't you struggle a bit more?" This question was directed at Charlie King, and it was also a reminder to herself. She was afraid that one day, she too would be like Charlie King, asking others, "Can I choose a less painful way to die?" Charlie King's act of giving up seemed to foreshadow her future. Charlie King shook his head gently and looked at Alice, asking, "Would you like to hear a story?" Alice listened quietly. From him becoming a Beander, to him being deemed unsuitable for the fate pathway, then the 3 years without hope of advancement, then the surprise and fear of finally advancing, then his attempt to resist by reporting her existence to the church. Finally, Charlie King asked, "Can you tell me how you found me?" Alice pursed her lips, looking at him with a hint of pity, and said, "I am a favored one of the night." Quote. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Charlie King suddenly burst out laughing so hard that his body unnaturally arched, laughing so hard that tears spilled from the corners of his eyes. Finally, he sighed and said, "Fate, you really are completely unfair." "No," Alice shook her head, gently refuting his words. "The fairest thing about fate is that it's unfair to everyone. The fairest thing about fate is that it's unfair to everyone." Charlie King murmured these words, a dazed look in his eyes. Alice watched him quietly, lost in her own thoughts, until Charlie King pulled a gun from under the coffee table, put it into his mouth, and pulled the trigger. The gunshot was so abrupt in the silent night. Alice's eyes widened in shock as she watched the gun fall to the ground, having lost its owner's grip. Was he insane? When a shining gold coin slowly materialized on Charlie King's corpse, when she subconsciously stood up and picked up that gold coin, when the feel of the gold coin appeared at her fingertips, she finally understood the current situation. Clang! The gold coin fell to the floor, rolled a short distance forward, spun a few times in place, and finally stopped. Alice stood still, once again pinching her arm hard, forcing herself to avert her gaze and focus on Charlie King's corpse. "Don't get close, don't look." She closed her eyes, allowed her breathing to slowly calm down, then softly chanted in ancient Hermes. "The fool who does not belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The yellow and black king who holds good luck." Quote. Klein, who had just fallen asleep, was once again awakened by the prayer. He grumbled as he climbed above the gray fog, but couldn't help but worry in his heart. Although Alice was indeed a bit troublesome, she wasn't that insensible, was she? When he saw the corpse next to Alice through the crimson star, Klein was unsure whether he was relieved or tensed up. He reached towards the crimson star and heard Alice's voice. "I want to sacrifice Charlie King's Beander characteristic to you. Please keep it for me. Is there something wrong with this thing? Is she really in such a hurry to sacrifice it to me in the middle of the night?" Klein frowned and responded to the crimson star, "All right." Chapter 118 Chapter 80 He is hidden in the air. Alice pulled out some spirituality materials from her person and hastily prepared a sacrificial ritual, tossing in the gold coin that subtly exuded an attractive force. As the door of sacrifice closed, Alice finally breathed a sigh of relief. She really didn't want to swallow a Sequence 5 Beander characteristic without a ritual or auxiliary materials. Once was enough for that kind of thing, truly. Regardless of how Klein researched that Beander characteristic above the gray fog, after the most dangerous object in the room disappeared for her, Alice looked at Charlie King's corpse and suddenly realized a problem. Even if Charlie King committed suicide, her being here in the middle of the night was still very strange, wasn't it? She wouldn't have to see the Nighthawks in her dream again, would she? Alice stared at the corpse, pondered for a moment, then, with the thought of, "I'll deal with it later," walked around the coffee table and began to search him. Regrettably, Alice ultimately only found one Beander item on Charlie King. Yes, that wealth accessory. This accessory was a brooch in the shape of a green gemstone, which Charlie King wore as a cufflink on his sleeve. After Alice held it in her hand and looked at it for a few seconds, she decided to put it away and research what side effects this thing actually had when she got back. Alice looked at the simple living room and seriously considered whether to ransack Charlie King's house. Thinking of the side effects of the wealth accessory he had mentioned, she decided against it. Wouldn't the money found in Charlie King's house also count as her financial luck? Alice suddenly understood the terrifying aspect of the wealth accessory. In fact, the worst part was not the side effect of the wealth accessory, but its operational characteristic: it gives first, then exacts a price. Just as fate does to her. So, should one pay the price first, then reap the reward? Alice's murmuring went unanswered, and her original intention was not to get a response. She sighed for a long time, straightened Charlie King's corpse, and bowed to his body. Alice's feelings towards Charlie King were complex. She was angry at his offense, yet felt a subtle sense of shared suffering due to his experiences. And finally, the scene of Charlie King swallowing the bullet and committing suicide had a huge impact on her. Ultimately, Alice just let out a long sigh, then began to exploit Charlie King's remaining value. She wanted the Beander potion formula. Folding the paper with the Beander potion formula recorded on it, Alice hesitated for a moment, then picked up the cup of coffee she had set down and took a sip. Then, with a bitter expression, she left. She didn't immediately look for a night carriage but walked quietly along the streets in the early morning. Thump, thump, thump. In the silent, deep alley, only her footsteps echoed. Listening to the echo of her own footsteps, Alice's thoughts drifted. She had already obtained the main materials for Sequence 5 and the Beander potion formula. Although the ritual's content sounded a bit occult, Alice believed that fate would not make things difficult for her in this regard. So, theoretically speaking, as long as she collected the auxiliary materials, she could advance. Alice suddenly stumbled. She instinctively leaned against the wall and looked back. It turned out she had accidentally stepped on a small stone while she was lost in thought. This is very normal, isn't it? It's easy to trip if you're daydreaming while walking, especially at night. But Alice couldn't smile. Everything around her was calm. The night breeze occasionally brushed by, the red moon still rose and fell, and occasionally, a few bird calls could be heard. Everything seemed perfectly normal. Alice closed her eyes, and her vision instantly became darkness. Yet, that premonition became even clearer. It was as if a monster was silently devouring everything in the darkness, approaching her, surrounding her, and then, eating her. Alice opened her eyes in horror, turned, and ran wildly. Her no longer calm footsteps echoed through the large and small alleys. Finally, she stopped. Alice leaned against the wall again and closed her eyes. That terrifying feeling was gone. But Alice no longer had the courage or inclination to continue strolling in the deep night. She quickly began to search for a night carriage. Sitting inside the carriage, listening to the regular sound of wheels and hooves, Alice finally calmed down. She sighed with relief and leaned against the carriage wall. The coachman, who was out carrying passengers late at night, was perhaps bored, or perhaps a little afraid of driving alone on the empty road. He began to look for topics to chat with Alice. "Madam, why are you still out so late?" "I couldn't sleep tonight, so I came out for a walk." Alice, having just experienced a fright, didn't have much interest in chatting and answered perfunctorily. "Is that so? Then your hobby is truly unique, just like mine. The coachman didn't seem to be deterred by Alice's perfunctoriness and responded with a chuckle. Unique. What could this era, lacking entertainment, possibly have? Alice raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are your usual hobbies?" "I usually play cards by myself to pass the time," the coachman replied. "You know that game that's been popular recently, Fighting Evil?" Recently. Alice blinked blankly, thought about the age difference between Emperor Rosal and herself, and fell into contemplation. "It's not that recent, is it?" The coachman did not speak. Alice frowned, feeling that something was off but couldn't quite place it. She thought for a moment and then asked, "Why do you play cards by yourself? Can't you play with others? The place I live is quite remote, and I rarely see people. Besides, no one really wants to play cards with me." The coachman still replied with a smile. No wonder. Alice nodded thoughtfully, feeling that she understood everything. Then she asked curiously, logically, "Aren't there more people during the day? Why do you come out to drive a carriage at this hour?" "Of course, it's to meet ladies and gentlemen with unique hobbies like yourself," the other party said with a smile. "So, this is purely a personal hobby for you, not for making money?" Alice asked curiously. "Yes," the coachman replied. Alice was silent for a moment, then, muttering, "Respect and blessings," she said, "Then, your hobby is quite unique." The coachman chuckled softly, stopped the carriage, and said to her, "We've arrived." "This fast?" Alice exclaimed, jumping out of the carriage, and said in surprise when she confirmed they had indeed arrived. "I also regret that our chat was so short." The coachman smiled and rubbed his right eye socket, "But I think we will meet again." A faint sense of disharmony spread through Alice's heart. After looking at the coachman for a few seconds, she frowned, paid, and left. Behind her, the coachman watched her retreating figure, took a monocle from his pocket, and placed it over his right eye. Chapter 119 Chapter 81 Amen in Life. Alice returned home oblivious, lay on her bed, but instead of trying to sleep, she stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. What was wrong? It started the moment she stepped out of Charlie King's house. The monster emerging from the darkness, a subtle, yet seemingly omnipresent monster. The unease that didn't disappear even after escaping. The sudden feeling of calm while sitting in the carriage. And what the coachman said, playing cards with herself. The Fighting Evil game that had recently spread. The secluded area where he lived, with few inhabitants. Driving the carriage was a hobby. And that last gesture of reaching up to press his right eye socket, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Don't let the error pathway sound all grand and mighty, it's basically just a bunch of thieves and swindlers. Thieves and swindlers. Exactly. From stealing money initially, to later stealing thoughts, stealing memories, stealing abilities, stealing luck, stealing authority, from deceiving people initially, to later deceiving natural laws, to put it bluntly, they're just thieves and swindlers. Thieves and swindlers. Recalling Song Shu's description, Alice's eyes gradually widened in horror. He could steal thoughts and memories, so could he steal her unease. Alice jumped up and rushed out the door. The street outside was empty and silent, with only Evelyn, who happened to be returning, greeting her. Morning. Morning. Alice nodded, retreated back into her room, and closed the door. Reconsidering her encounters along the way, Alice came to a conclusion. Even if it really was Eamon, she should still be somewhat interesting in his eyes for now, and he had no intention of killing her yet. As for how he found her, was that even a question? There was an Eamon right next to the little son of the City of Silver. Alice seriously considered what to do if it really was Eamon, and finally decided to worry about it when the time came. She slept soundly through the morning, then went out for a pleasant lunch, and afterwards bought an ice cream from her usual stall. The boss skillfully made an ice cream and handed it to Alice, who took a lick and frowned slightly. What's wrong? The boss asked, seeing her frown. Alice took another lick of the ice cream, then, still frowning, replied somewhat uncertainly, I just feel like the taste is a bit different from before. How is it different? The boss asked curiously. Perhaps, Alice answered hesitantly, perhaps it's not as tasty as before. The boss looked at Alice in surprise and said, how could that be? Alice shook her head and said, I don't know either, maybe it's just a misconception. With that, Alice shrugged and left with her ice cream. Behind her, the boss at the stall made another ice cream, and mimicking Alice's action, took a lick. He frowned, reached up and pressed his right eye socket, somehow pulled out a monocle, put it on his right eye, then made another ice cream and took another lick. Finally, he frowned, put down the ice cream, and thoughtfully packed up his stall and left. Meanwhile, Alice, back home, began a video call with Mr. Fool, whom she had forgotten. Mr. Fool, unable to figure out what was wrong with the Beander characteristic no matter what he tried, eagerly asked, "What's wrong with that Beander characteristic?" Alice realized Klein had probably misunderstood why she had given the Beander characteristic to Klein. She pinched the bridge of her nose helplessly and replied, "Nothing is wrong." Quote. Klein gave her a look that demanded an explanation. "Perhaps the problem isn't with that Beander characteristic, but with me," Alice replied thoughtfully. "What do you mean?" Klein frowned. Alice didn't speak, gesturing for Klein to take the Beander characteristic out of the pile of miscellaneous items. Klein, confused, took the Beander characteristic from the pile of items, looked at Alice, wanting to say something, but then saw her expression. It was one of obsession, of longing. "Alice," Klein called out tentatively. He saw Alice's gaze waver for a moment, but it ultimately didn't move away from the gold coin. "Alice." Klein couldn't help but shout. "I'm here," Alice replied. She finally sobered up, but not completely. Her gaze still occasionally fell on the gold coin, and her eyes still churned with an indelible obsession and longing. Klein opened his mouth, wanting to remind her of something, but Alice had already closed her eyes, leaned back in her chair, pressing her fingers very hard on the table, and said with her remaining strength, "Quick, put it back." Klein obediently put the gold coin back, frowned, and looked at Alice, asking, "What is this?" Alice opened her eyes, held her forehead with one hand, and made a shush gesture to Klein with the other, saying, "Shish, let me think." Klein then fell silent. Alice propped her head and began to recall. At Charlie King's house, as soon as she felt that pull, she forced herself to avert her gaze, not daring to recall or investigate what exactly she was being drawn to. Above the gray fog, with Klein watching, she could finally relax and explore the secret behind that pull. The initial, lucky one, Beander characteristic in her memory emitted an alluring glow. In the Calamity Priest's potion, she saw constantly churning waves. And in the winner's Beander characteristic, she finally saw the full scope of what had been attracting her all along. It was a river. It was beautiful and dreamlike. Starting from an indiscernible source, it branched into countless tributaries, with dreamlike ripples surging from that unseen source, rushing upwards, engulfing every tributary, transforming them back into part of the main stream. Then, the ripples continued forward, submerging the tributaries of the next section of the river, and this section, in turn, transformed back into a river with countless tributaries. Yet, what flowed in that river was not water, but the same hazy and dreamlike ripples as before. She yearned to approach that river. Alice opened her eyes, looked at Klein, and said in an ethereal voice, "I am longing for it, for them, or rather, for something related to them." Klein was slightly startled. Recalling the appearance of that river, recalling her own experiences, Alice finally concluded. "Perhaps, I am longing for luck itself. Perhaps, luck itself is longing for me. Or perhaps we are inherently one, who knows?" Chapter 120 Chapter 82 How to Make Ice Cream. Destiny itself, Klein was momentarily dazed, recalling their initial conversation. When choosing their codenames, Alice, after drawing the Wheel of Fortune from the tarot cards, changed Wheel of Fortune to Destiny because she disliked the number of words. Was that a coincidence? Of course, for Alice now, the most important issue was probably another one. Realizing the problem, Klein frowned and asked, "Then how are you going to concoct the potion? You can't even be in the same room with this thing, can you?" Alice shrugged and looked at Klein seriously, saying, "I don't think I'll necessarily live to see that." "Why?" Klein was stunned for a moment. "Guess what the ritual for the winner is?" Alice said, propping her chin. "What is it?" Klein asked cooperatively. "You have to drink the potion at a sufficiently lucky moment," Alice answered solemnly. "Huh." Klein felt bewildered. "What if it's never lucky enough?" "Then it means you're not suited for this pathway," Alice replied expressionlessly. "Logically, a high sequence of the destiny pathway should have the ability to bestow luck upon others, right?" Klein guessed. Alice nodded in agreement, then, under Klein's expectant gaze, replied, "Indeed, but everyone who completed the ritual using that method eventually lost control." Huh. Klein was taken aback. Then how do you determine if it's a sufficiently lucky moment? Simple, Alice smiled. You drink it, and if you don't go crazy or lose control, then it's a sufficiently lucky moment. Quote? Klein's eyes widened. You actually believe that? Alice showed an innocent expression. Realizing he had been tricked, Klein stared at Alice without speaking. Alice shrugged and explained, the way to determine it is, you can feel when you should drink the potion. Klein frowned upon hearing this and asked with some hesitation, your ritual style won't all be like this in the end, will it? Alice shrugged and replied, I don't know, but honestly, it sounds like destiny is choosing the right person and then telling them through a megaphone that they can advance. Klein fell into deep thought, then he realized that Alice had led the conversation astray, and he tried to bring it back. What do you mean you won't live to see that? Oh, Alice, remembered what she had originally intended to say. I think I ran into Eamon. Huh. Klein became bewildered. Shouldn't he be in the City of Silver? The Eamon family, Alice reminded him. Oh right, there are many Amons. Recalling little son being entangled by Eamon in the City of Silver, Klein asked, is it because of the sun? Probably. Alice blinked. Klein looked at Alice's expression and suddenly realized that he was far more worried about this than Alice was. How could she seem to not take it seriously at all? A sense of parental fatigue welled up in Klein's heart. Fortunately, he still didn't know that Alger and Audrey had already tacitly assumed that the world was actually a nanny sent by Mr. Fool to look after children. Otherwise he would have discovered that Mr. Fool himself also seemed to be acting as a nanny. Alice looked at Klein's expression and said seriously, actually, I know the gravity of the situation, really. Klein's left eye read, disbelief, and his right eye read, you're lying to me. Alice began to seriously consider if there was any room left to salvage her image. Klein looked at Alice, who was deep in thought, and decided to give her one last chance. So what are you going to do? I think that even if I die, I shouldn't die by Amon's hand. Recalling Charlie King's suicide, Alice replied with an unclear meaning. Klein was slightly startled. I don't have the right to decide my own death, Alice said softly. Eamon might have it, but a clone certainly doesn't. At least the main body would need to come for it to be possible. After her conversation with Klein, Alice spent an afternoon catching up on her writing. After dinner, Alice decided to take a walk outside and also buy an ice cream from the place she visited at noon. After a few laps, she felt like she could eat again, so she wandered around until she reached her familiar ice cream stall, falling into thought as she looked at the empty spot. Why did the boss close early today? Alice left disappointed. The next day at noon, Alice returned to the ice cream stall's location and her eyes lit up when she saw the boss. She walked up and asked, Boss, why did you close early yesterday? Did I? The boss smiled. Yes. Alice nodded solemnly. I wanted to buy an ice cream after my walk last night, but you weren't here. The boss looked at Alice, chuckled softly, and said something that left Alice baffled. It seems you really enjoy walking. Huh. Alice was momentarily confused. It's nothing, the boss shook his head. Same flavor as yesterday. That works, Alice nodded. So the boss, with his usual skillful movements, made an ice cream and handed it to Alice, saying, try it. Alice hesitantly took the ice cream, feeling that something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. She licked the ice cream in confusion, and her brow furrowed slightly again. What's wrong? The boss asked again. The taste still seems a bit off, Alice replied, carefully glancing at the boss's expression. The boss didn't seem angry. Who knew? He stared at the ice cream in Alice's hand and the ingredients on the stall, pondered for a moment, then asked. Still not as good as before. Alice's gaze drifted. It's still better than yesterday's. This consolation prize certainly didn't satisfy the boss. He looked down at the stall, thought for a moment, then resumed his smile and asked, what time do you usually come out for a walk in the evening? Alice felt that things were even more amiss. She desperately wanted to drop the ice cream and run, but her spirituality told her it was best not to, so she stammered in reply, just after dinner. The boss nodded thoughtfully. Can I go now? Alice asked cautiously. The boss raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over Alice with a half-smile. After a moment, he reached up and pressed his right eye socket, then said with a smile, "Go on. Remember to come by after dinner." Alice opened her mouth, but in the end said nothing, and left quietly. "Alice, I keep feeling like this ice cream tastes off, but I can't pinpoint what's wrong. It must just not be good. Wait, this boss looks a bit like Amen." Chapter 121 Chapter 83 The Domineering Angel and His 100 Vestful Little Jiao Jiao. Alice returned home with her heart in her throat. The journey was along familiar streets, past familiar shops, and familiar vendors. Opening the familiar door, the furnishings inside were also familiar to her. But Alice's spirituality told her that something new had definitely appeared around her. What could it be? Alice knew in her heart. The Angel of Time had no immediate intention of killing her, but it also didn't seem to have any intention of letting her go just like that. This was a warning. He didn't care about the death of a clone. She could run away or try to call for help, but she would definitely die. If she died, could she be resurrected again? Even if she couldn't just throw her life away like this. So, what did that Angel of Time, what did he want to do? Alice recalled Song Shu's words again. He doesn't have a reason to kill me, perhaps I can try to maintain his interest in me. What kind of interest does he have in me anyway? He shouldn't be with Klein. A sound full of doubt and surprise rang out, and Alice immediately stopped her wild thoughts, beginning to count from 1 to 100 in her mind. After counting from 1 to 100, and then from 100 to 1, the Angel of Time remained quietly still. It seemed as if he had just suddenly learned something too surprising, so he couldn't help but speak. "But that's right, after all, if one day I knew." "No, don't think about it anymore." Fortunately, the Angel of Time didn't seem to have any intention of urging her on for now. Besides that initial sound of extreme surprise, he didn't make any further noise. However, the fact that he knows what I'm thinking is a bit troublesome. I'm worried he'll suddenly appear and ask me, "How do you plan to pique my interest?" "How do you plan to pique my interest?" The Angel of Time's intrigued voice rang out. Alice finally experienced what others felt when facing her. What was she trying to say just now? What was she trying to do just now? Alice pondered for a moment before asking, can I ask you a question?" "What?" Amon's voice rang out. "If there are many clones, would the clones fight each other due to differing opinions?" Alice asked seriously. "Don't you know me very well?" Amon retorted. I've lost most of my memories," Alice said hesitantly. Amon did not reply. Alice mused for a moment, then asked, "You've followed me back, do I still need to go eat ice cream tonight?" Amon's voice sounded after a while, "Actually, I'm very curious. I am that Klein. Is this what fate told you?" Alice opened her mouth, a little unsure how to answer that question. After a long while, Alice pinched her brow and replied, "How about I draw it for you to see?" Amon's tone rose. "I'll draw for you to see, what I saw and remember." Alice hesitantly organized her words. "Why don't you just recall it directly?" Amon asked with interest. "Why don't you just steal my memories directly?" Alice couldn't help but ask. "Perhaps you should become a provoker." Amon's voice became dangerous. Alice closed her mouth. But Amon didn't intend for her to shut up. He chuckled lightly and said, "Continue." Alice was momentarily confused. "You can be bolder," Amon replied. Alice didn't speak, but she understood the meaning behind his words. If she was bolder, this game would be more fun. Alice gritted her teeth, embracing the thought of, at worst, it's just death. She simply leaned back on the sofa, closed her eyes, and began to recall those magnificent paintings, striving for every detail to be exquisite enough. "Very good." At dinner time, Amon interrupted Alice's recollection with a tone that betrayed no emotion. "You should go eat ice cream." Alice was stunned for a moment. She stood up from the sofa in a daze and asked, "Can I eat dinner first?" No one answered Alice's question, but recalling his tone just now, Alice ultimately did not go to eat dinner, arriving at the familiar ice cream stand on an empty stomach. Amon, who was diligently studying how to make ice cream, had not yet appeared. After Alice waited for a while, she saw Amon slowly arriving, but before she could say anything, she heard another Amon's voice. Now you can go eat dinner. Am I part of your play? Alice blurted out subconsciously. Quote. Although she didn't get a response from Eamon, Alice felt that this must be Amon's mood. Realizing that Eamon probably didn't understand the English mixed into that sentence, she quietly turned and left, pretending nothing had happened. So, what does part of the play mean? Eamon asked abruptly as she took a sip of juice. Cough, cough, cough. Alice choked on the question, coughing for a long time before she reacted, finally whispering, if I explain it here, I'll be taken for a lunatic talking to herself. A soft chuckle came from across the table. Alice looked up and saw, for the first time in reality, the other protagonist of her stories. He was just as in the painting, wearing a black trench coat, black trousers, black leather shoes, a top hat, with a broad forehead, a thin face, and a crystal monocle over his right eye. He leaned back in his chair, his hand resting naturally on the edge of the table, tapping idly, a playful curve on his lips, his unreadable gaze fixed on her. However, a scene uncontrollably appeared in Alice's mind. Song Shu was seen holding a tablet, reciting with great emotion. The great angel of time, with a cold smile, his eyes filled with sinister charm, 3 parts disdain, 3 parts sternness but also 4 parts amusement. He seized the fool's wrists, binding them above his head, and with his other hand gently lifted the fool's chin. I knew it. The image shattered. Alice stiffly looked at the angel of time himself across from her. The passage Song Shu had recited echoed in her mind. She opened her mouth, unsure what expression she should make. By the way, he doesn't understand Chinese, but Loan language, he should understand, right? Just as she mostly communicated with Klein in Loan language, she more recognized Loan language as her native tongue. And the great angel of time opposite her was clearly also greatly shocked, but his reaction was beyond Alice's expectation. He began to painstakingly adjust his facial muscles to display an indescribable expression. Alice opened her mouth, unsure whether she should interrupt him. After several attempts, the legendary great angel of time found his final solution. He looked at Alice and asked, that expression of 3 parts playfulness, 3 parts sternness, but also 4 parts amusement, is it like this? I didn't say Eamon didn't parasitize, did I? Isn't Eamon always dancing on the edge of the deadline? If he's not dead, then jump a little further. I mean, if he could really parasitize without any problems right from the start, how could Eamon not catch up with Alice? 1 chapter left. I'll make up the last chapter on the 3rd. Right now, I need to work on an internship report with the correct format. Why the 3rd? Because I need to pack and return to school tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. The title of this chapter is the name we gave that fanfiction, what? Chapter 122 Chapter 84 Eamon is cute as a girl too. Yes, right. Alice replied, a little bewildered. Eamon looked at her with an expression Alice didn't know how to describe. Alice fell silent for a moment, then said with a sincere expression, such a unique expression can only be made by a great existence like you. For insignificant mortals like us to see it once in our lifetime is a tremendous honor. You're quite the talker, Eamon laughed, looking at Alice's expression, but can you please not praise me while cursing me in your heart? Alice's gaze flickered, and then she defended herself. I call it honesty. Amon's gaze fell on Alice's right hand. At this moment, Alice was holding a steak knife, cutting her steak with force. Noticing Amon's gaze, Alice's movements paused, then she changed the subject. So, do I still have to go eat ice cream later? You don't have to, Eamon replied indifferently. Really? Alice breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, it's not me who's going to die, Eamon continued. Quote. Alice opened her mouth, feeling a strange sense of familiarity with this conversation. After staring at Eamon for a few seconds, Alice lowered her head and stopped talking, speeding up her eating. Eamon looked at Alice, who was eating with her head down, and chuckled, even if you make the chandelier on the ceiling suddenly explode, it's useless. Alice stopped, looked up, and asked earnestly, then how can I truly hurt you? Or escape from your grasp? You're asking me how to deal with myself. Eamon retorted. Alice replied as if it were obvious, only you would know best how to deal with yourself, wouldn't you? Eamon chuckled with an unclear meaning, even if I told you, would you dare to believe it? So you don't dare to say? Alice asked, feigning surprise. Tisk, Amon's aura gradually became dangerous. Are you so certain I won't kill you? If you could kill me, I should thank you, Alice replied impolitely. Amon looked at Alice, saying nothing. Even as prey, I am prey to fate, Alice continued with a smile. What, are you planning to steal me from fate's hands? This completely undisguised provocation instead made Amon laugh. He looked at Alice and exclaimed, honestly, you'd really make a good provoker. No, I don't think I'm suitable at all. Alice shook her head. Shall we make a bet, Angel of Time? Even if I could find the provoker potion, I wouldn't be able to make you drink it. Amon had an, I don't believe it, attitude. Alice shrugged, with an, if you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do, attitude, and finished the rest of her dinner. It wasn't until Alice walked out of the door of the restaurant that Amon asked, actually, I'm quite curious, what exactly about my ice cream is inferior to the previous owners? Alice's steps paused. She hesitated and asked, perhaps it's because the previous owner wouldn't threaten me to eat his ice cream. Did I threaten you? Amon asked in surprise. Alice stopped. She looked at Amon, who was completely unaware, and answered sincerely, your very existence is a threat to me. So that's how you discovered me? Amon nodded thoughtfully. So, is the ice cream really not as good as before? Alice continued walking and said, I don't know, when I ate your ice cream, I wasn't in the mood to care about the taste. Amon began to think seriously. Just as Alice was about to reach the ice cream stall, Amon suddenly said, you should go back. ... Anyway, it's not you who's going to die. Alice hesitantly added. Very clever, aren't you? Amon praised her without sincerity. Alice fell silent for a moment, then tentatively asked, so, your clones really will fight? Amon looked at Alice suspiciously and asked, so, you're really not afraid of death at all? Just from what I remember, I've died twice already. Alice habitually grumbled in her heart, then remembered that Amon could hear her thoughts. She stiffly looked at Amon. Quick reaction, aren't you? Amon praised with a smile. He did it on purpose. Alice suddenly realized the weight of the title, God of Deceit and Pranks. He deliberately gave her the impression that he wouldn't kill her, deliberately made her think he couldn't do anything to her, deliberately showed an irritated yet helpless attitude after her harmless provocations. He was deliberately guiding her to let down her guard. But what was his purpose? It couldn't really be that a cat with claws is more interesting to tease, could it? A very subtle metaphor, Amon commented. Alice's thoughts stopped due to this abrupt comment. She realized that all her current thoughts were transparent to Amon. She simply couldn't make any effective struggle in this situation. Makes sense, Amon commented again, although your thoughts are quite interesting, it's indeed not very interesting to keep doing this. Quote. Alice stared at Amon, beginning to recall the math test papers she remembered. Spirituality had a significant enhancing effect on memory. As for those past test papers, regardless of whether Alice actually knew how to do them or not, she remembered quite a few. This world was not without mathematics. As a marauder who had lived for many years, Amon had, of course, stolen mathematical knowledge before. Although he didn't recognize the words on them, mathematical symbols were easy to understand with enough looking, and he, damn it, why was he actually doing them? Quote. Enough, Amon said through gritted teeth. Alice obediently stopped recalling. Whether Amon's gritted teeth were real or an act, Alice understood that she should stop while she was ahead. But fate seemed not to want her to do so. From top to bottom, a white pointed soft hat was on her head, wavy black hair reached her waist, with stray strands fluttering in the wind, and messy bangs covered her forehead. The girl in the picture reached out to hold the monocle over her right eye, revealing a wink-like expression common in manga girls. The girl wore a white princess dress with puff sleeves and ruffles, a corset around her waist, and a skirt length that only reached her thighs. This painting did not depict the calves and feet, and perhaps to differentiate, Amon's black clothes were changed to white, but, what was this again? However, a female Amon seemed quite cute. Chapter 123 Chapter 85 Do I look better tempered than the fool? Quote. This was the shared feeling of Amon and Alice at the moment. Yes, possessing a female body was not uncommon for an angel of time, but this drawing, it didn't seem to be about that at all. Even if he couldn't understand human behavior, Amon could sense from Alice's thoughts that this was not a good thing. When Alice made the comment, Amon as a girl is quite cute, the Angel of Time finally confirmed it. This behavior was absolutely blasphemous. Absolutely. In the eerie silence, Alice finally recalled her predicament. She cautiously observed the Angel of Time's expression, but unfortunately, the Angel of Time was expressionless, so she couldn't discern anything. Wait, wasn't it strange for the Angel of Time to be expressionless in the first place? Can I explain? Alice weakly raised a hand. Eamon still looked at Alice expressionlessly. Alice began to painstakingly organize her words. Sometimes, when we particularly like a person, anyway, it's good as long as you understand. At such times, we will start creating images of this person in different situations. For example, animalistic forms, and for example, drawing you as a cute girl. And for example, drawing me with someone else in a. Eamon struggled to find a suitable word. Doujinshi, Alice thoughtfully supplied. Quote. Eamon glanced at Alice, then commented again, you are really suited to be a provoker. Is that your way of complimenting people? Alice mused, asking. Eamon stared at Alice for a while, then suddenly chuckled, shaking his head and saying, honestly, if I hadn't seen those things, I would actually really want to invite you to become my dependent subordinate. Alice blinked. You really are quite interesting, Eamon said with a smile. Then why can't you after seeing those things? Alice asked, puzzled. I'm worried that one day those drawings will be taken as real, Eamon said, looking at Alice with a half-smile. Alice thought seriously for a moment before asking, I know the gender-bent version is definitely problematic, but I'm actually very curious, do you really like men? Amon's smile disappeared. I'm really starting to want to pour a bottle of provoker potion down your throat, Eamon said chillingly. Why don't you ask the other protagonist in the drawing? I don't quite dare, Alice replied honestly. Eamon pondered for a moment, do I seem to have a better temper than the fool? But he hasn't seen those drawings yet, Alice replied hesitantly. So, the fool is someone named Klein? Eamon asked with a smile. Alice's smile also disappeared. She looked at Eamon, and for a moment they were speechless. After a long pause, Alice asked, so you're tacitly admitting that you like men? I take back what I just said, Eamon said, looking at Alice, your interestingness is best not directed at me. Alice tilted her head, continuing to ask, so you? Shut up, Eamon interrupted Alice, now, go back to sleep. Alice obediently went back to sleep. They didn't say another word on the way until Alice was about to take a shower when she suddenly realized something. Lord Angel of Time, Alice asked thoughtfully, do you have a female form? Eamon couldn't help but recall that drawing. I didn't mean that, Alice explained, it's just, I'm going to shower, and while you, as a naturally born mythical creature, might not have such a thing as gender, it would be very awkward to have a man watching me while I shower. What does that have to do with me? Eamon retorted. Do you want me to treat you as a gay man? Alice asked blankly. Eamon was silent for a moment, then disappeared from the spot. It wasn't until she was lying in bed that Alice switched her thoughts to Chinese and continued to ponder. Alice didn't believe that Eamon was truly so good-tempered and didn't mind her repeated provocations. It was probably true that he found her interesting, but Eamon must have a reason not to kill her. Was he afraid to kill her? Or did he want to get something from her? If he was afraid to kill her, why was he afraid? Well, the answer seemed quite obvious. If he wanted to get something from her, was the answer in her memories? Also, as the god of deceit and pranks, was it possible that the result she inferred was intentionally misled by the other party, an actual deception by the other party? Just like how he initially guided her to relax her guard, speaking of which, the previous incidents, could they also have been intentional on his part? That sounds a bit like a Matryoshka doll. Alice decided to abandon this Matryoshka doll line of thought and go to sleep first. She had a dreamless night. The next morning, Alice groggily got up to wash and brush her teeth, then rubbed her eyes and came to the living room, finding the Angel of Time sitting on the sofa. She stopped, and at the same time, Eamon turned around, resting one hand on the back of the sofa, while the other hand shook a potion bottle. He chuckled at Alice's puzzled gaze. Look, the provoker potion. Alice's eyes widened. Where did you get it? Stole it on the way, Eamon said carelessly, tossing the potion. Alice looked at Eamon and suddenly thought of a question. Hey, does the Marauder Potion knowledge teach lockpicking? It does, Eamon said, looking at Alice, who was gradually approaching, with interest. Why, do you want to learn? No, I wanted to ask. Alice stopped, hesitating as she asked, I've seen people pick locks with a strand of hair before. Can you do that? Can you show me? Eamon frowned, asking in confusion, I'm very curious, what exactly do you take me for? Alice closed her mouth, quietly ate a piece of dark bread, drank a glass of milk for breakfast, and then left for the church. Wait, after Alice had walked for a few minutes, Eamon called out to her, where are you going? To pray. At this moment, Alice hadn't realized what was wrong. Eamon pondered for a moment and asked, do you think I should let you go to the church? Alice stopped, finally realizing, but why didn't you stop me when I left? Because I think you're right, knowing everything you think does get a bit boring, Eamon said with a smile, guess if that's the truth or a lie. Chapter 124 Chapter 86 Why don't you call me Eve? You don't want to see those pictures, do you? Alice blinked. After a brief silence, Amon's figure disappeared again. After calling out a few times and receiving no response, Alice, disappointed, continued towards the church. But it must be said, ignoring him was indeed a good idea. In the time that followed, Alice, having lost interest, began her mundane daily life. If you exclude the fact that there was an Eamon on her. The turning point came from Will-Osepton. After Dr. Allen brought the news that he had found a paper crane from Will-Osepton and had a nightmare, Klein wanted to tell Alice about it. He came above the gray fog, extended his right hand, and let his spirituality extend towards the crimson star representing Alice. In the vague and hazy image, another figure stood beside Alice's figure. He wore a black classical robe, a matching pointed soft hat, and a monocle on his right eye. Eamon. Klein instantly became vigilant. He looked at Alice, who seemed completely unaware of this, and recalled Alice's words from a few days ago, unsure if she truly knew. Should he remind her? How could he remind her without Eamon noticing? Would this disrupt her plan? Did she even have a plan? And Klein's thoughts stopped. In the hazy image, Eamon suddenly chuckled and looked up, meeting his gaze through the gray fog. And Alice, who had initially seemed completely unaware, looked confusedly in Amon's direction. Klein instantly cut off the connection. After calming down for a moment, Klein began to consider what he could do to help Alice. Then he realized he couldn't seem to help at all. In an instant, Klein's desire for advancement suddenly became stronger than ever before. Meanwhile, Eamon, who had been gone for a long time, suddenly reappeared, and Alice looked over, puzzled. Looking at Eamon, who seemed to be staring at something through the air, Alice's eyelids twitched uneasily twice. Suddenly, Eamon turned his head. Before Alice could react, he abruptly leaned close to Alice and said to her with a sigh, it seems the fool cares a lot about you. Alice saw her own astonished and suddenly enlightened face in Amon's eyes. Your goal is him. Initially, yes, Eamon chuckled, but you've successfully made me interested in you. Alice opened her mouth, unsure what expression she should make. You said that such an image was created out of love. Amon's voice continued, I'm very curious, where is there such a group of people who love me in this way? Alice didn't know how to explain this question. Facing Eamon, who was gradually closing in, she instinctively leaned back against the chair. In your understanding of me, Eamon continued to approach, ignoring Alice's dodge, son of the creator, blasphemer, angel of time, god of deceit and pranks. I guess, you must also know my honorific name. Alice hesitated and nodded. The chair tilted backward with her retreating movement. Frightened, she reached out to steady herself on the table, regaining her balance. You are familiar with my titles, familiar with my characteristics and style of action, you understand my honorific name, and you also. Eamon stopped closing in. His words suddenly paused, as if he was organizing his thoughts. After a long while, he gave up on this difficult task and instead said, I originally thought you might be from the past, but, such a ridiculous thing, could it really be what fate told you? Alice pursed her lips. Only when the angel of time put away his casual demeanor from when he was playing with her did she understand what it meant to be, the first person below a true god, from her frantically screaming spirituality. Yes, playing. Alice realized that Amon's attitude the past 2 days could probably only be considered casually teasing a somewhat pleasing cat. The other party didn't even put her occasionally extended claws in his eyes. Even if Song Shu's phrase, the first person below a true god, had an element of exaggeration, the pressure Amon exerted was far stronger than the snake of fate. If her next words couldn't satisfy him, she might die. Realizing this, Alice pondered and asked, "Do you know if there's any sequence ability that can make written stories come true?" Amon narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you going to say that it's a story written by who knows who?" So, there really is such a sequence. Alice insisted on her question. Sequence 1, author. Amon chuckled with an inscrutable meaning. Since you've heard of me, perhaps you've also heard of my paranoid brother, Adam. Adam. Alice repeated the name, her expression becoming strange. You've really heard of him? Amon asked with interest, his expression as if he was anticipating seeing certain scenes of his brother. When Alice voiced this thought, Amon burst into laughter. After a while, he stopped laughing and said to Alice, "You see, I really find you quite interesting, as long as the subject isn't me." Alice decided to change the subject. Your father, the Lord who created all things, the omnipotent and omniscient God, does he have an alias called God Almighty? And the church symbol is a cross. Could it be that what you've seen belongs to my father? Amon began to think seriously. Alice stared, not knowing what to say. What kind of child would want to see their fathers and brothers, those kinds of things? Amon chuckled, finally answering Alice's question. So, what exactly do you want to ask? Alice looked at Amon, frowning, trying to hold it in twice, but ultimately couldn't, and hesitated to ask. Why aren't you called Eve? Amon's eyes were filled with confusion. Alice explained, recalling a creation myth she remembered. Legend has it that God Almighty created man from the dust of the ground and breathed the breath of life into his nostrils, and he became a living being named Adam. Later, God Almighty caused Adam to fall into a deep sleep, took one of his ribs, and created Eve. Amon said in a tone that showed no emotion, according to your statement, perhaps someone else should change their name to Eve. Alice's eyes widened. Have you heard of Saussure? Amon asked. No, I haven't. Alice shook her head, but that sounds like a man's name. Why do you care about this? Amon suddenly had a bad premonition. Today is back to school.jpg. The second update will be later, you can sleep first. Chapter 125 Chapter 87 You and your brother are both. Alice pondered for a moment before saying, there's something quite offensive I want to say, but I'm not sure if I should. Have you offended me any less often? Amon asked, puzzled. So, if I say it, you won't get angry and kill me, right? Alice confirmed again. I'm not so sure now. Amon frowned, sensing things weren't simple. Alice blinked, looking at Amon. Although reason told Amon he'd best not ask further, he ultimately succumbed to curiosity. So, what exactly do you want to say? Alice pondered for a moment before asking. Are you and your brother both gay? Amon glared at Alice and asked, do you really think I won't kill you? I asked. You told me to say it. Alice defended herself in a small voice. Amon cast a threatening glance at Alice. Alice immediately sat up straight and said with a sincere expression, you're the great angel of time, how could you possibly make a mistake? Cough. Amon coughed lightly, a clear smile in his eyes. I'm really a bit reluctant to kill you now. After all, interesting mortals like you are quite rare. How about you consider becoming my dependents? Do I need to wear a monocle? Alice tilted her head, asking with a sincere expression. You can be the kind of dependents who doesn't wear a monocle, Amon said with a smile. So, what exactly are those paintings about? My friend, well, you've met her. Alice organized her thoughts. She read a book, and that book recounted your and the fool's love story. Amon ultimately failed to control his expression. So, is it possible that this is a book written by an author? Alice asked sincerely. If you are that author, then it's very possible. Amon thought for a moment before answering. Alice seriously considered this possibility. If I were an author, I would write a biography of a famous person. Amon looked at Alice, waiting for her subsequent answer. Alice began to describe more detailed parts. I would write about the entire process of someone becoming famous, and then interview him or her after they became famous. Then, I would publish what I've written, either in the form of a biography or with a note at the end saying it's adapted from real events or something like that. Clap, 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 Eamon applauded Alice, an interesting idea, but not an idea an author would have. What do you mean? Alice blinked. Deliberately leaving traces is something only a provoker would do. Eamon said with a smile, tossing the provoker potion to Alice. Alice subconsciously caught the potion, then looked at Eamon blankly. Keep it as a souvenir, Eamon said with a smile. So, those people you mentioned, those who like me, did they like me because of that book? Alice nodded. Eamon looked at Alice for a while, then pondered and asked, that book you mentioned, existed before the first epic. You know. Alice pursed her lips. Having lived for so long, and with a father like that, do you think I wouldn't know that a history existed before the first epic? Eamon chuckled. Then do you know that your father might have copied the doctrines and creation myths of a religion he used to believe in? Alice asked sincerely. That's certainly something I'm just hearing from you now. Eamon replied with an unreadable expression. Alice nodded thoughtfully, then replied, I don't know, perhaps this is exactly the world from that book. Something like, waking up and finding yourself in a book you've read, that kind of story. Who knows? Eamon replied noncommittally, if that's the case. I wonder how those who like me would react if they saw me in person. Would they be pleasantly surprised? Alice looked at Eamon, thought seriously for a moment, then shivered and asked. Have you heard of Yi Gong How Long? Someone named Yi likes dragons. Eamon repeated the direct translation confusedly. It's a story, Alice shook her head and explained, it's roughly about a man named Yi, who loved dragons very much. Every day he fantasized about seeing a dragon in person, but when a dragon actually came to see him, What happened to him? Eamon pressed, curious. He almost died of fright. Alice replied. But didn't he like dragons? Eamon asked, puzzled. Alice shook her head and said softly. He liked pictures of dragons, things made in the shape of dragons, and legends and stories about dragons, but he didn't like real dragons. Just like in that long-lost civilization, mortals believed in deities, but they didn't wish for deities to truly exist in the world. Because compared to deities, there's too little mortals can do, just like you can kill me anytime if you're in a bad mood. Eamon listened to the entire passage thoughtfully, finally commenting, the former parts were all fine, but have you truly realized that I can kill you at any time? Alice blinked twice. The fool is one thing, after all, he sounds like he's still some distance from being a deity, Eamon said, smiling at Alice's expression, you don't seem to have much reverence for the night either, do you? I respect the goddess. Alice defended herself. Eamon nodded, concluding, which means, you're indeed not afraid. Alice opened her mouth, suddenly unsure what to say. And it seems you don't even have respect for me. Eamon said with a profound tone, when I first saw it, I almost thought it was truly a revelation from fate for you. Why wouldn't it be? Alice tilted her head, perhaps it truly is a revelation from fate for me. Perhaps you really. Under Amon's threatening gaze, Alice's voice gradually diminished, finally disappearing. Eamon looked at the slightly more subdued Alice and smiled, there's something I forgot to tell you. You said my paranoid brother is like me, that sentence has probably already been heard by him. Alice's eyes widened. How does it feel? Eamon asked with a smile. Then, he might become the third sequence one who wants my life. Alice pondered and replied. The third? Eamon asked in surprise. You are the second. Alice shrugged. Who knows how Adam felt seeing this scene? Chapter 126 Chapter 88 A body. Someone is actually ahead of me. Eamon asked curiously, what did you show him? Alice fell into contemplation, looking at the provoker potion in her hand. Speaking of which, could that snake of fate have held a grudge against her since the last time she awoke? For example, Alice vigorously shook her head, shaking off those jumbled thoughts. This reaction made Amon's voice rise with a joyful lilt. I don't think I've done anything like that, Alice replied sincerely, and he wants to kill me for a different reason. Amon's face was filled with disbelief. It's really not. Alice's eyes widened, he wants to kill me because. Her voice abruptly stopped, and her gaze gradually became wary. Are you trying to trick me into talking? In fact, I generally don't trick people into talking, Eamon chuckled. Alice thought for a moment, then tentatively asked, do you usually just threaten people? No, Eamon shook his head, I usually just steal people's memories. Alice glanced at the provoker potion in her hand, covering her mouth with her other hand. Why aren't you speaking? Eamon asked, feeling something was missing. I'm afraid you'll make me drink the potion later, Alice said frankly. Aren't you fearless? Eamon asked in surprise. Alice shook the potion in her hand, blinked, and said, because I think you'd also be quite suited to drinking this potion. Quote. Realizing the hidden meaning in Alice's words, Eamon actually laughed. If you want to achieve that, perhaps you should go meet my true body first. Alice nodded seriously. Then good luck, Eamon encouraged, then asked in a tempting tone, so, do you need help? To deal with the one ahead of me. Are you that kind-hearted? Alice retorted. If he kills you before I've had my fun, how upset would I be? Eamon replied candidly, besides, I'm genuinely curious, how can you make a sequence one absolutely determined to kill you? You haven't killed me yet, is it because you don't want to? Alice blinked. Eamon stared at Alice for a while, saying nothing, but the potion that had been in Alice's hand was now back in his. Alice gasped, wow, at the brilliant performance, then clapped her hands, clap, clap, clap. Amon's movements stopped. He gritted his teeth and asked, what exactly do you take me for? Alice explained blankly, but it's very impolite not to applaud after seeing a wonderful performance. I'm genuinely curious, Eamon looked at Alice with incomprehension, do you really talk to everyone like this? I haven't talked to the goddess like this, Alice replied after recalling carefully. It's truly a miracle that only one sequence one wants to kill you so far, Eamon sighed. You don't want to kill me anymore. Alice straightened up. It would be a bit too much of a waste to kill you, Eamon chuckled, so, the one ahead of me, why exactly does he want to kill you? I am his potion ingredient for advancing to sequence 0, Alice replied, pressing her lips together. Eamon said nothing, but his expression was one of unconcealed disdain and disbelief, almost printing the words, with you on his face. Does that sound so hard to believe? Alice asked, confused. If you can be his potion ingredient for advancing to sequence 0, then that can only mean, he can also be your potion ingredient for advancing to sequence 0, Eamon scrutinized Alice with a discerning gaze. Alice met his gaze and realized, because of this, because I'm only sequence 6, that's why you can't believe this. Not just that, Eamon replied indifferently, that sequence 1 you mentioned, he should be from the fate pathway, right? Alice nodded and said, his name is Will Osepton, he's a snake of fate from the life school of thought. Indeed, Eamon chuckled, all of the sequence 1 characteristics and uniqueness of the fate pathway are already taken. Where? Alice blinked. Eamon paused, then looked at Alice and couldn't help but laugh. Do you actually think I'd tell you? It doesn't hurt to ask, Alice replied as a matter of course. That's true, Eamon agreed with Alice's idea. How did you confirm this? This is an oracle of fate. Alice looked Eamon up and down with an unclear meaning. I don't know why, but I always feel like you're hinting at something. Eamon shifted uncomfortably under that gaze. There's no such thing, Alice denied. This is a real oracle, unlike yours. Eamon looked at Alice as if to speak but stopped, finally changing the subject. Then why do you think you can become a potion ingredient for a snake of fate sequence 0? If I tell you, will you kill me? Alice asked sincerely. Eamon thought for a moment and replied, not before I've had my fun. After staring at Eamon for a while, Alice suddenly stood up, her expression becoming serious. She spoke in a dignified and profound tone, so, strive with all your might to please me, mortals. Eamon couldn't help but burst into laughter. After a good while, he adjusted his monocle and, mimicking Alice's tone, said, you may leave your name before you die, mortals. Alice frowned at Eamon, starting to wonder if she shouldn't have taught him that. After a moment, she looked at Amon's still undiminished smile and said, Alice, Alice Kingsley. Alice. Eamon called out the name. When Alice looked at him in confusion, he smiled and said, I've changed my mind now. As he spoke, Alice saw Eamon reach into the air, making a grasping motion. She instinctively opened her mouth to ask, Her voice then abruptly stopped, her last memory lingering on Amon's hand, which seemed to have grasped something in the air. Her body, having lost its owner's control, slumped down, sliding off the sofa and finally falling to the floor. Meanwhile, Eamon watched Alice's falling figure, the smile on his face gradually disappearing. He retrieved his hand blankly, lowered his head to look at his palm, and tentatively moved his lips. A single syllable escaped his mouth. Chapter 127 Chapter 1 Klein, let me give you a gift. Let's return to Alice's perspective. She didn't know what had happened. In an instant, she saw her own body fall down. She looked at her hands, which were both familiar and strange. They belonged to another person in this room, let's call him a person for now. She then tried to make a sound, to speak the words she hadn't finished. That voice also belonged to another person in this room. Alice's eyes gradually widened in terror. Her body, let's just call it her body for now, trembled imperceptibly. Alice ignored the body on the floor that was still connected to her. Terrified, she stumbled to the mirror. In the mirror was a face she also found both familiar and strange. It was the classical black robe, pointed soft hat, black trousers, black leather shoes, and the monocle over her right eye that she had seen countless times over the past few days. Alice reached out and adjusted the monocle, then stopped trying to stand, letting her body slump to the floor. This body, Alice repeated the phrase she had been using all along, her tone both mocking and sad, this body, ha. Only now did she finally realize why she neither identified herself as Shen Yinghuan nor subconsciously changed a part of me to this body. Who was she? She was not Shen Yinghuan, nor was she the nameless wandering girl. She was Alice Kingsley, and only Alice Kingsley. So, who was Alice Kingsley? Alice recalled the river she longed for, and her once ridiculously absurd hypothesis: could there be a mythical creature in this world that mistakenly believed itself to be a transmigrator? Of course, she wouldn't think of herself as such a thing, but her situation seemed to correspond to that earlier description. Alice returned to the sofa in the living room, helped her fallen body up from the floor, placed it on the sofa, and closed her eyes to touch it. She could feel a faint connection. This connection was somewhat familiar, but it was too difficult to grasp the origin of this familiarity from that intermittent connection. Alice quickly gave up. But how do I go back? And what caused the current situation? Alice muttered to herself. She closed her eyes and carefully examined this avatar, which originally belonged to Eamon. This body was empty, just as Alice had found it when she first woke up. It had no soul, no consciousness, no memories, like a vessel prepared for her. This avatar even lacked a connection to Amon's main body and his other avatars. If the consciousness of this avatar hadn't disappeared, Eamon would probably have one more independent avatar. The extraordinary abilities were still there, but having lost its connection to Amon's main body, this was just an ordinary, marauder, pathway sequence 4. Perhaps not that ordinary, but Alice wasn't clear about the names and abilities of each sequence in the marauder pathway, so she just checked and gave up after finding that the things Eamon had stolen were also gone. So, how was she going to go back? Alice looked at herself lying on the sofa and suddenly thought of a question. If she stayed like this until next Monday, would Klein be startled when he pulled her into the Tarot Club meeting? Alice thought about it seriously and finally decided not to stimulate Mr. Fool's heart in this way. Alice tried to use her spirituality to touch that faint connection. The connection was very weak. Only when her spirituality was almost exhausted did Alice barely find a way to grasp that connection. What did she see? No, that's not right, it wasn't seeing. There were newborn children, and there were elderly people on the verge of death. There were kind philanthropists, and there were cold-blooded murderers. There were impoverished commoners suffering from hunger and cold, and there were nobles living in luxury. Countless kinds of people, countless lives, formed a complex tapestry of destiny data. Among them, there was a wisp of data that felt especially familiar to her. When her spirituality touched that wisp of data, Alice suddenly lost consciousness. In the forsaken land of the gods, Amon's forward steps halted. Losing an avatar was not a big deal for him, but an avatar dying and the connection between him and the avatar breaking were completely different concepts. He was absolutely certain that the avatar was still alive, but his connection with the avatar had suddenly vanished. Eamon was a little worried. After all, an avatar no longer controlled by the main body might very well become a new main body. He certainly knew which avatar it was. Oh, it was impossible not to know. After all, in the past few days, he had received too much, unheard of information from that avatar. But this time, he could no longer say, interesting, from a position of superiority. He even began to hesitate whether to send another avatar to check the situation. After all, what if the avatar he sent this time also suddenly lost connection? Alice was woken up by a fall. She rolled over on the sofa and then tumbled onto the floor. She climbed up from the floor with a blank expression and immediately saw Eamon lying beside her. She remembered becoming Eamon, right, and then what? How did she come back? Alice got up blankly and poked Eamon on the floor. It didn't seem like a dead person, or a corpse. If anything, Alice felt that the situation was somewhat similar to a vegetative state, but not entirely identical. This body was like an empty shell without a soul. After staring at Amon's corpse and thinking for a long time, Alice decided to dump this problem on Klein. After all, it's weird to have a corpse in the house. Klein jumped up when he heard the prayer. Although it was the familiar routine of being woken up late at night, Klein didn't feel angry. Because he wasn't even asleep. Arriving above the gray fog and seeing Alice's crimson star pulsating, Klein finally breathed a sigh of relief. He extended his spirituality and saw a perplexing scene. Alice kneeling in prayer was not a big deal, but the problem was, what was that corpse next to her? Eamon. Klein was greatly shocked. He began to listen to what Alice was saying, and then he became even more confused. Klein, would you like a gift from me? Huh, what gift? She couldn't possibly be referring to that peacefully lying corpse of Eamon, could she? After a while, he responded, why don't you tell me what the gift is first? Alice, receiving a response, blinked blankly, looked at Eamon lying peacefully beside her, and realized she might have chosen the wrong place to pray. Won't do that next time. Alice seriously reflected on herself. Theoretically, I should still owe one more chapter for the update, but I probably won't finish coding tonight, so you guys should sleep, frankly. Chapter 128 Chapter 2000 Paper Cranes. Alice decided not to answer the question. Anyway, Klein was already above the gray fog. If she offered a sacrifice directly, he couldn't possibly refuse. Regarding this question, Klein indicated he didn't really want to speak. Klein, utterly speechless, allowed Amon's corpse to pass through the door of sacrifice, then pulled Alice up. Alice looked at Klein, blinked, and pointed at Amon's corpse, saying, "Look, he doesn't seem to be dead." Klein was so startled he stood up. Alice looked at Klein's expression and asked in confusion, "Why are you so scared?" Klein stared at Alice. Alice rubbed her chin. "Have you ever seen an empty shell without a soul?" An empty shell without a soul. Klein repeated in confusion, beginning to carefully observe Amon's condition. "I don't know what he stole, maybe it was my fate. Who knows, anyway, after he stole it, he became like this." Alice shrugged. Klein pondered thoughtfully. "Anyway, this is my body now." Alice puffed out her chest. Klein felt his brain crash. "No, wait, what do you mean?" "It's exactly what it sounds like." Alice began to explain a bit more seriously. "In short, this Eamon clone has lost contact with his main body, he's just an empty shell without a soul." After a pause, Alice continued, "If you like, you could probably have your soul leave your body and go play inside him." "You're not at all worried about Eamon coming after you again?" Klein asked sincerely. Alice seriously considered that possibility. "You know, Eamon actually left me a souvenir." "A souvenir?" Klein asked in confusion. "A bottle of provoker potion," Alice said with a strange expression. "He said I was very suitable to become a provoker." Klein mused. "So, what exactly did you do? Show him a high-definition CG of the two of you." Alice answered in her mind while propping her chin and scrutinizing Klein. That strange gaze made Klein feel a chill down his spine. He shook off the goosebumps and asked hesitantly, "What's wrong?" "No, nothing." Alice quickly denied it, thinking it best that Klein never see such things in his life. Showing him that strange article was one thing, but she absolutely couldn't let him know she had drawn those things. Alice firmly made this wish and devoutly prayed for it to become a shared secret between Eamon and herself. Klein looked at Alice's expression and felt she seemed a bit guilty. He stared at Alice for a while, and seeing her resolute refusal to speak, he ultimately just placed a paper crane in front of her. A gift. Alice picked up the paper crane in confusion, wanting to ask Klein what was going on, but her spirituality gently pulsed, and she stopped questioning. She frowned, looking at the seemingly unremarkable paper crane from every angle, and asked, "How did you get it? It really does have a problem." Klein's eyes lit up. Alice looked up at Klein, didn't answer his question, and instead asked again, "How did you get it?" Realizing Alice's rare seriousness, Klein also became serious. "I met Dr. Allen at the Crag Club. You've seen him. He told me he had another nightmare, dreaming of Will Ossepton. In the dream, he saw a dark, towering spire, with a silver-white giant snake coiling and wriggling on it, watching him with red eyes. Then, he walked into that spire, ascending and descending stairs, passing through wall after wall, through locked door after locked door, and finally found Will Ossepton in a dark corner. He hopped a few steps on one leg, curled up against the wall, with the tarot cards scattered beside him. Then, Will Ossepton, both scared and happy, cried out, 'Doctor, a snake wants to eat me.' The day before this dream, Dr. Allen found this paper crane. It's said that Will Ossepton gave it to him, and at the time, Will Ossepton also told him, 'This will bring him good luck. This will bring him good luck.'" Alice looked at the paper crane, murmuring, "A snake wants to eat him. So, what forced him to that point was another snake of fate." Alice murmured thoughtfully. Klein frowned at Alice, asking in confusion, "To what point?" "He seems to have reincarnated." Alice replied with a strange expression. Klein felt he couldn't quite understand Alice's choice of words. "In short, he's currently in his mother's womb," Alice pondered, setting down the paper crane, "is Dr. Allen's wife pregnant?" Klein pondered, "I divined that Will Ossepton was in a dark room with the sound of water, that is, a womb," they said in unison. "There still seems to be something lingering on this paper crane," Alice finally reminded. "If you don't want Will Ossepton to find or monitor you through it, be careful not to carry it with you." Klein said he remembered, then asked again, "What about Eamon?" Alice stared at the paper crane, thought for 2 seconds, then looked up and said, "Perhaps next time we meet, I can give this paper crane to Eamon." "Huh?" Klein looked at Alice blankly. Alice said meaningfully, "While I can't say Eamon didn't intend to gain anything from me, it's undeniable that his main purpose in coming to me seems to have been to play. Since it's all about playing, what's wrong with a change of playmate? After all, I can't run away. Play." Klein heard the word and suddenly had a bad premonition. "Is Amon's personality similar to yours?" Alice opened her mouth, feeling a sense of powerlessness, wanting to refute but not knowing where to start. Klein looked at her expression and suddenly began to sympathize with the unseen snake of fate. During the day after this conversation, Alice still habitually went near the ice cream stall. The original stall was gone, and owners with similar businesses were dividing up the vacated customer traffic. No one seemed confused by the absence of an ice cream stall. Alice sighed, becoming one of the dispersed customers. Chapter 129 Chapter 3 Miss Destiny's Monocle. This Monday's Tarot Club was a bit special. Justice Audrey, as usual, greeted everyone one by one, starting with Mr. Fool. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Hanged Man. Good afternoon, Mr. World. Good afternoon, Miss Magician. Good afternoon, Ms." Her voice abruptly stopped. Alice turned her head in confusion, adjusted the monocle on her right eye, and blinked as she asked Audrey, "What's wrong, Miss Justice?" Audrey, who still vividly remembered what happened at the Tarot Club last week, said nothing. She looked at Mr. Fool, who was as usual above the gray fog, and, out of trust in Mr. Fool, dryly greeted, "Good afternoon, Miss Fate." Alice nodded happily. The others, who also vividly remembered the story of the monocle and Eamon, naturally noticed the monocle on Alice's right eye, but none of them asked proactively. Finally, Alice, unable to hold back, spoke, "Don't you all think my monocle is very beautiful?" No one spoke, and the Tarot Club fell into a deathly silence. Alice looked at everyone in dissatisfaction, one by one. In the end, only hanged man Alger sincerely praised, "It's very beautiful." Alice immediately became happy. "I knew it. I just peeled it off Amon's corpse." So Alger also stopped speaking. Klein, above the gray fog, to ensure the gathering could continue, reached out and tapped the table twice. After attracting everyone's attention, he said, "Stop messing around, Fate." Alice discontentedly kicked a chair leg, pouted, and leaned on the table. Such behavior almost openly confirmed that Fool and Fate knew each other and had a relatively equal status. However, except for Magician Furs, who hadn't seen Alice so uninhibited much, even son Derek wasn't very surprised by this. Furs was also only briefly surprised before realizing. And after this, everyone had the mood to pay attention to Alice's words. Amon's corpse. Huh. Finally, Derek spoke up and asked, "Miss Fate, did you kill Amon?" "No," Alice blinked, "that was just a sequence 4 avatar, and if you round it up, it could actually be considered that Amon killed himself." Just a sequence 4 avatar. Just. Only. The Tarot Club members subtly chewed on Alice's choice of words. Finally, only Alger turned his head to look at the top seat and humbly said, "Respected Mr. Fool, I have collected 3 new pages of Rosal's diary." Klein smiled and replied, "What do you wish to exchange them for?" Alger glanced at the playing card covering the table beside Mr. Fool, then at Alice, who was lost in thought, and finally said, "I want to know what that playing card next to you is." This request was too simple for Klein. He chuckled softly and said, "You may. Do you wish everyone to hear, or only yourself?" "Only myself," Alger answered without hesitation. After this was Mr. Fool's reading time. After Mr. Fool finished reading the diary and said, "You may begin," the first to ask was Audrey. "Miss Fate, what does it mean to kill oneself?" Then, as if remembering something, she added, "I can pay a price." Alice blinked, looking at Audrey. "I can also pay a price." Alger also joined the conversation. Alice continued to blink, looking at Alger. "Can't you say?" Audrey asked curiously. "No," Alice shook her head, "it's because I'm not entirely clear about the specifics. Anyway, he must have stolen something he shouldn't have stolen." "Stolen something he shouldn't have stolen?" Audrey asked in confusion. Alice blinked and looked at Derek with a smile. "Mr. Sun, I need you to find an opportunity after you return to hold a request for bestowal ritual near the City of Silver. Mind you, near, but not inside the city." "What do you want to do?" Derek asked with a frown. "Give a small gift to the Great Angel of Time." Alice blinked innocently. "After all, Lord Angel of Time personally said I was suitable to be a provoker, and even gave me a bottle of provoker potion as a souvenir." This sarcastic tone made the members of the Tarot Club fall silent, and they wholeheartedly agreed that Miss Fate might be very suitable to become a provoker. Even if they didn't know which pathway provoker came from, or what sequence it was, the name itself fully described the style of this potion. Derek looked at Alice and asked with some concern, I want to know, what will happen to me?" "Don't be afraid," Alice said sincerely. "At worst, you can pray to Mr. Fool immediately after you leave." Derek looked at Alice, then at Mr. Fool, with a hesitant expression. Mr. Fool nodded gently from above the gray fog, so Derek felt relieved and agreed to the request. Alice seriously reflected on her unreliable image, then spoke again, "You don't need to try to find Charlie King anymore. He is already dead." Realizing that Miss Fate had not only dealt with an Amon avatar this week but also a Sequence 5, Alger silently lowered his head, wondering if he had done anything to displease Miss Fate before. Alice brought up a third matter. "I want to sell a special Beander item. Its previous owner called it a wealth accessory, which is indeed its main function. It will cause the owner's financial luck to rise for 3 months, but if you do not sell it within 3 months, you will lose all your wealth in the following half a month. It is important to note that whenever you profit from it, it will distort the concept of wealth, and in the end, perhaps your Beander characteristic, your life, will all become wealth. Also, the wealth that the wealth accessory brings you, you can feel through the wealth accessory, because you need to sell the wealth accessory at that price. £200, who wants it?" This strange side effect made everyone look at each other, and finally Alger asked, "Did it bring you £200 of wealth?" "No," Alice shook her head, "it's because I still owe Mr. Fool's favored one £200. £1,100, minus the £600 above the grey fog, and the £300 for the barbarian formula, exactly £200 remain. Chapter 130 Chapter 4 A suspected old friend has arrived. Alger was suddenly a bit speechless. It was very un-Miss Fate, yet also very Miss Fate. Finally, Alger mused, I will try my best to help you find a buyer. Clearly, no one intended to buy this item with such bizarre-sounding side effects. Furs, Audrey, and World all said they would keep an eye out. As for Sun, Alice hadn't expected anything from him in the first place. After resolving this major concern, Alice looked at Derek and asked, what did you talk about with the former captain of that exploration team after you went back? Derek glanced at Alice and answered honestly. After returning to City of Silver, because of Miss Destiny's previous words, I was preparing to check the room, and then he suddenly appeared behind you and asked if you were looking for him. Alice asked subconsciously. Derek shook his head and said, no, he did suddenly appear behind me, but I turned around and saw him, and then he said, he, you found me. Alice repeated in a light tone, he, you found me. Hiss. Audrey gasped, shifting uncomfortably in her chair, moving a little further from Alice. Although Sun's story wasn't particularly exciting, Alice's voice acting was so vivid. Associating it with the scene at the banquet not long ago, Audrey immediately felt immersed. Furs, on the other hand, was both scared and excited, like when she listened to horror stories as a child, feeling fear but also unable to stop anticipating what would happen next in the story. As a best-selling author, she had even begun to brainstorm how to add this content to her story. Klein sighed at Alice's natural imitation in the grey fog. He suddenly felt that perhaps these two had a lot of fun a few days ago. Only the well-informed hanged man, Alger, barely recalled what they were talking about and asked. Do your City of Silver's dungeons for Beyonders who have lost control have no seals? No barriers between them? I remember you said last time that there was a very powerful and mystical item as the core there. Even if there were, it probably wouldn't work, Alice analyzed seriously. I have a friend who knows Aemon very well. Her evaluation of Aemon is, the strongest below a true god. The strongest below a true god, Alger repeated the phrase, his eyes filled with horror. The last time he heard Alice give a similar evaluation was for Shepard. Audrey and Furs also looked at Mr. Fool in astonishment, hoping to get an answer from Mr. Fool. Unfortunately, Klein's understanding of Aemon also came from Alice, so Mr. Fool just watched them chat in the thick grey fog as usual. But, according to you, the one in City of Silver should only be a clone of Aemon. Alger confirmed with Alice. That's a clone of Angel of Time. You know why he's called Angel of Time? Alice asked dramatically. Why? Alger played along with her performance. Alice's voice suddenly faltered. Yes, why? Why? She couldn't recall the specific scene, but a strange male voice appeared in her memory. The Angel of Destiny, Ouroboros, among the 8 King of Angels has targeted me because of you. You'll help me escape, won't you? She didn't know how much time had passed, but she guessed she'd probably agreed, because she heard the other party continue. Once I find a safe place, I'll help you research the kind of food you want, but, even if it's made, how will you eat it? Don't be angry. Don't be angry, don't rush, I'll find a way, we have all the time in the world, don't we? That was, who was speaking? Alice looked up in a daze. She couldn't remember who the speaker was, but the information contained in the words was still immense. For example, that Ouroboros was most likely another Snake of Fate. That Snake of Fate who almost pushed Will Osepton to a dead end. So, the other person speaking was Will Osepton. Perhaps they knew each other originally. Even without seeing Will Osepton's face, the panic he revealed in his voice at the end didn't seem feigned, which meant that if the speaker really was Will Osepton, then at that time, Will Osepton was actually afraid of her. Alice gently closed her eyes. The parts of the past puzzle that she could see were almost complete. She was only missing the last piece, the location of the Wheel of Fortune uniqueness. No, actually, there was still a little bit missing. For example, what was her personality like before? What was her relationship with Will Osepton? Alice chuckled softly, opened her eyes, looked at Alger, shook her head and said, wait a little longer, it's not time yet. She still didn't know what a King of Angels was. Alger, of course, wouldn't guess the meaning of that sentence in that direction. He cautiously and humbly lowered his head and whispered, "I understand." As for the questions he wanted to explore, for example, who Alice's friend was, he buried them deep in his heart. The others who didn't hear the answer were a bit disappointed. Among them, Furs recovered the fastest. She fully utilized her professional qualities and pressed on. Then what? How did you survive? Or how did you escape? Alger, who had refocused his attention on Sun's matter, quickly realized that something was wrong. Placing you, who only had signs of losing control, next to such a dangerous guy, doesn't make sense. It seems that your City of Silver's higher-ups, the members of the Council of Six, are consciously allowing people to come into contact with that guy, to see if they can extract more useful information from him and observe his corresponding changes. So, which elder saved you? Derek answered admiringly, "Yes, just as you said, the chief appeared in time and used that mystical item to deal with the Beander who had lost control." After Derek expressed his agreement, Alice also looked at Alger in admiration and applauded him twice. Alger, who had already organized his words, faltered for a moment after hearing the applause before saying, "This is nothing to praise. To figure this out, one only needs sufficient experience, and I just happen to have experienced more things." As the experienced elder, Mr. Fool silently lowered his head. But no matter what, the revised wording did reduce everyone's shame. After all, everyone was well aware of their own lack of experience. Chapter 131 Chapter 5 How to Escape from Amen. After confirming that Miss Fate's emotions hadn't changed much, Alger frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Lost control?" Sun nodded and said, "Yes, I don't know why he appeared in my room, and he had completely lost control. His head was split in the middle, constantly oozing liquid, and many cracks appeared on his body. Each crack was a mouth." "Hiss," Alice gasped, "that's too disgusting." Audrey nodded in deep agreement. Alger tried not to let his expression change too much, then asked, "He didn't lose control for decades, but suddenly lost control after you returned?" Derek nodded seriously and said, "I guessed 2 reasons. One is because I chose the Sun pathway, and Amen would have a special sense of this pathway. The other is that he detected Mr. Fool inviting me to the gathering, so some change occurred, and it was ultimately confirmed to be the latter. Amen could detect Mr. Fool inviting people to the gathering. As soon as this news appeared, the members of the Tarot Club instantly gained a deeper understanding of the so-called number 1 under true gods." Although with the previous pictures of Amen and Klein, Alice was actually very skeptical of the truthfulness of this statement. Alice gently tapped the table twice, and only after attracting everyone's attention did she say, "Not only that, Amen should also be able to detect Mr. Fool's gaze." Sweeping over the expressions of the others, Alice pondered for a moment before looking at Klein in the gray fog. "Mr. Fool, please do me a favor." Klein nodded slightly, and so Alice materialized Amon's figure. Black classical robe, same colored pointed soft hat, monocle made of crystal, broad forehead, thin face, black eyes, black curly hair. "This is Amen," Alice introduced. "If you happen to encounter him, I have 2 pieces of advice for you." Alice leaned back in her chair, recalling Song Shu's words, and combining them with her own impression of Amen, she said, "If he doesn't have a reason to kill you, try everything you can to pique his interest. This doesn't guarantee your survival, but you might have a chance to die a little happier. If he has a reason to kill you, you'd better commit suicide now." "Ah." Furs opened her eyes wide in confusion. "What kind of advice is this?" This was also the question of the rest of the Tarot Club. Alger frowned and asked unwillingly, "Is there no way to escape?" Alice propped her chin and observed Alger. He mostly appeared in the robes of a Storm Bishop, and his relationship with the Storm Church no longer needed to be hidden. "Storm." Song Shu's smiling face appeared before her, and she saw Song Shu's mouth opening and closing, saying extremely irresponsible words. "Maybe you can try rushing up and hugging Amen, shouting, 'Leodoro,' in giant language, ancient Hermes, or similar languages. That way, if you're lucky, you might be able to die together with him. After all, the Lord of Storms is not a good-tempered god. If someone dares to call his name directly, he will definitely be struck by lightning. Goddess is much better, at most you just can't speak her name." Coming back to her senses, Alice looked at Alger in front of her and said hesitantly, "This method, you might not like it very much." What method is it? Audrey asked curiously. Alice looked at Alger as if she wanted to speak but hesitated. Alger said in a deep voice, "It's all right, please speak." He was also very curious about what this method he wouldn't like was. Alice gave Alger a sympathetic look and explained to Audrey. The true names of true gods contain power. For example, if you shout, Leodoro, in giant language, ancient Hermes, or other languages that can evoke natural power, you will be struck by lightning. Maybe it can strike you and Aemon dead together. Recalling Alice's expression when she looked at Alger just now, they suddenly realized, Leodoro was precisely the true name of the Lord of Storms. This was blasphemy. Alger's mind was shaken. Even though he was no longer the devout believer of a few months ago, this still caused a huge impact on him, whose faith had already wavered. He almost fell off his chair. "I already said you wouldn't like it," Alice muttered softly. These words reached Alger's ears, but Alger didn't know what to say. Should he lament Miss Fate's rare understanding? In fact, Alger was not the only one who was shocked by this. It was just that as a believer of the Lord of Storms, the stimulation Alger received was particularly great. Whether it was Audrey, Furs, or Klein hidden in the gray fog, all were deep in thought at this moment. But compared to the others, Klein was more concerned about another question. He manipulated, whirled, and asked, "Are there true names of gods with more gentle authorities?" World's picky behavior once again shocked the members of the Tarot Club, and Alice had already blurted out, "Of course there are, comparatively speaking." Alice's voice suddenly stopped. She had intended to say that the goddess's true name was much gentler, but she suddenly realized that Song Shu had not revealed the goddess's true name to her. After a brief thought, she turned to Mr. Fool, who was sitting at the head, and asked curiously, "If I utter Mr. Fool's true name, will I become an idiot?" For a moment, Klein really wanted to kick Alice directly off the gray fog. He restrained this urge, manipulated, whirled, to stiffly turn around and look at the head seat like the others, and then spoke calmly. "Haven't you tried it? But that's not." Alice still wanted to argue a few words, but Mr. Fool gently tapped the bronze long table twice, making Alice stop speaking. Although the gray fog blocked Klein's gaze, Alice also realized that if she continued to make a fuss, Klein would probably really get angry. The main reason was that he couldn't smooth over this situation. Neither of them knew what authority Mr. Fool should have. "I'm sorry." She apologized simply and directly, and although her tone didn't convey much apology, Mr. Fool still leaned back in his chair, seemingly not intending to pursue the matter. After blinking twice, Alice pursued the question to Sun, "Then what happened next? What happened after your chief saved you?" In the quiet Tarot Club, Sun's voice sounded again. "The chief told me that it was just a clone of Aemon. He explained why he had arranged for me to live next door before, and after confirming that I was fine, he let me go home." Chapter 132 Chapter 6 Occasionally Reliable Miss Fate. "Wait a minute," Alice couldn't help but interrupt Derek, "he let you go home by yourself?" Derek nodded hesitantly. Alice confirmed again, "After you just went through such a bizarre and terrifying incident, your chief let you go home by yourself?" Derek continued to nod hesitantly. "Is this some custom of your city of silver?" Alice asked sincerely. Derek shook his head hesitantly. Among those present, only Alger tried to bring the topic back. "What happened next? What did you do after that?" The Sun sensed something was wrong from Alice's question, and he cautiously replied. I was a little scared, not knowing what Aemon would do next, so as soon as I got home, I started praying to Mr. Fool." Alice reached out and held her forehead. Alger's mouth twitched twice. Furs covered her face with her hand. Audrey vaguely felt that something was amiss, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. "The world. What kind of expression could you expect from the world? You never considered the possibility that your chief was monitoring you?" Alice asked weakly. Derek's eyes widened. He understood the crux of the matter and asked in a panic, "Then, what should I do? Persuade your chief to convert to Mr. Fool?" Alice asked hesitantly. Derek was silent for a moment, then turned his gaze to Alger. Furs, who had just taken her hand away, covered her face again. Audrey shifted twice, finally maintaining her composure with her noble upbringing. Alger's mouth twitched twice again, and he pondered before replying. "From my experience, your chief must have sent people to monitor you in secret, and you have undoubtedly exposed your special nature. Don't doubt this. If even the chief isn't cautious, your city of silver wouldn't have been able to survive in such a harsh environment until today. Derek nodded, accepting this explanation. Alger then added, but you don't need to worry too much for now. I just thought about it carefully. Even if your chief discovers your abnormality, he should only suspect that you were possessed by Aemon or corrupted by him. He won't think about the Tarot Club. You still have time, you can slowly figure out how to solve this problem. He should have really been possessed by Aemon, right? I was possessed too, Alice said hesitantly. Alger turned his head to look at the monocle on Alice's face and fell into contemplation. Audrey and Furz's expressions also changed. They suddenly remembered Alice's behavior at the beginning of this Tarot Club meeting, and their hearts jumped. Why are you all so nervous? Alice tilted her head, adjusted her monocle, mimicking Amon's actions. Alger forcibly restrained his urge to jump out of his chair and cautiously suggested, Miss Fate, could you consider our psychological endurance next time you joke? But I really was possessed by Aemon, Alice said sincerely, otherwise, where do you think this monocle came from? Alger was speechless. Derek cautiously interjected, I was indeed possessed by Aemon at that time. Mr. Fool discovered this through my prayer and then taught me a ritual. Through this ritual, Mr. Fool dispatched his angel to purify Amon's clone. Angel. This time, Alice showed even more surprise than the other members of the Tarot Club. She stared at Klein in astonishment. After all, others didn't know, but she knew Klein's background. Where did he get an angel? He wasn't doing as well as her, at least 2 angels had already tried to kill her. After regaining their senses, the others began to ponder a question, why was Miss Fate so surprised? Recalling the details in the son's words, Alger gradually convinced himself. Mr. Fool didn't directly let an angel descend, instead, he first taught the son a ritual, and only through that ritual did he dispatch an angel to purify Amon's clone. This was a very roundabout way. In the past, Alger had speculated that Mr. Fool was in some kind of predicament. Now it seems that Miss Fate doesn't seem to know the extent to which Mr. Fool has escaped his predicament. That's right, if he were Mr. Fool, he wouldn't tell Miss Fate such an important matter. Recalling Miss Fate's personality, Alger's heart tightened, and he put away these disrespectful thoughts, preventing them from accidentally being exposed in front of Miss Fate. Alice, who didn't know she had been criticized in his thoughts, realized that this might be the merit of this gray fog space. She silently lowered her head, hoping Alger and the others could smooth over the lie themselves. Klein also silently pondered in the gray fog the possibility of having the world jump out and make grand pronouncements, then kill a chicken to warn the monkeys. After all, it seemed that more public displays were needed to solidify the identity of a deity. The naive son looked at everyone's reactions in confusion, then continued, after Amon's clone was purified, I coughed out a small worm. Do you know what it is? With Klein's help, he successfully manifested a translucent small worm with 12 transparent rings on it. Audrey and Furz looked over curiously, then shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen anything similar, nor had they heard of it. Alger soon had an answer, but before replying, he looked at Alice. Why are you looking at me? Alice asked, puzzled. Do you know what this is? Alger asked curiously. Theoretically, since she had been possessed by Aemon, Alice should have also seen this kind of worm. I'll ask Aemon, Alice suggested hesitantly. Alger was silent for a moment before explaining. It should be the vessel Aemon used to create his clones. In mythical legends, there's a worm similar in appearance to it, both having 12 transparent rings, called the Worm of Time. However, no one has ever seen a Worm of Time. Many suspect that this is actually the name of a sequence potion. Alice nodded with an expression that said, I've learned new knowledge again, which left Alger at a loss for words. Derek asked curiously, what can it be used for? I mean, a dead one. I don't know. Alger said somewhat ashamed. At this moment, the fool, sitting at the head of the bronze long table, spoke calmly, the main material for certain rituals. That's a really good idea. If you don't have it, it means you don't have enough mystical knowledge. Alice silently complained. Chapter 133 Chapter 7 Immersive Role-Playing. Thank you, great Mr. Fool, Derek said, standing up to praise Mr. Fool. Afterward, Derek brought up another major event concerning the City of Silver's existence. The exploration team has returned. I'm referring to the team led by Elder Lovia, the shepherd. They completed their exploration of the half-destroyed temple of the fallen creator and returned to the City of Silver. I noticed that several team members I know well have undergone certain changes in their personalities. What kind of changes exactly? Alice asked curiously. They feel like the same people, but they are very different from before. The optimistic ones have become somber, and those with bright smiles now only offer polite ones. Derek explained all the abnormalities he had discovered, including Elder Lovia, the shepherd's sudden improvement in condition. I can understand the previous parts, but what does it mean to become normal? Alice asked, looking curiously at the experienced Alger. Alger pondered for a moment before replying. The better possibility is that they have already been corrupted. The worst scenario is that they have genuinely come to believe in the true, the fallen creator. In this situation, they will become latent lunatics, with their personalities, thoughts, and views becoming twisted. You can start from this angle and let the other members of the Council of Six discover that something is wrong. Wait a minute, Alice raised a hand, a cultist of an evil god reporting others for potentially becoming cultists of an evil god. Even if they don't believe it, others will start paying attention to that exploration team, Alger said, shaking his head. The City of Silver has survived to this day, so the vigilance of its high-ranking members will not be lacking. Alice nodded thoughtfully. The little son said with a hint of grievance, actually, I've already reported it to the chief, but the chief doesn't seem to believe me very much. Don't worry, Alger said in a low voice, I believe your chief won't let go of every possible threat. The only problem is that their level of concern is definitely not enough, perhaps even less than their concern for you regarding Aemon. Immediately after, before the little son could speak, Alger proposed a more specific solution, to use this incident to fully expose the abnormalities of the exploration team members, while also clearing himself of suspicion. I always feel like you often do similar things, Alice said thoughtfully. Alger silently lowered his head, avoiding the question. How should I make the members of that exploration team show the most complete abnormalities? The little son humbly asked for guidance. Perhaps, something related to the true creator might be needed, Alice said, propping her chin on her hand and looking at the world. Does Mr. the World have such an item? Influenced by Alice, everyone also looked at the world. The world, who had been silent all this time, slowly spoke under everyone's gaze. I have an item that contains the mental pollution of the true creator. I can lend you that item, but what can you offer in return? Seeing the opportunity, the little son immediately offered his bargaining chip. I can help you collect the characteristics of a human-skinned shadow, or the brain-mutated pituitary gland of a thousand-faced hunter, or the blood of a thousand-faced hunter. I will also try to find a way to remove the mental pollution of a Beander from an item. Whichever I obtain first will be the reward. This is secondary. The main thing is that you must not lose the item, and you must remember to return it as soon as possible, otherwise you won't see Mr. the World. Alice thought silently, looking at Mr. the World, who was emphasizing the need to return it quickly. After Alger carefully instructed the little son on the specific operational process, several other transactions took place at the Tarot Club, including Alice's request for auxiliary materials, and Furz's inquiry about the Abraham family and the apprentice pathway. After the trading session ended, Audrey slowly surveyed the room, a faint smile on her lips, and said, Last week, an interesting case occurred in Backland. The protagonist was known as the vigilante, Black Emperor. Alice, who had been playing with Aemon for several days, was unaware of this matter. She blinked at Audrey. Alger and Audrey, who had not gotten an answer from Alice's reaction, were greatly disappointed, but considering what Alice had done last week, it seemed only natural. The disappointed Audrey continued to narrate the events. The victim was the wealthy Capum. Many rumors identified him as Backland's biggest human trafficker. The vigilante, Black Emperor, infiltrated his villa, took his life, and rescued many innocent young girls who were imprisoned in the dungeon. When Capum's body was discovered, it was covered with tarot cards, with Judgment and Emperor on his face. Wow, Alice exclaimed, turning to Mr. Fool and sighing, this vigilante, Black Emperor, must have made a lot of money. Alice's exclamation made Audrey fall into thought. She suddenly remembered Miss Fate saying she owed a dependence of Mr. Fool 200 pounds. Do true gods also lack money? In contrast, Alger, who was already accustomed to Miss Fate's strange focus, showed little change in his expression. He was more concerned about the identity of the vigilante, Black Emperor. However, Miss Fate is truly immersed in being a human. She seems to be genuinely living as a human, but I have to say, her reactions at certain times are truly not what a human's reactions should be. Is this also a form of acting? Alger was startled by his own thoughts, but his mind uncontrollably wandered. If Mr. Fool's predicament lies in the obstruction of his contact with reality, then Miss Fate's predicament. Perhaps, the memory she lost was her own doing. Does she really need to start living as a human, from scratch, to retrace the path from human to God? Is this a requirement of the ritual? Or a way to stabilize a certain state? Yes, Audrey's words startled Alger. That vigilante, Black Emperor, stole all the valuables from Capham's safe, but most importantly, he killed Capham and his evil subordinates, and rescued those girls. Mr. Fool in the gray fog really wanted to speak for himself. After all, he didn't get a single penny. The ones who truly divided the valuables in the safe were some subsequent investigators. But as Mr. Fool, he couldn't do that. He could only laugh indifferently. My dependents played some insignificant role in this matter. He gained the Beyonder characteristics left behind by 2 Beyonders in this matter, and hopes to sell them as soon as possible. One of those Beyonder characteristics corresponds to Sequence 8's Keeper, and the other corresponds to Sequence 7's Interrogator. Chapter 134 Chapter 8 Gift for the Time Angel. Furs asked in confusion, Mr. Fool, what is a Beyonder characteristic? Alice, who had blurted out the acting method last time, now learned to raise her hand before speaking. I know. Klein, who was deliberating his words, and Audrey, who had just raised her hand, both fell into thought. Audrey, with her hand already raised, carefully spoke, Mr. Fool, may we answer this question on your behalf? The corresponding remuneration can be given to you directly by her. Alice bared her teeth at Mr. Fool in a threatening manner. What are you willing to offer as remuneration? Klein asked cautiously. Furs looked at Alice, then at Mr. Fool, and cautiously replied. Can I use 2 more chapters of Spirit World Observations as remuneration? Alice withdrew her threatening gaze and lay on the table. Klein breathed a sigh of relief, but on the surface, he still responded with an indifferent tone, all right. Alger and Audrey glanced at Alice thoughtfully. Why did it feel like Mr. Fool was coaxing a child? Furs sincerely praised, thank you, Mr. Fool. After thinking for a moment, she added, thank you, Miss Fate. You're welcome. Alice waved her hand generously. Furs and Audrey looked at Alice, wanting to speak but hesitating. Alger was silent for a moment, then lowered his head, pretending he didn't exist. Thus, the Tarot Club fell into silence for a while, with no one proactively offering to answer Furs's confusion. Audrey silently began to salvage the situation. In the Beyonder world, there is such a law, remember, it is a law. Within similar pathways, the total amount of Beyonder characteristics is conserved. It will not decrease, it will not increase, it will only transfer from one thing to another, from one form to another. Therefore, after a Beyonder dies, his characteristic will precipitate, equivalent to the main ingredient of a potion. As long as the corresponding auxiliary materials are known, a potion of that sequence can be concocted. Those left by AA Provoker are an exception, they have too many hidden dangers and can only be used for artifacts. So, in the eyes of others, every Beyonder is a walking potion ingredient. Furs clenched her fists, sighing at the madness of the Beyonder world. The transaction was successfully completed. Then, to prevent anyone from accidentally submitting a fake diary again, Klein began to teach the Tarot Club members about the date section. Compared to the pleasantly surprised Audrey and others, the daydreaming Alice was particularly eye-catching, but no one except Furs was surprised by this. Miss Fate also mastered this writing. Is this also the trace of the past that Miss Fate mentioned? Such a thought flashed through Alger's mind, and he quickly concentrated on listening, but at the same time, a peculiar idea emerged. Compared to the high and mighty Mr. Fool, Alice undoubtedly behaved more like a human child, Which means, perhaps, wonderful stories could also be exchanged for something from Miss Fate. No, it shouldn't be an exchange. Rather, if Miss Fate is made happy, she will reveal information herself, and she probably wouldn't even get angry if she found out he was trying to pry. Alger seriously considered the possibility of joining the ranks of those coaxing the child. After the tarot club ended, Alice received the fresh Rosel's diary, learned about the legendary life of the great seafarer Rosel, and then rolled her eyes at Rosel's grand pronouncements in the diary. Then, she began to prepare the gift she intended to give Eamon. She first took out the provoker potion that Eamon had given her as a souvenir, poured out the potion, leaving only an empty bottle. Next, she stuffed the prepared drawing and message into the bottle, then resealed the bottle with the stopper, and examined the freshly made message in a bottle. Unsure if this form of message in a bottle could be located by Eamon, after some thought, she decided to send that avatar back as well. After all, she always felt that this avatar was like some dangerous time bomb, making her anxious. Above the gray fog, Mr. Fool received the message in a bottle, sent by Alice. He recalled Alice telling him with a sincere expression, "I don't really recommend you look at the gift I gave Eamon, but if you really want to, I won't stop you." Klein ultimately couldn't suppress his curiosity. He opened the stopper and pulled out the letter inside. No, wait, who could tell him who that beautiful young girl was, wearing a puff-sleeved princess dress, a monocle, and a playful smile? She wouldn't have shown this to Eamon, would she? At this moment, Klein finally understood why Eamon had evaluated Alice as being very suitable to be a provoker. Klein opened Alice's letter with a complicated mood. Open black lens bracket great angel of time. I believe souvenirs should still be chosen by me. What do you think? It's no use if you disagree, because I've already accepted your monocle reversed tilde. Backquote ****. As a courtesy, since you gave me a gift, I should, of course, give you a return gift. I hope you like my drawing reversed tilde. Greater than less than. Oh, by the way, we like to call this way of communicating by putting a letter in a bottle a message in a bottle, but a proper message in a bottle is when the bottle is thrown into the sea and then picked up by a stranger by chance, or you pick up a stranger's bottle by chance. I wish you a pleasant life reversed tilde. Oh, Alice, whom you evaluated as being very suitable to be a provoker. Klein closed the letter with an even more complicated mood. Alice had drawn lifelike emojis in the letter. Just by reading the letter, he could feel Alice's cheerful mood when writing it. His only question now was, why didn't Eamon just force-feed her that provoker potion back then? He stuffed the letter back with an indescribable feeling, regretting his actions just now. If he hadn't seen the contents of the letter and the drawing, he could have given the item to Sun without knowing anything. Now that he had seen it, he couldn't help but wonder, when Eamon eventually couldn't resist killing Alice, would he kill him too? So, these two guys were indeed playing around a few days ago, right? And they had a lot of fun. As for not giving Alice's letter to Eamon, Klein had no doubt that Eamon himself had definitely already seen that drawing. If Amon's personality was very similar to Alice's, he might, perhaps, even quite like this kind of gift, liking it while simultaneously wanting to strangle the person who gave the gift. Chapter 135 Chapter 9 It's all Amon's blame. After pushing the matter onto Klein, Alice decided to go out and check the mailbox, which hadn't been cleared for days, all because of Eamon. An invitation from Viscount Glaint, excellent, more ice cream to eat. He's a pretty nice guy. The rogue Black Emperor, the rogue Black Emperor, the rogue Black Emperor, damn it, do these newspapers have nothing else to write about? Evelyn, it had indeed been a few days since she last saw her. Luckily, Evelyn hadn't come to say hello when Eamon was around, otherwise, Bernadette. 2 letters from Bernadette lay in the mailbox. The first letter contained only a simple sentence, "Is the rogue Black Emperor one of yours?" She would certainly think that. Alice nodded and opened the second letter. "The messenger dares not approach you, there seems to be a very dangerous presence around you." All because of Eamon. Alice, with a headache, began to ponder the wording of her reply. Firstly, the letter to Bernadette definitely couldn't be like the one to Eamon, full of provocation. Judging by Amon's behavior over the past few days and Songshu's description, if she acted that way, Eamon wouldn't be able to do much to her. At most, he would run over from the forsaken land of the gods and force-feed her that provoker potion. Oh, I regret it. I should have splashed the provoker potion on the painting earlier. I wonder if that would have damaged the painting. Speaking of which, can this potion be sold? Alice thoughtfully eyed the potion, and a dangerous idea suddenly sparked in her mind. However, the most pressing matter at hand was still finishing this letter. After a bout of wild thoughts, Alice looked at the blank letter paper before her and let out a long sigh. Next, she picked up her pen and wrote 2 lines of text on the paper. You've seen him. He's not here now. Indeed, letters that said nothing were the easiest to write. After a moment of contemplation, Alice added another sentence to the letter. Have you heard of the King of Angels? Then, Alice unhesitatingly decided to send the letter to Bernadette just like that. She began to set up the ritual to summon a messenger. Invisible creatures roaming the upper realm. Strange spirit bodies friendly to humans. The messenger belonging exclusively to Bernadette Gustave. Alice, who had intended to use the opportunity to see what the so-called messenger looked like, saw nothing. She only sensed that the atmosphere in the room turned chilly for a moment, and then the envelope on the desk disappeared. But this only piqued her curiosity. So cool, I want a messenger like that too. Alice's eyes sparkled. However, Alice, who had been specifically warned not to secretly summon messengers herself, ultimately did not directly set up a ritual and rush into it, but instead kept the matter in mind. Next was Evelyn's letter. This couldn't really be called a letter, rather, it was, after receiving Evelyn's gift last time, Alice had folded a paper phone model for Evelyn and then used stick figures to introduce the QQ chat interface to Evelyn. Yes, now they had drawn a hand-drawn QQ chat interface on paper and started sending messages to each other. Because of Eamon, Alice hadn't replied to messages for several days. The moment she opened it, she knew she was in for it. It really was lucky that Evelyn hadn't come to find her those days, truly, so fortunate. In the Angel of Time's impression, she could be a cat on the roadside that looked somewhat pleasing to the eye. She could occasionally show her not-so-threatening claws, but she absolutely could not show any cherish or care for anything. Otherwise, threatening her by destroying those things, watching her beg, pretending to agree to her, and after enjoying her joy, personally shattering that joy into despair, is what the other party would do. As for why? Of course, it's because, I like doing that too. Alice curved her lips and chuckled softly. It was she who, at first, would blurt things out and then feel apologetic, worrying about others getting angry. It was she who, later, would apologize but fundamentally felt no remorse. And it was she who, now, after Amon's appearance, had been sounded an alarm, warning herself never to become someone like Eamon. Whether it was Shen Yinghuan, or that entity whose name was still unknown and was being coaxed like a child by Will Osepton, they were all influencing her, yet none of them were her. Perhaps, they weren't the only ones leaving an influence, but just as she told Alger, she genuinely loved the feeling of existing as Alice Kingsley. She liked this name, liked this identity, and liked everyone she knew as Alice Kingsley. Therefore, she is Alice Kingsley, and only Alice Kingsley, all because of Eamon. After dropping the boring little game with Evelyn into Evelyn's mailbox, Alice finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to examine the major hidden danger on her. Hey, you're not going to make me earn money this quickly, are you? Alice asked, staring at the wealth accessory. The wealth accessory remained still. Of course, it couldn't possibly move, it didn't have the characteristics of being alive, at least not yet. Alice pondered for a moment, then reached out from behind and flipped the wealth accessory over, pretending it was nodding. Having done all this, she solemnly said to the wealth accessory, I'll take that as a yes. Listen carefully, you absolutely must not cause any trouble before I sell you. No one spoke, and of course, the wealth accessory didn't speak either. Alice silently picked up the wealth accessory and put it back on. It wasn't until evening that Alice received the magician's spirit world observations. This notebook came from an ancestor of the Abraham family, who recorded various strange and wondrous events encountered during his travels in the spirit world. As she read this notebook, Alice was surprised to find that these words, devoid of any Beyonder power, made her feel a touch of irritation. It seems the things described in this notebook are quite extraordinary. Alice sighed with emotion and continued reading. In the first chapter, the notebook described the light within the spirit world, believing that the 7 pure lights, each of a different color, contained infinite knowledge from different domains. Travelers, no matter where they were in the spirit world, could see them covering the heights. Wow! Alice exclaimed, a rainbow. She continued to read with considerable interest. These 7 magical lights were alive, they were alive, just like the various spirit bodies lingering there. Wow, a living rainbow. The spirit world sounds like a lot of fun. No, Alice, rein it in. All because of Amen. Chapter 136 Chapter 10 Doomsday Prophecy. After settling on the central idea of, it's all Amon's fault, Alice's psychological burden lightened considerably. Anyway, it's all Amon's fault. Only after successfully convincing herself did Alice continue reading. In the field of mysticism, many esoteric rituals actually point to the 7 lights. By secretly aligning with them, one can obtain certain knowledge. Therefore, many experts in mysticism refer to the 7 lights as master or teacher. The 7 lights seemed very pleased with this and even gathered many spirit world creatures to form a secret organization dedicated to teaching knowledge to people, the Brotherhood of Pure Light. In the 2nd chapter, the Abraham family's traveler recorded his experience of encountering the yellow light. The owner of the notes claimed that while wandering deep into the spirit world, he encountered an old man wearing a lemon-yellow robe. The old man's body was semi-transparent, remarkably similar to the surrounding spirit world creatures, but his demeanor was unexpectedly benevolent. The Abraham family's traveler conversed with the old man for a while and unexpectedly learned that the other party was actually Venitan, the yellow light, one of the 7 lights that cover the highest reaches of the spirit world. So the yellow lights, true name is Venitan. Alice subconsciously imagined his appearance in her mind. From the description, the 7 lights of the spirit world seemed to be of the lawful good alignment. Wait, the spirit world. The essence of divination is to obtain answers from the spirit world. It is impossible to interpret Rosal's diary through any known method, including divination. Will the 7 lights of the spirit world know about that history that existed before the first epoch and has already disappeared? During Earth civilization, did the spirit world exist? If it existed, why did all that information disappear from the spirit world? If it didn't exist, then why did the spirit world appear? And Beyonders, during Earth civilization, was there really no influence of Beyonder powers? Collecting her thoughts, Alice continued reading. Venitan told the Abraham family's traveler that his characteristics were rationality and adaptability, symbolizing the field of astrology, and his corresponding gemstone was an emerald. He mentioned with considerable worry a prophecy from himself. Gaze from the cosmos falls, the land will be torn apart, and everything in the world will cease to exist. He believed this was the ultimate doomsday that would arrive within 200 years, from which no living thing would be spared. Doomsday. Alice was slightly startled. The Aurora Order was propagating doomsday, and the demonist sect was also propagating doomsday, but when she first heard it, Alice only felt it was a trick to win over followers. But why did the prophecy of Venitan, the yellow light, also point to doomsday? A hidden worry spread in Alice's heart. She secretly noted down the 200-year deadline and decided to try to deduce when this notebook was formed later. Oh, wait, why doesn't she just ask Klein? Klein must have noticed the doomsday prophecy and must have calculated the time. Oh, I'm so smart. Alice's slightly serious mood relaxed again, and she quietly continued reading. It wasn't until she read the note owner's speculation that Emperor Rosal might be an incarnation of the 7 lights that her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Does the green light of the spirit world represent things like love? Can that be called love? Perhaps it should be called promiscuity. Alice pushed back the unpleasant words in her mind. But if the green light truly represents these things, then Emperor Rosal might really be the incarnation of the green light. However, Emperor Rosal was already an emperor when he wrote the notes. Alice recalled the historical knowledge she had learned and realized that doomsday was only a few decades away from the present, less than 50 years. Perhaps the goddess knows, but the goddess doesn't seem to have the desire to communicate with her for now. Maybe it's because it would be too undignified. Perhaps next time she has a question, she can hold a ritual to ask the goddess. If she harasses the goddess like she harasses Klein, will she get beaten? Alice silently prayed that the goddess would be a bit more good-tempered. Derek kept Miss Fate's instruction in mind. near the City of Silver, but not inside the city, and did not rush to hold the ritual. He was still under surveillance. He first followed Mr. Hanged Man Alger's plan to leave the Council of Six with the impression that Aemon and the true creator are mortal enemies, and then successfully passed the interrogation with the help of Mr. Fool. But he still did not hold the ritual. He remembered Mr. Hanged Man's instructions and understood that he could not relax his vigilance. Even if he safely passed the interrogation, the surveillance would probably still exist for some time. For the near future, he had best not chant Mr. Fool's honorific name. Derek muttered to himself silently as he walked down the winding stairs. As he walked, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was Elder Lovia, the shepherd, dressed in a purple-patterned black robe, with a beautiful and dignified appearance. Lovia's light gray eyes swept over Derek, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Of course, Aemon noticed that someone had put on his monocle. But when he discovered that the person causing the ripples of fate was someone he was familiar with, Aemon silently gave up again. This is also good, it can keep the clone further away from her. Aemon sighed and threw out a playing card. The Aemon opposite him glanced at it and replied, "Can't beat that." The continuous drop in temperature recently made getting out of bed a painful task. Alice rolled around in her warm covers, unwilling to get up. When she finally climbed out of bed to check the time, she found that by this hour, she would usually have already returned from the church. Alice pondered for a moment and happily postponed her wake-up time by half an hour for the future. Then, she retrieved the newspaper and read it while eating breakfast. In this era lacking entertainment, reading newspapers, magazines, and novels seemed to be one of the few pleasures. No, there was also gambling. Alice's fingers tapped unconsciously, recalling the auxiliary materials she was still collecting. She had a premonition that once the auxiliary materials were prepared, she wouldn't need to wait at all and could directly consume the potion. No, if she wanted to, she could probably even swallow that Beander characteristic now without any problem. Alice finished her breakfast while thinking, put down the newspaper, and walked to the mirror to tidy her clothes, preparing to go out. As the wealth accessory a bit crooked, Alice frowned, not caring, as it was perfectly normal to accidentally bump a brooch out of place. She repinned the wealth accessory correctly, stared at the mirror for a while, and then suddenly said, "Actually, I still think earrings suit me better." Chapter 137 Chapter 11 Corpse. St. Samuel Cathedral was mostly peaceful, and Alice, as usual, stepped into St. Samuel Cathedral to begin her prayers. Aside from her waking up late, the only difference was probably the monocle over her right eye. I wonder if anyone in the cathedral would recognize Amon's monocle. Alice suddenly thought of this question. She looked up and scanned the cathedral, but everyone was doing their own thing, and no one seemed to find her monocle unusual. Alice lowered her head in disappointment, making her expression a little more devout. It always feels like coming to church is like a daily check-in. Bah, what are you thinking? After finishing her prayers, which were outwardly devout but inwardly distracted, Alice stood up and walked back absent-mindedly. She subconsciously followed the familiar street until she saw that the original stalls had been divided among new vendors, and then she stopped. She watched silently for a while before quietly turning to leave, but in her heart, she couldn't help but think of Will Ossepton, whom she had met that day when he was still in his mother's womb. I wonder what happened to the coachman that day. This question was fleeting. Alice pondered for a moment, then boarded a carriage. If she was too lazy to find the coachman's current location, it would obviously be easier for a fellow professional to deduce another's situation. So Alice asked a question: what if your carriage suddenly went out of control? Separated by the carriage compartment, Alice couldn't see the coachman's expression, but she could feel the carriage shake slightly, followed by the coachman's voice coming in. "Don't make such jokes, madam, it's not funny at all." "This isn't a joke," Alice said seriously. "I'm just curious, if something like that happened, what would you do?" "I would die," the coachman answered without hesitation. "But even if the carriage goes out of control, it doesn't necessarily mean you'll die," Alice replied, frowning in confusion. "Madam, may I ask what you do?" the coachman asked. Alice hesitated, organizing her words. "I'm collecting material." Indeed, the coachman seemed to let out a laugh, but his tone was more of an emotion. "You must come from a well-off family, never having worried about life." "Why do you guess that?" Alice asked, puzzled. Because I'm just driving for others, the coachman sighed. Not only do I have to share my earnings with the owner of the carriage, but if the carriage is damaged, I also need to compensate for it. Alice paused slightly, realizing a question she had never considered, and something seemed to be on the tip of her tongue. Why don't you buy your own carriage? Almost as soon as the words left her mouth, Alice regretted them. She realized that someone struggling to make ends meet would never have the spare money to buy a carriage. Alice hastily tried to amend her words. Sorry, I didn't mean that, I meant. You've arrived. The coachman stopped the carriage but avoided answering the previous question. Alice quietly got out of the carriage and watched the coachman drive away. After a long moment, she pulled at the corners of her mouth, trying to force a smile onto her face. After several failed attempts, she gave up again, pursed her lips, and returned home. When Klein, using the identity of the world, described the lives of the poor, Alice was shocked and moved, but she didn't truly take it to heart. To her, it was like a wonderful story, a world she had never heard of. She listened, felt a moment of emotion, and then it passed. Perhaps she would drop a few coins into the donation box when she had spare money, but her meager goodwill towards the poor couldn't even compare to that for stray cats and dogs. Of course, this was only if the stray cats and dogs met her aesthetic standards. She didn't care whether they were pitiful, nor how they should live. That's why she could thoughtlessly drag innocent ice cream vendors and coachmen into her conflict with Will Ossepton. The fairest thing about fate is that it's unfair to everyone. Alice softly murmured the words she had once said to Charlie King. She felt like she should remember something, but her brain had no reaction other than a throbbing pain. Alice's emotions didn't last long before a gray fog surged before her. West District, Green Cemetery. Klein simply left this one sentence. Alice blinked in confusion, not quite understanding Klein's intention, but she still decided to go and see. There was a birch forest on the outskirts of Green Cemetery. Carriages were not allowed here, so Alice walked into the woods, then covered her mouth and nose, regretting that she hadn't worn a mask. She covered her mouth and nose with her left hand and approached a seemingly intact birch tree. She reached out her right hand and wiped the bark, and instantly, her palm turned grayish-white. The birch bark peeled off into grayish-white dust, which she wiped away. Alice looked deeper into the forest, at the patch of grayish-white soil beneath each birch tree, and fell into thought. So, what's here? After pondering for a moment, Alice picked up a branch from the ground, stood it upright, and without using any divinatory abilities, simply let go of it. She moved in the direction the branch fell. After walking about 10 meters, Alice picked up another branch and continued in the direction it fell. Leave everything to fate. Alice continued to follow the direction the branches fell, taking detours and retracing her steps, but she kept walking and walking until the very last branch. When she let go, she accidentally used a little force, and the branch stood upright in the soil. Alice looked up. This birch tree had a ring of bark missing around its middle, looking like it had been through a lot. Alice lowered her head again, looking at the upright branch on the ground. After a moment of contemplation, she tried to use dream divination to see what was there. From the sky down, first was the crown of the birch tree. Passing through the not-so-dense branches and leaves, down the snow-white trunk, past the lower half of the trunk where the bark had almost completely peeled off, next was the soil. Alice felt as if she could smell the earthy scent, hear the rustling of insects in the soil, and a strange and nauseating smell made Alice vigilant. Passing through the soil layer, deep into the earth, Alice saw a highly decomposed child's corpse. His skin had merged with the soil, and tree roots stirred nearby, eager to pass through him and turn him into nutrients for their growth. From this strange perspective, Alice could even see insects crawling through his body, entering and exiting through his mouth and nose. Waking from the dream, Alice clutched the tree trunk and retched violently. Chapter 138 Chapter 12 From Nighthawk to Nighthawk's Informant. When Klein and Dr. Allen arrived, they saw Alice clutching a tree trunk, her expression distorted as she stared at the ground. Dr. Allen's footsteps halted. Before he could react, Klein, disguised as the detective Sherlock Moriarty, did what a detective should do. He shielded his employer behind him. Alice looked up at the sound of footsteps, saw the feigned unfamiliarity and wariness on Klein's face, and her mouth twitched twice before she suppressed the urge to mock him. She massaged her temples, a headache forming, and said, "Call the police." Call the police. Dr. Allen looked at the scene, puzzled. Quote, You don't want to see what's under this tree, trust me, Alice said, looking at the branch that stood like a signpost. Dr. Allen looked at the birch tree he had seen in his dream, then at the branch on the ground, and suddenly remembered the scene at the end of the dream. Will Ossepton was sitting by the roots of the tree, pointing at the ground with his finger. He looked at Alice, and a certain possibility suddenly occurred to him. He asked, his voice tinged with excitement, did you discover something? Quote, Alice frowned and looked at Klein, puzzled. Realizing that Alice might be mistaken for a professional, Klein tried to maintain his expression with his Beander powers and calmly said, Madam, you'd best explain exactly what's under there. Quote, Are you sure you want to see? Alice decided to ask Dr. Allen for his opinion one last time. Dr. Allen's expression became conflicted. He hesitated, then asked, will this have any negative impact on me? Quote, You might be disgusted, Alice replied after a moment's hesitation. I am a surgeon. Dr. Allen shook his head, looking very confident in his profession's extensive experience. Alice stared at him for 2 seconds, then gave up on dissuading him and instead said, could I trouble you to borrow a few shovels? All right. Dr. Allen did not refuse and left the woods. After Dr. Allen left, Klein dropped his disguise and walked over, asking in confusion, what exactly is under there? Quote, Will Ossepton's corpse, Alice replied expressionlessly, his skin and flesh have almost melted into the soil, and countless insects are crawling in and out of his body, occasionally emerging from his mouth and nose. Enough. Klein interrupted Alice's detailed description, his expression becoming as distorted as Alice's had been initially. Alice obediently stopped speaking, then looked at Klein with a solemn expression and said, so, you'll do the digging later. Klein suddenly felt like swearing. Dr. Allen soon returned with 3 shovels he had acquired through monetary persuasion and a gravedigger. By then, Klein and Alice had returned to their original distance. Excellent, Alice silently exclaimed after counting the shovels, then tapped the ground with her foot and told them, it's roughly this spot. Dig it up. Dr. Allen, being sensible, distributed the shovels to Klein and the gravedigger. Alice looked at Dr. Allen and the gravedigger with pity, then stepped back a few paces and turned her head, aiming for out of sight, out of mind. Alice only turned back when the sound of a shovel hitting a stone echoed. The iron shovel in Allen's hand fell, striking a stone. He pointed at the revealed corpse, his body and lips trembling violently. Alice sighed and walked over to examine the corpse. A moment later, she came to a conclusion, it was still a little more disgusting in the dream. Allen saw Alice, as if he had just come to his senses, and without caring if Alice could understand, he shouted at her in a trembling voice. Will Ossepton, Will Ossepton. Alice sighed, her voice gentle, I already advised you not to look. Klein glanced at Alice, wanting to speak but holding back, then turned to the stunned gravedigger and said, call the police. Okay. The gravedigger was startled at first, then picked up the iron shovel from the ground and fled the woods without looking back. Alice fell into contemplation, watching his shoes as he ran off. Klein continued to do what a mature adult should do. He walked over to Alan Kreese and patted him, saying, there's nothing to be afraid of. He's already dead. Quote, It's precisely because he's dead that it's scary. Alan calmed down slightly. He looked up at Alice and asked, why are you here? Alice was silent for a moment, then said, this is a revelation of fate. Of course, this was a perfectly reasonable answer. Alan opened his mouth, suddenly unsure what to say. Klein smiled and said, at times like this, praying to the deity you believe in has a good effect. Really? Alan was stunned for a moment. He made 4 clockwise points on his chest and softly chanted, Evernight Goddess, higher than the cosmos, more ancient than eternity, your devout worshipper implores your favor. Alice looked at his devout expression and seriously reflected on herself. After realizing that Klein also bowed his head in prayer, she too began to pray so as not to seem out of place. About 20 minutes later, they were sitting in a police interrogation room. Klein frankly told the police that he was just a private detective who had taken on a commission and was not clear about what had happened, completely absolving himself. Next, it was Dr. Allen's turn. Dr. Allen frankly described his dream, the reason for digging up the body, and the situation at the scene. Clearly, no police officer accepted his outlandish explanation. The pressure came to Alice. Alice pondered for a moment, then said, "This is a revelation of fate." The police officer's expression looked like he wanted to give Alice a piece of his mind, but unfortunately, before he could do so, he was hastily called out. A moment later, he walked back in with a blue-eyed nighthawk. Alice guessed it was a nighthawk. After all, this was the West District. Then, Klein and Allen were set free, leaving only Alice and the unfamiliar nighthawk in the interrogation room. Miss Beryl rose. The other party confirmed. Alice nodded. "Why were you there?" he then asked. "This is a revelation of fate," Alice repeated again. The other party was silent for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, "Are you, from the life school of thought?" "I am not," Alice curved a smile, "but I am of the fate pathway." The other party opened his mouth, then gave up, and instead invited, "I hear you believe in the goddess. Would you be willing to offer us some assistance?" The former nighthawk Alice fell into contemplation. Chapter 139 Chapter 13 Children. The blue-eyed man seemed to misunderstand Alice's silence and began to persuade her incessantly. "I am not one of those who treat every unofficial Beander as a potential criminal, especially for a child like you. We are more willing to develop them. Your first suggestion upon discovering the problem was to call the police, and you didn't choose to leave the scene afterward. It's clear that you have a considerable degree of trust in official Beyonders. I guess you might have friends who are official Beyonders, or perhaps you've had good cooperation with official Beyonders in the past. I used to be a nighthawk, and now, roughly speaking, I'm a favored one of the goddess." Alice silently complained in her heart, then organized her words and replied. "I am a devout follower of the goddess. A few years ago, due to an accident, I became a Beander. The goddess be my witness, every word of that statement is, well, maybe I'm not that devout." Alice repented while drawing a scarlet moon symbol on her chest. This action was noticed by the blue-eyed man in front of her, and his smile deepened. "So you see, we have a basis for cooperation. If you agree, I will give you some items to prove your identity, so that next time you encounter such a situation, you can prove your identity with them. In addition, if you provide us with clues or assistance, you can also receive a tipster fee." "I have a question," Alice interrupted him, "don't you need to verify my identity?" "Then I also have a question," the blue-eyed man said with a smile. Alice looked at him in confusion. "How do you remain conscious in a dream?" he asked. Alice's smile vanished. After staring at him coldly for a long time, she suddenly laughed and said, "Why don't you ask the goddess?" A clear look of confusion appeared on the blue-eyed man's face. "I told you, I am a devout follower of the goddess," Alice said with a half-smile. His expression became serious. After carefully sizing up Alice for a while, he finally asked, "How will you prove what you say?" "Why should I prove this to you?" Alice asked in confusion. "We suspect you have an extremely dangerous sealed artifact on you," he said seriously, "otherwise, please explain why the demon dog suddenly ran away back then. Perhaps it sensed the warning fate gave it." Alice spread her hands. "How would I know what a dog thinks? I'm not a dog." The blue-eyed man was silent for a moment, then slammed the table and emphasized, "This is a very serious matter." Alice felt he was much more interesting to tease than the captain, mainly because she didn't dare to talk to the captain like that. Thinking of the captain, Alice suddenly felt wistful. She lost the mood to continue teasing the other party and sighed. "I'm not quite sure if I should tell you, because if I'm not mistaken, your security clearance is definitely not high enough." The blue-eyed man seemed to perceive something from Alice's words. He slowly frowned and asked, "You seem to know the Nighthawks very well." Alice showed a slight smile. "Why don't you ask the goddess instead?" The blue-eyed man still wanted to say something, but Alice lost her patience for polite conversation. "Suppose I really have an extremely dangerous sealed artifact on me, and suppose that sealed artifact can make a demon dog turn and run without hesitation. Then, guess, can it make you die silently?" The atmosphere suddenly became stagnant. Alice looked at the wary blue-eyed man and said with a light chuckle, "My willingness to walk into the interrogation room and accept interrogation, isn't that the best proof of my words?" The blue-eyed man gazed deeply at Alice and finally said, "This is Backland." "Yes," Alice sighed, "this is Backland, this is the West District, St. Samuel Cathedral is nearby." "Hey, Don't you know I go to the cathedral to pray almost every day? The blue-eyed man fell into thought. After the blue-eyed man also went out for a while, he quickly became like the previous officer, saying nothing and escorting Alice out. Don't you want to ask why that demon dog ran away? Alice turned her head and asked before leaving the interrogation room. Is that something that aligns with my security clearance? The blue-eyed man mused, asking. No, Alice shook her head, I just asked if you wanted to know, I wasn't planning on telling you. Finally, Alice looked at his expression with a cheerful mood and left the interrogation room. Madam, it was Dr. Allen, who had not left, speaking, the previous matter. Alice stopped. She looked at Allen and asked with a smile, I have a suggestion, do you want to hear it? What? Allen asked, puzzled. Is your wife pregnant? Alice blinked. Yes. Allen nodded, his eyes hinting at excitement. This child will bring disaster to you and your family. Alice shook her head feigning seriousness, then turned and left, ignoring his bewildered gaze. Dr. Allen looked at Klein, who was beside him, with a heavy heart, and asked worriedly, Sherlock, do you think I should believe her? Klein, who had intended to quietly watch the show, remained silent for 2 seconds before saying, I'm not sure, after all, I don't have similar experience. Dr. Allen frowned and pondered for a moment, then finally looked at Klein and asked solemnly, Sherlock, my friend, can I entrust you to investigate that lady just now? Between friendship, camaraderie, and fear of the snake of fate, poor Klein chose £50. After Klein accepted the commission, Dr. Allen returned home, his worries not much diminished. His wife had reduced her frequency of going out after the accident, because they were both delighted by the sudden arrival of this child and looked forward to his coming. They did not want any accidents to happen to this child. But what if the child brought misfortune to his wife and him? His wife stopped flipping through the magazine, smiled, and rose to greet him, asking gently, You're back. Allen didn't speak. His gaze slid and fell on the half-eaten ice cream on the coffee table. His wife noticed his gaze, also looked at the bowl of ice cream, and said with a smile, Today, the child suddenly wanted ice cream, so. The child wanted to eat. Allen frowned, but how could an unborn child want to eat ice cream? Look at you, his wife playfully glared at him, I wanted to eat it, all right. Chapter 140 Chapter 14 Mr. A's Mission. In Empress Borough, inside a house that wasn't particularly eye-catching there, the Beander gathering called by Mr. A proceeded as scheduled. Furs and Zio changed into new outfits and, accompanying Viscount Glaint, who wore an iron black mask, entered the hall and casually found a place to sit. Before the gathering officially began, Viscount Glaint quickly wrote down his request for the attendant and prayed to the goddess, hoping someone would respond later. Furs was as languid as usual, and uncharacteristically wore a hood, using the shadows to obscure her face. At this moment, Mr. A, sitting on a single sofa with an exaggerated hood, spoke in a hoarse voice. I have a mission. Help me find some people who believe in the so-called fool. This request was not the first time it had appeared at Mr. A's gathering, but previously it had always been put forward by other members. This was the first time Mr. A himself had issued this request. Fool. The Beyonders attending the gathering discussed amongst themselves, some silently pondering the word, others whispering to their companions. Someone asked aloud, didn't someone else also search for such a cult at a previous gathering? Another person murmured, when did such an evil god appear? Hearing this news for the second time, Furs instantly became alert, and at this moment, Mr. A had the attendant beside him hold up a blackboard with several lines of Loan text written on it. The fool who does not belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The yellow and black king who holds good luck. Sure enough, Furs suppressed the thoughts in her heart, trying not to show any abnormality, and then listened to Mr. A's words. Do not read out the content above in Hermes language, giant language, elvish, dragon language, and ancient Hermes are even more forbidden, and you cannot even write the corresponding descriptions in them, otherwise, terrible things are highly likely to happen. Help me find those who believe in the fool. Of course, they might also follow the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, or the yellow and black king who holds good luck. As long as you get any clue, tell me immediately, and the reward I offer will be beyond your imagination. Sure enough, he is looking for Mr. Fool. Furs lowered her head in thought. The last time someone mysterious was looking for Mr. Fool, according to Miss Fate, it was Mr. Fool's test, and the other party did not give Mr. Fool's honorific name. This time, Mr. A gave the exact honorific name, and Mr. A's backing is the Aurora Order. Mr. Fool and the Aurora Order are enemies. While thinking, Furs heard a gathering member exclaim to his companion. This description sounds like an extraordinary existence. I've only seen similar titles in the scriptures of the 7 gods. His companion shook his head and said, many cults also have similar descriptions for their objects of worship. Is it really a cult organization? Another gathering member, hearing their discussion, blurted out in surprise. Amidst everyone's discussions, a gathering member proficient in mysticism made the final judgment. It should be. Generally speaking, the spirit world creatures we summon might also have such a 3-part description, but one of them must be the favor of so and so, or something similar to, exclusive to so and so, not this form. Having had a similar experience once, Furs calmed down and began to carefully recall whether there was any possibility of her being discovered when she joined the gathering. Besides Zio, no one else knew she had chanted that incantation. Oh, no, that's not right. Furs suddenly turned her head to look at Viscount Glaint. The book containing the paper with this honorific name came from Viscount Glaint's study. Zio seemed to have thought of this question too, and looked at Viscount Glaint almost at the same time as her. Viscount Glaint was clearly unaware of this matter. He was still looking at the blackboard, muttering to himself with interest. This honorific name is very rare. But it sounds incredibly powerful. He turned his head, intending to say something to Zio and Furs, but found them both looking at him with strange expressions, so he couldn't help but ask. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing, nothing. Zio and Furs shook their heads repeatedly, answering in unison. That night, Klein, who was about to chat with Alice about their 50-pound friendship, suddenly heard layers of prayers. While thinking, what happened to Alice again? He walked 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. There was no way, he couldn't really just ignore it, could he? When he confirmed that the flashing crimson star did not belong to Alice, Klein felt an inexplicable sense of relief, setting his mind at ease. How did that seem wrong? Klein's mouth twitched twice. He stopped his wild thoughts and extended his spirituality to listen to the content of Furs's prayer. After listening to the news Furs brought, Klein suddenly sat up straight, as if facing a formidable enemy. The Aurora Order knows about the Fool. They know my honorific name. Has the true creator locked onto me? After a few panicked thoughts swirled in his mind, the last possibility was ruled out by Klein. If the true creator had really locked onto him, then the Aurora Order would probably be knocking on his door to check the water meter. Oh, in this era, it should be the gas meter. At that time, he would not only meet the legendary Mr. A but probably also receive the honor of a saint personally visiting, though he didn't know if he could even catch a glimpse of an earth angel. Why did that way of speaking sound so much like Alice? Klein, feeling as if he had been infected, frowned and, as before, replied to Furs with, "No need to worry," then pulled Alice up. Indeed, there was no need to worry. The one who truly needed to worry about this matter was Bernadette, who was searching for full believers. Klein relayed Furs's words to Alice verbatim, finally saying, "I always feel like I've been infected by you." Alice looked at Klein in confusion. Klein truthfully recounted his thoughts from just now. Alice pondered for a moment before asking, "But isn't that a great honor? That's a saint coming to kill you personally. You're only sequence 7 right now. A saint personally coming to kill a sequence 7, what great treatment." Klein's mouth twitched, and he looked at Alice, wanting to speak but holding back. Alice continued, "You're still too timid to imagine. What's an earth angel? Work hard, and strive to get the true creator to personally descend." That's enough, Klein interrupted her, unable to bear it any longer. So what do you think the situation is? Why would the true creator suddenly start looking for the Fool? Alice pouted and said, "First the Son of God, then Lanruis. It would be strange if the true creator didn't come looking for you." Chapter 141 Chapter 15 50 Pounds of Friendship. Klein fell into deep thought. Klein felt something was wrong. But the true creator didn't know about the Fool before. Mr. A even announced his honorific name. Klein retorted. Alice thought seriously for a moment and found a possibility. How are things progressing with Sun's matter? Klein suddenly understood. That's right, recently only little son had chanted the fool's honorific name, and it was when he interacted with the exploration team members who were corrupted by the true creator. He held a sacrificial ritual, and there should have been the symbolic representation of the fool, with the ancient palace above the gray fog. So, the true creator sensed the fool's existence and confirmed that I was the one who previously blasphemed, no, harassed, no, spied on him. For some reason, Klein suddenly thought of the bottle of provoker potion in Alice's hand. However, the true creator being able to confirm that the fool's dependence was active in Backland was most likely due to the all-black eye. I can't casually take the all-black eye out anymore. After understanding the crux of the matter, Klein glanced at Alice, deciding to hand over the task of speculating on Mr. A's intentions to Alice. After all, he considered himself a normal person. Why do you think Mr. A would look for a full believer in a Beander gathering that isn't too private and is relatively open? Klein asked Alice, looking at her. Is it possible that someone looked for a full believer here before? Alice asked, propping her chin. I remember last time it was Magician who reported it too. Klein nodded thoughtfully, reminding her, do you want to remind Bernadette? Ah. Alice blinked, do I need to remind her? Klein suddenly had a worry that Alice might accidentally sell herself one day. No, she might be selling herself on purpose. Klein grumbled while bringing up another matter. Dr. Allen entrusted me to investigate you. You agreed? Alice asked with a frown. He offered £50, Klein emphasized. Alice propped her chin and thought seriously for a moment. So, our relationship is worth £50. No, I wasn't. I was going to ask you what to say when the time comes. Klein defended himself in a low voice. I haven't even told Eamon and Bernadette about you. Alice glared at Klein. Klein was briefly moved, but he quickly realized he had been led astray by Alice and couldn't help but say. Is that the same thing? Why wouldn't it be? Will Ossepton is at his house right now. Oh no, maybe he should be called Will Kreese now. Alice pouted. Do you mean if I didn't accept this commission, he wouldn't find you? Klein asked, puzzled. That's not it, we've already met. Alice's eyes darted around. So what's the situation with you two now? What exactly should I say? Klein asked, leaning back in his chair. It's just that I can't do anything about him, and he can't do anything about me. Alice sighed deeply, then suddenly her eyes lit up as if remembering something. Hey, do you think I can give this monocle to Alan? Klein's mouth fell open. Let's assume, if one day you gave me a gift, and then you found out I gave the gift to someone else. I'd kill both of you, Alice replied without hesitation. Klein looked at Alice, wanting to speak but holding back. Alice, receiving Klein's gaze, fell silent for a moment, then disappointedly gave up on the idea, sighing, anyway, just do what a normal detective would do. Klein nodded thoughtfully and said, that's good, I thought you were really going to let Alan give the child to. You're overthinking it, Alice rolled her eyes, it's not that easy, I'm just giving Will Ossepton something to do. Klein pondered for a moment and asked, just like what you did to Eamon. What did I do to Eamon? Alice blinked blankly. That painting, Klein reminded her. I didn't even give him the more outrageous ones. Alice pouted. You have more outrageous ones. Klein looked at her in surprise. Are you sure you want to ask? Alice looked at him with pity. Klein seriously recalled the experiences of Alan and Alger, who still insisted after hearing this question, and quickly shook his head, saying, no need, please don't tell me. Alice then leaned back in her chair. Klein didn't know that Eamon was also greatly shocked because he couldn't suppress his curiosity. After returning to reality, Alice looked at the sky outside and thought for a moment, deciding to go to bed first. Bernadette wouldn't die in one night. But when she woke up the next day, Alice had already forgotten about it. She ungracefully held a piece of bread in her mouth, pushed open the door, and took out the letters from the mailbox. Newspaper, still newspaper. Bernadette. Alice mumbled indistinctly while biting the bread, then suddenly, her mouth widened, and the bread fell to the ground. Alice thought seriously for a moment whether she could pick it up, wash it, and still eat it, but finally decided it was too pathetic and threw it away. Let the stray animals take care of it. Alice happily arranged the bread's destination and returned with the newspaper and letters. Then, she tossed Bernadette's letter aside and began to do what many people in this era like to do: read the newspaper while eating breakfast. This is like playing with a phone while eating in the past. Alice struggled to swallow a mouthful of bread, then flipped a page of the newspaper and grumbled softly. No wonder Emperor Rosal invented playing cards. Without playing cards, this world would probably be bored to death. Alice grumbled and put away the newspaper, then slammed Bernadette's letter on the coffee table, suddenly thinking of a certain angel of time who liked to play cards with her. That sounded really boring. Speaking of which, did Emperor Rosal only invent landlord? Actually, there are many ways to play poker. If not, we can also play mahjong. Alice seriously considered the possibility of teaching Eamon to play mahjong next time she saw him. However, is it a bit too few for two people to play mahjong? But if we need to gather people, calling anyone seems like harming them, and if Amon's avatars come, what's the difference from cheating? KP, are you sure you want to do this? Chapter 142 Chapter 16 Leonard, the protagonist of the era. Chapter 142 Chapter 16 The protagonist of the era, Leonard. As her hand reached the doorknob, Alice's movements paused. It was the interior of St. Samuel Cathedral. A man in a long trench coat and red gloves crossed the threshold and entered the cathedral. The man had dark hair, green eyes, disheveled hair, handsome features, and a casual, unrestrained gait, carrying the air of a poet, Leonard. Alice hadn't had such an uncontrolled premonition of the future in a long time. If she had to guess, it was probably, fate thought she could handle it. Alice reserved judgment on this speculation, as she wasn't sure if Will Ossepton and Eamon fell within the can handle range. No, Will Ossepton was a different story. It seemed fate had placed bets on both of them. However, what was certain was that if Leonard and she met by chance in the cathedral, she would most likely be unable to control her emotions. And unlike Old Neil wasn't familiar enough with her, but Leonard might recognize her, or at least become suspicious. There was nothing wrong with Leonard knowing she was still alive. After all, in a sense, she could be considered a favored one blessed by the goddess. What Alice was actually worried about was the danger entanglement around her, the uncontrollable fate. She wasn't worried about Klein. After all, it was hard to say who had more trouble between her and Klein, but Leonard should have no problems, right? Recalling Leonard, who confidently called himself the protagonist of the era, Alice suddenly wasn't so sure. To be fair, a friend working hard to avenge a deceased friend certainly seemed like a protagonist script, huh? But if he was so confident in being the protagonist, shouldn't he also have a golden finger? I really want to see what it is. Restless thoughts flickered a few times in Alice's heart, then were forcibly suppressed by Alice. After preparing herself mentally, Alice still went to the cathedral. She sat quietly in a chair, eyes closed in prayer. After reciting her prayer, Alice opened her eyes and found that her lens had somehow gotten dusty. Alice took off her monocle, wiped the dust with a handkerchief, and surveyed the cathedral with her eyes. She saw Leonard, wearing a trench coat and red gloves, walking towards the depths of the cathedral. Leonard. Alice watched him walk away, slightly lost in thought, her right hand slowly raising the now clean monocle. As her hand reached her chest, Leonard seemed to sense her gaze and looked over in confusion. Alice quickly lowered her head, pretending to be just an ordinary girl attracted by beauty. It had to be said, Leonard's face sometimes had its uses. She naturally gave up on the idea of putting her monocle back on and casually tucked it away. Leonard's confused gaze circled once before retreating, but Alice, looking at Leonard's retreating back, frowned. Alice felt as if an unknown gaze was fixed on her from somewhere hidden. She uncomfortably looked around but couldn't find the source. When she turned back in confusion, Leonard's back had disappeared, and the gaze on her also vanished. Alice blinked in confusion, but the object of her gaze had disappeared. Alice thought for a moment and finally decided to get up and go home. She pushed open the door, first returned to the living room, frowned as she took off the necklace she had named Matilda, removed the wealth accessory that had somehow gotten crooked, and then changed into a lighthouse dress. The brooch really gets crooked easily. Alice pinched the wealth accessory, left the living room, and stepped into the study. She spread out her drawing paper, but after a few strokes, she irritably lifted her head. There seemed to be something in the room that was out of place, making her subconsciously annoyed. She looked around in confusion, and finally, her gaze fell on the bottle of potion next to her desk. The provoker potion. Alice remembered, potions had an expiration date. But why didn't the bottle Eamon gave me before absorb the potion? Is he really planning to give me this thing as a souvenir? Alice was greatly shocked. Sequence potions are different from other potions, they don't become useless if kept for a long time. However, sequence potions can be absorbed by their containers. The Beander item born under such circumstances is somewhat similar to the Beander characteristic left behind by a Beander who lost control. In short, it's almost impossible to utilize. Generally speaking, perhaps 3 or 4 days after a sequence potion is prepared, you might find that the container holding the potion has turned into a Beander item. Alice knew that the church had methods for preserving high sequence potions, and this method could likely also be used for low sequences, but perhaps because the cost was too high, no one would do so. So, Eamon, how bored are you? Alice stared blankly at the potion in front of her. Because the potion Eamon gave her had never expired, she subconsciously overlooked the fact that potions had an expiration date. Now, Alice stared at the bottle, thought seriously for a moment, then picked up a pen and drew a chibi Eamon portrait on it. I wonder if, when this Beander item fully forms, I'll be able to see this chibi Eamon portrait open its mouth and curse. Thinking about it, it was quite interesting. Alice shook her head. To prevent this thing from affecting her mood, she decided to leave it in the living room for now. It should be fine if it's far away. After placing the potion on the coffee table in the living room, Alice noticed the letter she had casually thrown on the coffee table before going out. Oh, I haven't read what Bernadette wrote yet. Oh right, I also need to remind her about Mr. A. Is it really necessary? Alice pouted and returned to the study, clutching the letter. The question Bernadette left was still very simple. What is the relationship between the fool and the true creator? Alice fell into deep thought. What kind of relationship? If the true creator discovered the fool's true identity, wouldn't he send a saint with an angel to capture him? Alice thought seriously for a moment before writing. The true creator attaches great importance to Mr. Fool. She wasn't lying, sending a saint to capture a sequence 7. It couldn't be more important than that. After successfully convincing herself, Alice performed the ritual to summon the messenger. This time, she opened her spirit vision in advance and firmly held the letter in her hand, trying to figure out what Bernadette's messenger looked like. However, this seemed to be useless. There was no sensation of the envelope being pulled, nor any sight of the messenger. Only after a cool breeze passed did the letter in Alice's hand disappear without a trace. I also want such a special messenger, Alice muttered softly. What Alice thought, Fate was worried she wouldn't be able to control her emotions after seeing Leonard. What actually happened? Fate was worried Pales wouldn't be able to control his emotions after seeing Amon's monocle. Pales, Eamon dares to come to the cathedral to pray these days. Chapter 143 Chapter 17 A New Nightmare. Dr. Allen soon received the first part of the intelligence he bought for £50. After all, if £50 only bought so little, Alan would feel cheated by his friend. Alice's ostensible identity came from Charlie King, who at the time even considered her obvious personality flaws and designed her identity as a young lady from a fallen noble family whose parents had both passed away. Thus, it seemed reasonable that such a Beryl Rose would paint. Then, why would such a Beryl Rose appear to be so knowledgeable about mysticism? Alan Kreese closed the file, recalled his wife's smiling eyes as she said their child wanted ice cream, pinched the space between his eyebrows, and seriously considered the possibility of paying a visit. He remembered that before she was pregnant, his wife didn't seem to like ice cream. Although pregnancy can cause changes in eating habits, and saying, "the child wants to eat it," is a perfectly normal excuse, he still felt a strong sense of unease subconsciously. He no longer had nightmares about Will Ossepton, but instead started having another nightmare. In the dream, the mysterious girl he met that day, the girl named Beryl Rose, looked at him with gentle eyes and said to him in a mild but emotionless voice, "This child will bring disaster to you and your family." Then, he returned home heavy-hearted, seeing his wife rise from the sofa to greet him, with a half-eaten cup of ice cream on the coffee table. He heard his wife laugh and say to him, "The child wants ice cream." Later, the scene shifted to much later, when his wife's abdomen was noticeably distended. He watched his wife gently caress her belly, smiling as she said to him, "What do you think, should we name our child Will?" Will. It was not an uncommon boy's name, but the next scene after this was a dark, pointed tower. He ascended to the top of the tower as before and saw two coiling giant snakes. The two snakes were both white, one thick and one slender. The slender one saw him and looked at him with a pitiful and terrified gaze, with a hint of barely perceptible urgency and worry in its eyes. But his attention was not on the two snakes. He walked deeper into the darkness ahead. Subconsciously, something extremely important to him seemed to be hidden in that obscured area. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With each step closer, he seemed to pass through something, yet also nothing at all. He gradually noticed his steps becoming sticky. He lowered his head, only to find an unknown, dark crimson liquid flowing towards him. What was that? He advanced step by step, and finally, he saw the source of the liquid. It was his wife. She was lying on the ground, her abdomen slit open in the middle, and blood was flowing out, passing under his feet and flowing behind him. Could one person bleed that much? Alan didn't know, but he noticed a young girl kneeling beside his wife. She had bright and dazzling golden hair, and the curve of her profile showed an unfaded childishness, indicating that the owner of this face was not very old. She knelt there, seemingly unconcerned by the blood on the ground. Alan saw that the young girl was holding a blood-stained scalpel. Alan's pupils contracted, staring fixedly at the scalpel. He watched the young girl use the scalpel to meticulously lift strands of hair scattered in the pool of blood, brush away the congealed blood, and separate the hair matted together by the blood. Then, the young girl turned to look at him with an innocent and brilliant smile, her clear and pure blue eyes showing no trace of malice. He saw the girl tilt her head, look at him with those pure eyes, and say, "You see, I told you long ago that child would bring disaster to you and your family. Why didn't you believe me?" Then, he would wake up from the dream, in the silent night, covered in cold sweat, recalling those pure, unmalicious eyes and the innocent tone in the girl's voice when she spoke. The eyes of the golden-haired girl in the dream, at this moment, finally overlapped with the eyes of Beryl Rose in the material Klein had sent. When the knocking came, Alice was thinking about what to have for dinner. She put on, Matilda, in confusion, went to open the door, but saw someone she didn't expect. Hello. Alice looked at Dr. Allen in front of her and greeted him hesitantly, a little unsure if she should say his name. Pure, innocent, bewildered. Allen recalled the eyes of the girl in his dream, took a deep breath, and forced himself to smile, saying, "Madam, I apologize for disturbing you so abruptly. I have some questions I'd like to ask you, regarding Will Ossepton." Alice stared at him, slowly narrowed her eyes, and asked with a frown, "Who sent you to ask me?" She wasn't concerned that Alan found her. After all, Klein sold her information for a full £50, so it would be strange if he didn't have her address. What actually puzzled her was that Alan decided to come to her. No way, did Will Ossepton really let his father come to see her? Or was it that this, like her dream and her encounter with Will Ossepton, was something Will Ossepton himself couldn't control? No one sent me. Alan was momentarily confused. "I have some questions I wanted to ask you myself." "So, you believe this decision was entirely yours, made without any guidance or suggestion?" Alice confirmed. Can others make decisions for me?" Alan asked, perplexed. "Who knows?" Alice chuckled and shrugged. Alan looked at her unconcerned expression, and cold sweat suddenly broke out on his back again. Alice frowned, observing Alan, who clearly showed signs of fear, and after a moment of contemplation, said, "Come in and talk." Saying that, she stepped aside, gesturing for Alan to enter the room. Alan hesitated as he walked in, and Alice closed the door behind him, silently deploying a spirituality barrier. "What would you like to drink?" Alice asked politely. "Coffee," Alan replied out of habit. "Have a seat," Alice said lightly, then went to make coffee, deciding to get herself some orange juice. Who would drink something so bitter? Alice placed the coffee in front of Alan. Alan politely picked up the coffee and took a sip, then his expression twisted uncontrollably. "Oh dear," Alice realized when she saw his expression, "I forgot to add sugar." Chapter 144 Chapter 18 Alan's Choice. Alan looked at Alice, hesitating to speak, and silently put down his coffee. Her coffee wasn't just unsweetened, was it? Alan stared at Alice's innocent expression, trying to find a flaw. However, Alice had ample experience with what expression to make after doing something bad. After watching for a while, Alan had to give up his plan. But, it must be said, after taking a sip of that coffee, which he didn't know how it was made, Alan's initial fear was mostly dispelled. He asked, relatively calmly, "Madam, I want to know, in this world, does true mysticism exist? Aren't you here to ask me about Will-Osepton?" Alice asked, puzzled. Alan stammered, not knowing where to begin. How should he put it? He suspected that child was the one his wife conceived. Such a fantastic story, surely no one would believe it. Unless true mysticism existed in this world. Sherlock was right. If true mysticism existed in this world, the best place to seek help was a church. But, if he wanted to uncover the truth. Alan looked at Alice, carefully choosing his words. Alice held her cup, patiently waiting for Alan to speak first. "I had a dream." Alan finally decided to start with his dream. "In the dream, I ascended a dark, towering spire." Alice frowned, put down her cup, and her demeanor became serious. Alice's change in attitude gave Alan confidence. He continued to recount. "At the top of the spire, I saw two white giant snakes, one large and one small. The smaller one seemed a little worried about me." White giant snakes. It's the snake of fate. But why one large and one small? Is the other one the entity that has been hunting Will-Osepton? Could it be? Alice remembered a name. In her memory, that male voice, suspected to be Will-Osepton, once mentioned someone, the Angel of Destiny, or Ouroboros. The other snake, could it be him? No, could it be him? Alice unconsciously curled up on the sofa, her fingers tapping the armrest, her brow furrowing little by little. Sure enough, she knew the symbolism of this dream. Alan deduced as he continued to describe his dream. "I passed between the two of them, to a hidden dark corner, and I saw Vilma, my wife, lying in a pool of blood. I saw a girl kneeling beside Vilma, who turned her head to look at me. She said to me, 'You see, I told you long ago, that child will bring disaster to you and your family. Why didn't you believe me?'" Alan imitated the girl's tone from the dream as he spoke, making Alice fall into deep thought. "No, those words, didn't they sound like something she would say?" Alice blinked blankly, confirming, "Do you remember what that girl looked like? Golden hair, blue eyes, she didn't look very old, and she smiled very innocently." Alan tried to describe the face he saw, but Alice's next action froze him in place. He watched Alice take off an unusually exquisite necklace from her neck. His gaze was involuntarily drawn to the necklace until Alice placed it on the coffee table. The sound of the necklace hitting the glass startled him. He subconsciously looked up. The girl in front of him, he didn't know when, had transformed into the golden-haired girl from his dream. He saw Alice tilt her head, raise a pure smile, and ask in an innocent tone, "Was it me you saw in your dream?" Alice got her answer from Alan's rapidly contracting pupils and trembling body. Her brow twitched, trying to capture more information from Alan's description. "This is a revelation. Two coiling giant snakes, one is Ouroboros, the other is Will-Osepton. They stand in opposition, and she, a hidden dark corner. That is the authority of the goddess, the power of secrets. But what exactly does the goddess want from her?" After a moment of contemplation, Alice suddenly chuckled, reached out and touched her chest 4 times, drawing the sign of the scarlet moon, and said devoutly and sincerely, "Praise the goddess. Anyway, she already owed enough debts, so a little more wouldn't hurt. Might as well praise the goddess first." Alice shook her head, looked at Alan, who was in a state of confusion because of her actions, and sighed, "Should I say you're lucky or unlucky?" Alan realized he was about to hear something extraordinary, but Alice didn't seem to intend to explain voluntarily. After struggling for a while, he asked, you said that child would bring disaster to me and my family. What did that sentence mean? Was it a threat?" Alan didn't dare to ask, but Alice shrugged and chuckled. "Back then it was a warning, now, it's probably a threat." Alan's body suddenly stiffened. "How about it?" Alice blinked. "Who will you choose? Your child, that Will-Osepton, or me?" Before Alan could answer, she spoke as if remembering something. "Oh, right. Actually, you have another option. After all, there was another snake of fate in that dream." Snake of fate. Alan repeated the term, puzzled. You have to choose one before I can tell you. Alice blinked. Quote. Do I still have a choice? Alan asked, finding it hard to understand. Alice took a sip of orange juice before muttering, maybe you possess a virtue I don't understand. Like protecting your child even at the cost of your life. No, Alan corrected Alice, if that child is Will Ossepton, then he is not my child. He is just someone who has usurped my child's identity, eh? Alan couldn't find a sufficiently aggressive word. Alice clapped for this angle she hadn't considered, praising, so you can think of it that way. Alan hesitated, stopping his words. He suddenly doubted whether the girl in front of him and the girl in his dream were the same person. Alice ignored his thoughts, leaned back, and said while drinking orange juice. Anyway, since you've made your choice. It seems like there's a bit too much. How about you ask yourself? Is there anything you want to know? Chapter 145 Chapter 19 Inches At least you look like a human being. That child is Will Ossepton. Alan asked the question he cared about most and wanted to confirm. Yes, he is. Alice blinked her eyes. This almost nonsensical answer made Alan fall silent for a moment. He rephrased his question. How did he do it? It's he. Alice corrected. He. Alan repeated, puzzled. Let me reintroduce you to this world first. Alice finished the last sip of orange juice, put down her glass, and smiled. Firstly, in this world, deities truly exist. Alan felt for a moment that his heart and breathing seemed to stop. Everything around him seemed far away, yet also very close. To confirm that he had truly heard those words and that they were not imagination or hallucination, he repeated, deities truly exist. Alice looked at him and asked in confusion, aren't you a believer in the goddess? Alan opened his mouth but didn't know how to explain. So, you were just looking for an object of faith, you just agreed with the goddess's teachings, and you didn't truly wish for deities to exist. Alice looked at him thoughtfully. Alan was silent for a while before asking, if deities truly exist, then mysticism. Otherwise, why do you think Will Ossepton would run into your wife's belly? Alice raised an eyebrow. Alan opened his mouth, then closed it again, thinking for a moment before asking, is he also a deity? Alice frowned as she looked at him, have you heard of Beyonders? Beyonders? Alan's expression answered the question. All right, you haven't, Alice sighed, humans can become Beyonders by consuming a potion, from sequence 9 to sequence 1. Above sequence 1 is a true god. Alan nodded thoughtfully. Before he could ask, Alice's faint voice rang out, the knowledge of mysticism is very expensive. How much money do you want? Alan asked hesitantly. I think, compared to that, you should be more worried about whether Will Ossepton will find out you came to see me. Alice smiled ambiguously. Alan froze for a moment, then suddenly realized something. You have a feud. Alice lowered her gaze and replied, for existences at sequence 2 and above, we begin to use he as a pronoun. And Will Ossepton is a sequence 1 of the same pathway as me. Pathway? Alan asked in confusion. Alice frowned and explained sketchily. There are a total of 22 pathways. Oh, it's too troublesome to explain to you. You just need to know that each pathway can only have one true god, and a true god ascends to godhood by stepping on the corpses of other sequence 1s. Only one true god, ascending to godhood by stepping on the corpses of other sequence 1s. Alan recalled the two confronting giant snakes in his dream, and the girl hiding to the side, realizing that this might be the reason for their enmity. Then, how strong is a sequence 1 exactly? As if seeing through his question, Alice smiled and asked, do you remember your continuous bad luck a while ago? Alan was slightly startled, but if that was the power of a sequence 1, it didn't seem particularly strong. Before he could say anything, he heard Alice continue, that was probably just a bit of misfortune you accidentally brushed against, right? Alan suddenly realized what a dangerous environment he was in. Cherish your last peaceful days, Dr. Allen. Alice gave him a sympathetic look, stood up, and made a gesture to see him out. Alan subconsciously stood up with her, then reacted and urgently pressed, wait, what should I do? Alice looked at him thoughtfully and said, why do I always feel like you trust me so much? My image in your dream was even less like a good person, wasn't it? Alan was silent for a moment and said, at least you still look like a person. Alice couldn't help but laugh. This was a perfectly fine answer, but when applied to Beyonders, it was exceptionally funny. Yes, she just looked like a person, didn't she? Looking at Alan, Alice suddenly had an idea. She smiled and said, "Go back. Don't worry, we won't be fighting for now." But Alan seemed to want to say something more. Alice shook her head and said, "Besides, even if we really did fight, what could you do?" Alan fell silent again. He thought of his long troubling bad luck, which was merely misfortune he had accidentally brushed against. So, what would misfortune truly targeting him be like? Alan thought this and then asked aloud. Alice mused for a moment before replying. Let's imagine, let's say you're crossing a river. The water in this river is very shallow, barely covering your ankles. You might accidentally step on a stone at the bottom of the river, or something else. Anyway, you might fall. Perhaps you'd die directly from the fall, but usually, I prefer a more dramatic ending. For example, actually, when you fell, nothing happened to you, it's just that you happened to land face down, and happened to get cramps from the cold river water, unable to get up. In short, something very bad happened. You drowned in a river where the water wasn't even ankle deep. Alan temporarily lost his ability to speak. If you're still very curious, Alice said thoughtfully, you could probably go find some people with very special luck and ask about it. Alan walked towards the door, deep in thought. Oh, right, Alice said finally before he left. Remember, absolutely do not let Will Ossepton notice anything unusual. What will happen if he notices? Alan turned back and asked. Alice curled her lips, a malicious Aemon-esque smile appearing on her face, and blinked. Nothing will happen, anyway, it's not me who's going to die. Alan suddenly became worried about the correctness of his choice. If these three guys fought, it would be inevitable for him and Vilma to be affected, but would this one in front of him truly consider him and Vilma? Alan took one last look at Alice, then left without saying anything. He also had no choice. After knowing Will Ossepton's special nature, he couldn't pretend to be ignorant and treat the child in Vilma's belly as his own, nor could he ignore that dream. And from the moment he knocked on Alice's door, he had already made a choice between Will Ossepton and Alice. After all, you couldn't expect him to actually go find Ouroboros. Chapter 146 Chapter 20 The Dusk Hermit Society. When Klein saw Alice again, from his expression, he seemed to be in the midst of some thrilling and exciting event. Did an angel really come for you? Alice asked subconsciously. Klein's prepared words caught in his throat. He stared at Alice, unable to speak. Alice tilted her head in confusion, then said with some disappointment, "What?" "It wasn't. Enough." Klein stopped her weakly. "Oh." Alice sat up obediently. What exactly did you tell Alan? Klein's mouth twitched as he looked at Alice's obedient demeanor, and he asked, pinching the space between his eyebrows. What's wrong? Alice blinked. He cancelled the commission to investigate you and changed it to finding people with abnormal luck, Klein truthfully informed her. Alice nodded thoughtfully. He knows his wife is pregnant with Will Ossepton. You just told him that. Klein was greatly shocked. It wasn't me, to be precise, it was a revelation of fate. When he came to me, he told me he had a dream. Alice shook her head and described Alan's dream to Klein. Klein frowned little by little, then looked at Alice and asked in confusion, but why was Alan the one who dreamt it? Good question, Alice nodded in approval, I want to know too. Klein closed his mouth. Alice blinked, reminding him, oh right, you should keep an eye on him, don't let him accidentally give himself away in front of Will Ossepton and get himself killed. Klein asked in incomprehension, do you think he can hide it from a Sequence 1 Beyonder? No matter how high the Sequence 1 is, he is still in the amniotic fluid right now. Alice shrugged, at least for now, Alan dying is not good for either of us. That's true. After all, it's a bit too difficult for a pregnant woman to support a family, unless the other party thinks it's too dangerous and plans to switch families. Klein glanced at Alice, suddenly becoming uncertain, and he asked cautiously, you're not planning to do anything else, are you? No, Alice blinked, I have an interesting idea. Interesting. Klein remembered the gift Alice was preparing for Eamon and fell into contemplation. He asked hesitantly, what kind of idea? Guess. Alice blinked. What exactly are you planning to do? Klein's bad premonition intensified. Don't worry, I can't do it now. Alice blinked. Klein felt that he hadn't relaxed at all. I really can't do it for a while. I estimate Will will almost be born by then. Alice defended herself. Klein breathed a sigh of relief. Well, at least it changed from a death sentence to a suspended death sentence. Klein, whose demands for Alice had significantly lowered, brought up another matter. Oh right, are you interested in Amon's tomb? Amon's tomb. Alice looked at him with a strange expression and asked. It's like this, do you remember the bodyguard I hired before? Klein reminded her. I remember, her name is Sharon, right? Alice recalled and asked. Yes, we discovered a tomb. Klein described in detail to Alice the process of him and Miss Sharon discovering the tomb. Then, he added at the end, I told her that I met someone in a Beander circle who knew a lot about Amon. Alice pushed the monocle over her right eye, an action that made Klein pause for a moment before saying, I'm really worried that one day Amon will impersonate you and I won't be able to recognize him. Alice pondered for a moment before answering, if Amon were to do that, it would most likely be my suggestion. Klein felt himself become weak again. He pinched his eyebrows and continued to ask, are you interested in that tomb? Alice shook her head decisively. Klein looked at Alice and the monocle on her face in confusion. Others might be fine, but I think if I went, I might see an Amon inside, Alice replied expressionlessly. Why weren't you afraid at all when you gave Amon a gift? Klein asked in confusion. That's different, Alice shook her head, that's politeness. ? Klein's mouth opened wide, feeling that his understanding of politeness had been refreshed. Alice sincerely defended herself, he sent me a souvenir, so I should return the favor, right? Klein was a bit at a loss for words for a moment. After a while of silence, he said, if your future return gifts to me are of this style, then you don't need to send them. Okay. Alice nodded obediently. One last thing, Klein looked at Alice with a hesitant expression, then changed the subject, have you heard of the Twilight Hermit Order? What's that? Alice blinked in confusion. Emperor Rosal mentioned a secretive organization in his diary that held the second, blasphemy slate, do you still remember? Klein reminded her. Alice nodded. Klein then told Alice the whole story of Duke Negan's assassination. So you've been having such an exciting time these past few days, Alice exclaimed, but it's still a shame no angel came for you. Klein stared at Alice again without speaking. Alice pretended she was studying the patterns of the surrounding gray fog. Klein pinched the space between his eyebrows, habitually changing the subject. That organization should be the one that wanted to assassinate Duke Negan, which is the Twilight Hermit Order. That secretive organization that manipulates the trends of the era. Alice asked softly. Klein nodded, adding, I heard their organization's goal is to awaken the Creator. Alice frowned. She recalled her past doubts. The history of this world, at certain moments, overlapped too much with Earth's civilization. Remembering Amon's words, Alice propped her chin and said thoughtfully, Amon told me that there is a sequence one Beander whose name is Author, and his paranoid brother, Adam, is an author. Author can make the stories he writes become real events. Just like 008. I always felt that the history of this world was a bit too similar to Earth's civilization. But if you say this organization's goal is to awaken the Creator, you should know, Amon's father came from before the first epoch. Chapter 147 Chapter 21 Mr. Fool is not Miss Fate. Wait a minute, Klein perked up. Who came from before the first epoch? That Lord who created everything, omnipotent and omniscient God, that God Almighty. Alice blinked. Quote. Did Amon tell you anything else? Klein suddenly felt a little envious of a life parasitized by Amon. After all, Alice not only suffered no ill effects but also freeloaded a lot of knowledge, and she seemed to have a lot of fun, even getting gifts. Bah, what are you thinking? Klein promptly cut off this utterly preposterous wish. Alice rested her chin on her hand, recalling. Amon had told her many things in bits and pieces, but what was worth specifically bringing up? Alice slapped the table, remembering a very important matter. Don't mention Adam's name in the real world. Why? Klein was slightly startled, remembering that Emperor Rosal had never written the name of that organization in his diary. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but it seems that if you mention it, he will know, Alice replied, frowning. Klein was slightly taken aback, suddenly realizing a crucial question. In that case, does he already know about you? Alice fell silent for a moment, her eyes darting around. Actually, just mentioning it normally shouldn't be a problem. My main issue is that I was talking to Eamon at the time. What were you two talking about? Klein asked, looking at Alice's strange expression with confusion. Alice looked left and right. You know that in the original Bible, God Almighty took one of Adam's ribs to create Eve, right? Klein suddenly had a bad premonition. You asked Eamon why he wasn't called Eve. Don't mention it, I really did ask. Alice's expression grew even more guilty. But I don't think Adam probably cares much about that. What else did you say? Klein felt things were getting even worse. Alice hesitantly organized her words. I told Eamon about Eve, and then Eamon told me that perhaps someone else should be called Eve. Klein looked at Alice's increasingly guilty expression, realizing there must be a bombshell in her unspoken words. He scrutinized Alice. Don't look at me like that, Alice shifted uncomfortably. It's just, that name sounds like a man's name, so I asked if Adam was. Alice ultimately didn't say the last word, but even without her saying it, Klein knew what it was. Klein was greatly shocked. No, did you really ask out loud? Alice blinked innocently. I think that bottle of provoker potion might not have been given to the wrong person, Klein finally commented. Recalling Eamon, who suspected she had read fanfiction of his brother and his father, Alice fell silent for a moment. She defended herself. I wasn't going to ask the last question. Eamon insisted I say it. Klein looked at Alice with suspicion. Alice opened her mouth, then gave up again, leaning weakly against the chair and saying, anyway, don't mention Adam's name, and it's best not to mention the Twilight Hermit Order either. Klein thought seriously for a moment and raised a crucial question. If I can't help but think of Adam as, that kind of thing when I go back, what should I do? Alice gave a fake smile and replied, don't be afraid, isn't he just an angel? It's not like the true creator is personally descending to catch you. Klein was silent for a moment, deciding to steer the conversation in a more normal direction. What do you think the trend of the times should be? World War, right? Alice said as a matter of course. Shouldn't a world war follow the Industrial Revolution? This self-evident answer convinced Klein. He murmured, so, the goal of the Twilight Hermit Order is to incite a world war. But why would they do that? And, war. Who knows? Alice shrugged. War. Alice's eyes were a bit blank. This was a rather distant word for her. When this word was mentioned, the only thing she could think of was one thing. When there's a war, will food and weapons become particularly valuable? Klein, who was in the midst of emotion and sorrow, paused, then cut off Alice's internet connection, in the luxurious villa of Earl Hall in Empress Borough. Audrey looked at Susie, who had just opened the door and entered, and whispered, what are father and them discussing? After discovering that Earl Hall had returned very late and his expression was unusually solemn, she immediately sent her golden retriever, Susie, to sneak in and eavesdrop. Duke Negan was assassinated, Susie said, closing the door with her hind leg as she spoke. Audrey was stunned, suspecting she had misheard. This was not the first time she had experienced an assassination attempt on Duke Negan, but for a powerful noble, assassination was neither common nor rare. She had never thought Duke Negan would die because of it. It's true, Susie gave an affirmative reply. Audrey was instantly a little lost. The image of Duke Negan chatting with her, laughing with her, and gifting her an estate was still clear in her memory, and now, he was dead. Was life such a fragile thing? Facing the death of an acquaintance for the first time, Audrey felt a slight sense of unreality. She seemed to truly realize the cruelty and coldness of the adult world. Who did it? Audrey asked subconsciously. A Sequence 5 devil, Susie replied quickly. But he's already been silenced, by that vigilante, Black Emperor. Audrey asked in surprise. How could it be the vigilante, Black Emperor? How could it be Mr. Fool's dependents? The last time Duke Negan was assassinated, it was Mr. Fool who helped, and Mr. Fool isn't Miss Fate, number, I can't think like that. Audrey urgently cut off her thoughts, and then another thought emerged. Is it possible that Mr. Fool's dependence was threatened by Miss Fate, number, it's better not to guess. Audrey cleared her mind of all thoughts, instructed Susie to go eavesdrop again, then locked her room door, sat on the edge of the bed, and prayed to Mr. Fool. After reciting his honorific name and describing Duke Negan's assassination, she asked with great trust, "Was your dependence on the scene?" After a while, she saw the boundless gray fog and heard the voice belonging to the Fool. "Yes. He is looking for the organization that directed the Desire Apostle. So that's it." Audrey breathed a sigh of relief, feeling much more relaxed. Chapter 148 Chapter 22 Alice, learn from Audrey. It seems Miss Destiny is still quite obedient in front of Mr. Fool, which is good. No, Audrey, stop thinking about it. To stop herself from overthinking, or at least to change the subject of her overthinking, Audrey asked. "What kind of organization is that? That it would attract your attention." Audrey did not immediately receive Mr. Fool's answer. A few minutes later, the gray fog reappeared before her, and the image within showed Miss Destiny, her appearance obscured. "Do not mention the name of that organization or its leader in the real world. That organization possesses a certain characteristic. Whatever is said, will be known." Audrey sprang to her feet and paced around the room. "Whatever is said, will be known. Heavens, this organization sounds truly mysterious, just like our tarot club. I never knew such an organization existed. Mr. Hanged Man didn't mention it when he explained the common knowledge of various factions to me, not even a hint about its characteristics. It sounds even more mysterious and unknown than underground factions like the Aurora Order and the Life School of Thought, so much so that Mr. Hanged Man, with his rich experience, extensive knowledge, and close ties to the Storm Church, lacks understanding. And their planned actions directly target the kingdom's great nobles, one of the most powerful groups of people in the entire world. They might be the deepest observers of the Beyonder world, the true manipulators. This sounds incredibly cool. Mr. Fool's attention is indeed drawn to existences as remarkable as our tarot club. Last time, Mr. Hanged Man's request for his dependents' help was successful not because the promised reward was generous enough, but because Mr. Fool himself was targeting this organization. However, Miss Destiny actually remembered to remind me about this time. Oh, no, actually Miss Destiny seems to have always remembered to remind me. Although Miss Destiny is very playful, when it comes to important matters, she seems to be quite reliable, right? Is that why I subconsciously thought Miss Destiny wouldn't remind me? After a bout of random thoughts, the shock from Duke Negan's death had mostly faded for Audrey. She walked to the full-length mirror, slightly tilted her chin, and began to ponder while looking at herself in the mirror. The young woman in the mirror had golden hair and green eyes, her slightly tilted chin forming a perfect curve. Audrey looked at herself in the mirror, and her mood calmed down slightly. Even Duke Negan, a Beyonder under strict protection, was assassinated, let alone my father, who is just an ordinary person. Although from the situation of the treasury, it can be judged that there are certainly many Beyonders in the family, and the Goddess Church will also provide additional protection, it is still not reassuring. Duke Negan's guards were no worse than this. Come on, Audrey, quickly advance to Sequence 7, Sequence 6, hide in the shadows, and be the last line of defense for father, mother, and brothers. For the first time in her life, Audrey had an urgent desire to improve her sequence for reasons other than interest. Alice had an incredibly peaceful weekend, mainly because she didn't run into Audrey when she went to Viscount Glaint's banquet to get ice cream. She had even specially brought Susie chocolate. Compared to the quiet and well-behaved wealth accessory, Amon's gift was clearly as mischievous as Eamon himself. I mean, that bottle of Provoker potion was finally drunk clean by the bottle, and now. Alice fell into contemplation as she watched the chibi Eamon cursing loudly. It must be said, this Beyonder item was very successful. Although Amon's avatar was added by Alice later, after the potion was absorbed, this Eamon even had expressions when he cursed. I really want to show it to Eamon. Alice glanced out the window, suddenly regretting not agreeing to Klein's suggestion to visit Amon's mausoleum. No, it's too dangerous. What if there really is an Eamon inside? How awkward would that be? Don't go, absolutely don't go. Alice stopped herself in time. At exactly 3 o'clock on Monday afternoon, the crimson illusory light appeared as scheduled. Alice opened her eyes and found herself above the gray fog. Audrey, in a good mood, stood up as usual, slightly lifted her skirt, and bowed to Klein, who was at the head of the long bronze table. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Her light-hearted voice broke the silence above the gray fog, making Klein feel a little better. He couldn't help but think, see, Alice, why don't you learn from her? Below the gray fog, Klein's mouth twitched slightly, then he replied in Mr. Fool's usual calm tone, "Good afternoon, Miss Justice." This greeting marked the beginning of this tarot club meeting. Afterward, when everyone's greetings had concluded, Audrey addressed the figure in the gray fog. "Respected Mr. Fool, I have recently obtained 3 pages of Rosal's diary. These 3 pages of the diary came from the Psychology Alchemists, which was one of her gains from officially joining the Psychology Alchemists. Of course, her main gains were a bottle of telepathos potion and the potion formula for psychiatrist. This was also why Alice couldn't meet Susie. What reward do you desire?" Klein asked with a smile. "Let it be." Audrey hesitated, glancing at Alice, and carefully replied, "Let it be the reward for Miss Destiny making the reminder, may I?" Klein's smile instantly froze. Sure enough, Alice immediately shifted her attention from the bench leg, raised her head, and asked, "Why should my reward be given to, why should it be given to her?" Alger, who had a bad feeling after hearing Audrey's words, silently lowered his head, but couldn't help but speculate what Alice had almost blurted out. Was it him, or Mr. Fool's true name? He remembered Mr. Fool personally admitting that Miss Destiny had called him by his true name. Alice's threatening gaze still rested on Audrey. Audrey cautiously cast a pleading look towards Mr. Fool, who wasn't very keen on intervening in this matter. "Why are you looking at me? As if I can control her." Klein cursed indignantly in his heart, then manipulated the world to say, "Even if it's for you, it still has to be handed over by Mr. Fool, doesn't it?" Alice, having received her reason, pouted and leaned back. Audrey breathed a sigh of relief and explained to Alice, "I'm very sorry, Miss Destiny, I thought there was no difference between giving it to the 2 of you." Audrey whispered to herself, but struggled with how to voice that thought. Chapter 149 Chapter 23 Some people Sequence 4 are still called circus masters. Alice deduced her general meaning from her expression, shook her head, and said, "While the outcome is the same, your way of speaking makes me very uncomfortable." Audrey fell into thought. Mr. Fool, at the head of the bronze long table, chuckled twice, and after drawing everyone's attention, said, "Next time, it would be better if you discussed such matters yourselves." Audrey humbly accepted the lesson and swore in her heart never to make the same mistake again. Miss Fate is much harder to deal with than Mr. Fool. No, mainly because there's no ice cream above the gray fog. Recalling Glaint, who had escaped a close call, Audrey sighed heavily in her heart. In any case, this little interlude finally came to an end. After Mr. Fool openly read the diary, the Tarot Club moved on to the trading segment. Hanged Man Alger immediately looked at World. "Your werewolf Beander characteristic has been sold. An artisan paid £1,200 for it. As agreed, I will receive £200 from it. Also, I found a clue for deep sea naga hair. It's £100 per strand, and you need 5 strands in total. If you have no questions about this transaction, I will complete it as soon as possible." Klein was very satisfied with this. After a brief thought, he controlled World to reply, "No problem. Please send me 5 strands of deep sea naga hair and £500 in cash as soon as possible." He became rich. Alice silently sighed in her heart, then remembered that Klein would soon spend all his money on potion ingredients, and she cheered up again. Then, Alger looked at Alice and asked, "Miss Fate, do you mind if I don't mention the complete negative effects when helping you sell the wealth accessory?" This was a compromise Alger thought of after careful consideration. Although doing so might affect his credibility if not handled well, it must be said that if he told the truth, not many Beyonders would be willing to gamble their lives. After all, the quoted price of £200 already sounds very ominous. Combined with its negative effects, it easily makes one suspect whether its previous owner was, although that is indeed the truth. "I don't mind," Alice shook her head decisively. "It's fine if you middlemen earn a price difference, as long as you can sell it." Alger looked at Alice's eager expression and asked somewhat hesitantly, "Can't you resolve the fate-related side effects?" Alice fell silent for a moment, then looked at Alger with a sincere expression and said, "I haven't tried. If you don't mind, you can buy it and I'll give it a try." Alger closed his mouth. Hearing this, son Derek said to Alice as if he had remembered something. Miss Fate, I have completed several patrol missions recently without any abnormalities. I will find an opportunity to complete the ritual as soon as possible. Alice lazily raised her hand and made an, okay, gesture. Then, Justice Audrey also raised a hand and said without any concealment, I'm looking for 3 materials. A pair of mirror dragon eyes, 50 milliliters of its blood, and the fruit of the elder tree. Wow, Miss Justice is going to sequence 7. Alice sat up, her desire for promotion slightly stronger. I will write to my teacher to inquire. I hope he has one of these materials, Furs thought and said. Derek nodded along, I will also keep an eye out. Corrupted mirror dragons are not uncommon, and neither are elder trees. In the City of Silver, there are also Beander characteristics left by psychoanalysts, but they are difficult to trade for and easily arouse suspicion. World also spoke in a gloomy, hoarse voice, I will ask around in my circle. Oh, continue to help me search for the characteristics of human skin shadow. Okay, Audrey turned confidently to the opposite side, Mr. Hanged Man, I will also keep an eye out for the wind-blessed potion formula you need. She's so confident. Alice sighed with emotion, sat up straight, and asked, do you know which pathway's sequence 1 is called? Author. Author. There's a sequence name like that? Audrey asked, somewhat surprised. What's so special about that? Some people's sequence 4 is called Ringmaster. Alice pouted, starting to spread rumors about Mr. Fool. Ringmaster Mr. Fool gritted his teeth in the gray fog. Wow, that's actually a sequence name. Audrey believed it to be true. Magician Furs also showed a surprised expression, seemingly believing Alice's nonsense. Alger frowned, glanced at Alice, then at Mr. Fool and World, always feeling that something was off. Derek didn't know what a ringmaster was. Finally, World ended the farce with a gloomy, hoarse voice. Miss Fate, I believe my sequence 4 is not called Ringmaster. Also, I suggest you describe the abilities of Author in detail. Alger's mouth twitched twice as he forcibly controlled his expression. Audrey opened her mouth, then closed it, deciding not to comment on the matter. Furs silently withdrew her gaze, painfully biting her lower lip with her upper teeth to prevent herself from laughing out loud. Mr. World's life is really miserable. These were the unanimous thoughts of the other members of the Tarot Club. Alice pouted and muttered, calling him a ringmaster is clearly very logical. Although she hadn't given up on her wish to rename Klein's sequence 4 to Ringmaster, Alice still introduced the abilities of Author, as World had suggested. I'm not too sure about the specifics. Anyway, Eamon told me that Author has the ability to make written stories come true, just like the magic brush Ma Liang. Why is there Author, but no Painter? Magic brush Ma Liang. This was Audrey's and Furs's focus. Eamon said it. This was Alger's focus. Alice blinked blankly, as if she didn't know what was wrong with what she had said. Alger was silent for a moment, then defended himself. I was just a little confused. I originally thought you and Eamon had only had a battle. Alice blinked, seriously recalling her experiences of those few days, and replied, if he hadn't possessed me, we actually had a lot of fun. Alger decided to pretend he hadn't heard anything. Miss Fate, what is magic paintbrush? Is it the name of a Beander item? Audrey raised a hand and asked. Note 1. Chapter 150 Chapter 24 Didn't Emperor Russell say that? Didn't Emperor Rosal ever mention it? Alice asked, puzzled. Alger's heart tightened. Sure enough, that symbol really wasn't Emperor Rosal's original creation, but some kind of vanished writing. Behind this writing, there seemed to be a truly existing civilization. Was Miss Fate looking for traces related to that civilization? That civilization was related to chopsticks, and to the West Continent. But what connection did Emperor Rosal have with that civilization? Could it be that he, like Mr. Fool and Miss Fate, suddenly woke up many years later? However, existences that could wake up like them must be extremely rare, probably only a select few, and, although Emperor Rosal ultimately died from an assassination, and people's evaluations of him were mixed, it must be said that Emperor Rosal's life was indeed extremely legendary. Alger seriously considered the feasibility of understanding that civilization by studying Rosal's writings when he returned. The same question, what does this have to do with Emperor Rosal? Echoed in Audrey and Firz's hearts, but neither of them voiced it, only shaking their heads. Alice, chin propped, replied thoughtfully, this is a fairy tale. The protagonist of the story one day obtains a magical paintbrush that can turn anything drawn into reality. Wow, Audrey exclaimed with an expression of awe, but I really haven't heard of such a fairy tale. I haven't heard of it either. Firz, a best-selling author, sat up straight. Miss Fate, could you tell us more about this story? I'm worried you'll be sought out by a demigod, Alice sincerely suggested. Ah. Firz looked confused. There's a demigod in Backland looking for everything related to Mr. Fool. Guess what her clue is? Alice asked faintly. This story. Firz guessed. To be precise, it should be part of some stories. But it's a pity that I don't know which parts, Alice shrugged. Firz regretfully reined herself in, but she also realized that the demigod who was looking for Mr. Fool was the target of Mr. Fool's test. Is that demigod related to that civilization? But it doesn't seem to be a direct relationship, perhaps just knowing someone. Alger remembered Emperor Rosal, whom Alice had mentioned repeatedly. So, have you heard of this pathway? Alice swept her gaze over the others one by one. Derek tentatively raised his hand and replied. Miss Fate, according to the records in the City of Silver, the abilities of King of Dragons Anquelt are somewhat similar to what you called the author. In the records, he is also known as the Dragon of Imagination. It is said that what the Dragon of Imagination imagines will surely materialize into reality, and the future he declares will surely unfold. Dragon of Imagination, Alice repeated thoughtfully, frowning as she glanced at Audrey. If I'm not mistaken, dragons are of the spectator pathway, aren't they? Audrey nodded, agreeing with this. From subtle guidance to forced guidance, you're really something, Alice commented, but you need to be careful, Miss Justice. Why? Audrey asked, puzzled. Alice blinked and said, 2 reasons. One is that the leader of the Yellow, that organization seems to be an author. The second is that high-sequence beyonders of the same pathway will affect low-sequence beyonders. Miss Justice, I don't want to see you turn into a fanatic. A fanatic? Audrey frowned, a little uncomfortable. I don't know, Eamon said it. Alice shrugged and leaned back against the chair. Audrey, who still wanted to probe for information, could only give up, silently hoping that Miss Fate would accidentally blurt out something important or interesting next time. Why didn't Miss Fate accidentally blurt out the organization's name just now? No, saying it wouldn't be a good thing. Maybe I would accidentally think of the organization's name in the real world. That organization? Alger asked, puzzled. Alice blinked, looked at Audrey, who was already partially informed, thought for a moment, and replied. Mr. Fool is investigating an ancient secret organization. Most Beyonders don't know of its existence. Its members are said to include important figures from various fields, perhaps some high-ranking officials in various churches and national militaries are among them. Their main objective is to resurrect, or rather, awaken the true creator. They secretly interfere with the progress of history, making the tide of the times conform to their vision. This organization, along with its leader, possesses a common characteristic. Whatever is spoken, shall be known. This introduction was much more detailed than what Audrey knew. As a noble, she immediately noticed a key issue: the nation's high-ranking officials might have been infiltrated. The thought that the nation's high-ranking officials might have been infiltrated by a secret organization, secretly guiding national decisions, sent shivers down Audrey's spine. Alger felt the same way. After carefully considering the conduct of the Lord of Storm's church's high-ranking officials, he had some doubts about whether they could actually do what Alice described. To prevent himself from thinking any further, Alger asked, do you know what kind of historical trend that organization needs? Probably a world war. Alice gave the same answer as before. After all, after the Industrial Revolution, there should be a world war. Why should there be a world war after the Industrial Revolution? Alger frowned, realizing that things were not simple. Alice watched Alger for a few seconds, then propped her chin and replied. You guess. This very personal answer made Alger unable to maintain his calm expression. The corners of his mouth twitched twice. Alice watched his expression, pondered for a moment, then asked, or rather, would you prefer to hear? This is not for you to ask. Thank you, I understand what you mean, Alger replied with a complicated feeling. Alice shrugged and flopped back onto the table. Furs. Furs was accumulating material for her novel. If she could write that organization as the villain in a novel, it would definitely be a classic. And Miss Fate, a personality like Miss Fate, is really suitable for a villain, the kind who acts purely on whim. Furs's professional spirit as a best-selling author was stirring. As for Derek, Miss Fate wasn't going to reveal the organization's name anyway, so what did that have to do with him? He sat silently, as if in class. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.